For days before the full moon wine for the two daughters, Long Fei returned to the mother base, and his Torres II entered a modified meteorite. This modified meteorite is called Babylon. The internal environment has a beautiful environment of singing birds and flowers, and has a sunny temperature. In addition to the beautiful and pleasant environment inside Babylon, there is only one castle-like villa inside. Babylon was built by Long Fei for Tao Xiang. Apart from giving it to his beloved woman, the villa is also a wedding room he built for his beloved woman. More importantly, Long Fei is also building a beautiful environment for his children, so that the children can grow up in such a beautiful environment. In addition to Tao Xiang pushing the trolley and bringing her twin daughters to welcome her husband's return, the three Solanum Nigram sisters, Long Huiwan and Yang Ruashi, also followed Tao Xiang to welcome Long Fei's return. Tao Xiang gave her husband a hug. Long Fei greeted his sisters, aunt, and grandmother, sit on the new luxury suspension car prepared for them, and go to the villa. In fact, there are quite a few Tianyi mercenaries in Babylon who are responsible for protecting the safety of the boss's family. Back at the villa, everyone else was teasing Long Gua and Long Fu, who had just woken up. Only Long Fei and Solanum Nigram spoke in one place. Your wife and other people were there before Xiao Fei. It's not convenient for me to talk about you. I just want to ask you now, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Sister, what are you talking about? I can't understand. It's your front line on the battlefield of the Wanluo Federation. Have you ever thought about whether Tao Xiang will worry about you? If something happens to you, what will you do if you want Tao Xiang and your two children? Regarding eldest sister's questioning, Long Fei explained, Elder sister, no matter how I say it, I am their leader. I can increase their morale by personally being on the front line. I understand this, but you shouldn't either. Drive your Gundam and rush to the battlefield to fight with others. If you were alone before and no one cared about you, but you are married now, have a wife and children now, you have to think about what they should do. Okay, big sister, I understand what you said, and I will pay more attention to it in the future. Solanum Nigram realized that his younger brother would not listen to what he just said, shook his head, and said, You are old now, and I can't keep interfering with you, but I hope you will try to think twice when you do something, especially if you want to think of your wife and children. Solanum Nigram went to see her two nieces after speaking. Earlier, when the two little guys met three aunts, great-aunts, and great-grandmothers surrounding them, they were so frightened that they cried at first. Finally, I calmed down under my mother's comfort and coaxing. Now the two little ones are used to being surrounded and teased by their aunts, and great-grandmothers, and giggling at the teasing of the aunts. At this moment, Long Fei saw that there seemed to be someone missing and asked his wife, Li Xiang, is she not there? She's on a mission, and she should probably be back today. Just as Tao Xiang finished speaking, Li Xiang had already arrived at the villa. Sister, I'm back, and brother-in-law, you are also back. Well, I'm back too. Don't go out on missions these days, and participate in your niece's full moon wine. Of course I don't have any more missions. I just want to accompany my two lovely little nieces. After Li Xiang greeted the Solanum Nigram sisters, Long Huiwan and Yang Ruashi, she started playing with her two nieces. After hearing Aunt Li Xiang's call, the two little melons laughed even more cheerfully. Long Fei and Tao Xiang could sense that their two daughters liked Aunt Li Xiang very much. After everyone teased Longhua and Longfu for a while, Longhua and Longfu suddenly cried, Sister, the two little guaguas are hungry. At this point in time, I'm already ready. Tao Xiang had already soaked the milk. Tao Xiang also handed another bottle of milk to Long Fei and said, You have not fed the two daughters once since they were born. Today you and I will feed the children together. All right. Long Fei often hugged his child, but it was the first time to feed the child. Long Fei watched Tao Xiang do what he did, and he followed suit. After the two children were fed, Long Fei followed Tao Xiang's action and patted the children on the back so that they could hiccup. Long Gua and Long Fu fell asleep after drinking enough milk, and the nanny pushed into the room. Tao Xiang is doing exercises with her sisters in the gym. Solanum and the others saw that Tao Xiang worked harder than them in exercising, and they also saw that Tao Xiang had gained a lot of weight after giving birth. Accompanied by her servants, Yang Ruashi admired the garden in a beautiful place. Long Fei and Long Huiwan were drinking afternoon tea on a balcony and discussing matters. Long Huiwan informed Long Fei of the progress of all the companies in the Long family, and also told Long Fei that the emperor, prime minister, and ministers of the country all sent congratulatory gifts to bless the dragon fruit and dragon fu. My aunt took me to thank His Majesty the Emperor, the prime minister, and the ministers. Okay, no problem. By the way, there is another person who asked me to deliver the gift to you. Who? His Royal Highness Third Princess, Su Jingyun. Long Fei remained silent, his eyes darkened. Back then when he was in college, he didn't feel the love of the third princess for him. Later, after he dated Tao Xiang and the two met again, he knew that the third princess liked him. But at that time, he had to be responsible for Tao Xiang's feelings, so he could only let down Su Jingyun's love for him. Su Jingyun sent someone to bless him and Tao Xiang's wedding, but she didn't want to come, maybe because she didn't want to add to the sadness. The meeting and acquaintance of the two of them can only be because the goddess has a heart and the king has no dreams. Your Highness, what gift did you send? Long Huiwan asked her subordinates to pass on the congratulatory gift from the third princess. It is an exquisite square box. When opened, it is a pair of emerald dolls carved in emerald as big as an adult's palm. This is Su Jingyun's gift of blessing to the twin daughters of Long Fei and Tao Xiang. Long Fei took a pair of emerald dolls up for a look and found that there were engraved characters on the back. The engraved characters carved out the double characters of joy, and the other pair of characters carved out of them was peace. In the afternoon, Tao Xiang returned to her room after working out a sweat. After seeing a pair of twin daughters who were still familiar with her, she went to wash and change into a clean and beautiful dress. Then go to the balcony and talk to Long Fei. Long Fei showed Tao Xiang the full moon congratulatory gift that Su Jingyun gave to their twin daughters. Tao Xiang looked at the pair of emerald-carved dolls and also liked them very much. Knowing that Su Jingyun gave them, Tao Xiang was not upset at all. On the contrary, she sincerely thanked Su Jingyun for the gift. Strictly speaking, Su Jingyun is her Tao Xiang's rival in love, but Tao Xiang also knows that Su Jingyun is a woman who dares to love, hate, and let go. There is no resentment towards the person Long Fei loves. She is also willing to send blessings, such a magnanimous woman. Tao Xiang respects her from the bottom of her heart. If it is her Tao Xiang, her lover is in love, and the person is not her, she will not send any blessings to the object of her lover. The husband and wife chatted about some household matters. Soon, a man in a Spartan suit appeared next to the couple and reported to the couple. Long Fei didn't respond. It was Tao Xiang who gave the order instead. The mysterious man saluted and disappeared. Long Fei asked Tao Xiang, "You have to take care of your children at one time and work at another time. Will it make you too tired?" Tao Xiang shook her head and said, "It's okay. I can do this kind of work." This kind of workload is suitable for Tao Xiang, and she also hopes to share some work for her husband as much as possible. Don't tire yourself out. Long Fei stretched out his hand and gently touched the back of his wife's hand. Long Fei enjoys spending time with his family. The transformation of meteorite Babylon is very lively today because it is the full moon wine of Longhua and Longfu, the twin daughters of Long Fei and Tao Xiang. Long Fei invited all the high-level personnel of his own group company, as well as Long Fei's old friend Li Xiuqing and the early Ace MS pilot. Apart from Li Jiaming, most of the important generals of the Tianyi mercenary group and the leaders of Long Fei's troops also participated. Major General Shrek originally invited Long Fei to participate in his daughter's full moon wine, but Major General Shrek declined Long Fei's invitation because he was still in wartime. Everyone Long Fei invited has informed everyone, and don't give gifts that are too expensive. Li Xiuqing gave a pair of gold bracelets to his old friend's twin daughters. All the people who participated in the full moon wine banquet arrived in Babylon one after another, and the gifts they gave were handed over to the staff for processing. At the full moon wine banquet, besides Long Fei entertaining everyone to eat and drink, Tao Xiang pushed the baby stroller, and the twin daughters were sleeping soundly on the baby stroller. When everyone saw the twins, they praised Longhua and Longfu for being very cute. Everyone praised that the twin daughters look like their mother, and they must be as beautiful as their mother when they grow up. This made Tao Xiang le bloom. Tao Xiang, I really envy you for giving birth to such lovely twin daughters. Seeing such cute babies, I want to have one. Zhouyi said enviously. Tao Xiang teased. There are many handsome men and wealthy sons-in-law here. Just find one quickly. Jonah teased her sister and said, Sister, for such a strong woman like you, the handsome guy and the golden turtle son-in-law are not scared away by you. It's already a good joke. Okay, you little girl, how dare you laugh at your sister? Joya raised her hand as if to hit her sister. Jonah laughed and left. Soon, it was time to drink milk again, and the two sisters cried for milk. It was time for the mother and the nanny to feed the two sisters, and Tao Xiang skillfully made milk for the two daughters. The twins went back to sleep after they were full. Tao Xiang, are you always taking care of the child? Didn't you give it to the nanny? Joya asked. I take care of the baby most of the time. I do most of the feeding, changing diapers, and bathing. Usually, the nanny only needs to help me prepare the things the baby needs. For a while, the two little babies cried one after another. Tao Xiang knew that the two children were going to change diapers again. Tao Xiang personally helped the two daughters change their diapers. Joya looked at it with some emotion and said, It seems that taking care of children is also a technical job, otherwise I might be in a hurry. Tao Xiang listened with a gentle smile and said, Actually, I was in a hurry at the beginning. This had to be taught by the nanny and repeated many times before I became proficient. Now I'm actually used to it and have experience. But you have to pay attention to the temperature of the children, because now they are still babies and they are very vulnerable to infection, so you have to pay attention to that. Zhouna's expression was a little broken and she said, Oh my God, Tao Xiang heard what you said. If I really want to get married and have children someday, I have to think it through first. Hearing what you said, there are really many things that need to be paid attention to when taking care of children. Although there are many things to pay attention to, it is very joyful and happy to watch the little things about the children. Tao Xiang said, looking at the twin daughters lovingly. Sister Zhouya looked at Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang became more gentle than before after giving birth. Li Xiang came to her sister in a dress, took the dragon fruit from one of the nannies, and teased with the dragon fruit. Zhouya joked, Li Xiang, you will be called auntie by children from now on. Li Xiang rolled her eyes and said, What's the big deal? I'm their aunt, and I should be called aunt. What I said is that in the future, the friends of these two children will also call you auntie. It's not a big deal. Li Xiang didn't care, and said, On the contrary, how old are you all, and you still care so much about being called your sister or aunt? Zhouna joked, Li Xiang, we don't really care if others call us sister or aunt. Haven't you heard that the one with small is called sister and the one with is called aunt? After finishing speaking, she straightened her D-cup chest. Li Xiang's eyebrows twitched, and she looked down at her newly developed chest. Tao Xiang and Zhouya's sisters laughed. Tao Xiang comforted. Okay, Li Xiang, you are still developing and growing. Don't worry about what they say. Zhouya followed up and said, Although look attractive, they are also a burden for us women. Look at your sister who has raised her cup size by 2 levels after giving birth, and ask her if she has worked hard. Li Xiang looked at her sisters, which were 1 level larger than Zhouya's, and asked, Sister, is it really hard? It's really hard work. Zhouya asked, Speaking of Tao Xiang, don't you breastfeed your child? I will breastfeed my baby at least once a day. Several women were talking about children. Long Fei was mainly responsible for entertaining the visitors. For the full moon wine banquet, the prepared drinks are only champagne and red wine with low alcohol content, and no spirits with high alcohol content. The main reason is that Long Fei is worried that some people will get drunk and go crazy, which will affect the full moon wine banquet. He doesn't want his daughter Full Moon Wine encountered such a thing. At the full moon wine banquet, videos and photos of the interaction between Tao Xiang, Long Fei, and the twin daughters were also played. The banquet didn't officially end until 12 o'clock in the evening. The high-level personnel of various companies all arranged to renovate the Meteorite Luxury Leisure area and prepare rest units for them. Solanum and the others live in the villa. Long Fei returned to the room, watching his wife coaxing the twin daughters to sleep in the crib. Standing behind his wife, Long Fei embraced his wife's waist with both hands, leaned his chin on his wife's shoulder, and looked at the round and cute sleeping faces of the twin daughters who were sleeping soundly. Tao Xiang knew that it was her husband hugging her, and enjoyed her husband hugging her. Tao Xiang asked in a low voice, Are you going back to your mother's base tomorrow? No, I will work at home these few days, and I will not return to my home base unless there is something important. Tao Xiang felt secretly happy. She really hoped that her husband would spend some time with her and her daughter. Long Fei also wanted to spend as much time as possible with his wife and daughter. Since Long Fei had his wife and children, he has enjoyed such a warm family time. After Tao Xiang put the child to sleep, Tao Xiang turned around and hugged her husband's neck and kissed her husband. Long Fei picked up Tao Xiang and put her on the bed. At this moment, Tao Xiang apologized and said to Long Fei, "Fei, my body hasn't recovered yet, and I can't fulfill my duties as a wife for the time being. Please forgive me." Long Fei reached out to touch his wife's cheek, kissed her on the forehead, and said, "It's okay. Your body is the most important thing. I'll just hug you to sleep tonight." 2 days later, the 3 Solanum Nigram sisters, Long Huiwan and Yang Ruashi, bid farewell to Long Fei and his wife. The 3 Solanum Nigram sisters reluctantly bid farewell to their 2 little nieces, and the 3 aunts took turns kissing the nieces. "Okay, sisters, if you want to see your niece, you can come anytime." Solanum Nigram rolled her eyes and said, "I think so too, but don't forget that we still have so much work to deal with. Why don't you come here when you have time? Just take your wife and children back to your hometown for a while." If it's really possible, I will really bring Tao Xiang and the child over to see my sister and everyone. I hope you can do what you say." After Solanum Nigram finished speaking, she ran to the 2 nieces. "My lovely baby, 2 nieces, my aunt is leaving, and I can't bear to miss you." 2 nieces kissed on the cheek twice. Not long after Solanum Nigram and his party left, Li Xiang wore the uniform of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to bid farewell to her sister and brother-in-law and went to work. Tao Xiang looked at her younger sister's back and remembered every detail of her time in the Jupiter Federation and her unexpected encounter with Long Fei later. "Now, with the 2-star lieutenant rank on my sister's shoulders, my sister is already in charge. Her elder sister really should let go of her younger sister, try not to care about her younger sister, and let her younger sister freely decide her life." However, Tao Xiang will still let the troops under her control secretly monitor her sister's every move. Tao Xiang will always worry that her sister will go the wrong way or will get involved with some bad boys. "What I know recently is that my younger sister and Yu Yanchun are very close. Tao Xiang doesn't want her younger sister to fall in love too early." Occasionally, when Tao Xiang was chatting with Yu Baixua, the 2 had already become best friends. She secretly hinted at her best friend, hinting that her best friend was optimistic about her younger brother and not to let the 2 of them fall in love early. Yu Baixua also doesn't want her younger brother to fall in love too early. Although children are precocious nowadays, as older sisters, they don't want their younger brothers and sisters to fall in love too early. On the banks of a clear river full of singing birds and flowers, Long Fei and Tao Xiang came here for a picnic with a pair of daughters, and 2 nannies accompanied them. Dragon fruit and dragon fu lie in the baby basket. There are still guards guarding the surrounding area. Although there are other modified meteorite guards around this Babylon, the protection that should be there is still there. 123 Wow. Long Fei played with his daughter, making the 2 daughters giggle. Tao Xiang hugged Long Fei, resting her head on Long Fei's shoulder, enjoying the happy time. Soon, the 2 daughters suddenly frowned, as if feeling very uncomfortable. Long Fei asked worriedly, "What happened to the child?" Tao Xiang smiled and said, "The children are having diarrhea. Wait for them to finish their diarrhea, and then help them change their diapers." When the 2 nannies were about to change the diapers for the children, Tao Xiang asked the 2 nannies to stand aside and asked Long Fei to help her daughter change the diapers together. This was the first time Long Fei changed his daughter's diaper. Although he tried his best to follow his wife's actions to help his daughter change her diaper, but the first time he changed her daughter's diaper, he still made some mistakes, which made Tao Xiang laugh nonstop. After Long Fei finally changed her daughter's diaper, Tao Xiang handed over the dirty diapers to the nanny. Then, Tao Xiang took out Long Fei's favorite snacks from the picnic basket: dumplings, pot stickers, and siumai. These were made by Tao Xiang herself for Long Fei. In addition to making Long Fei's favorite dim sum, Tao Xiang also made some specialty dim sum and drinks, such as smoked lamb shanks, fried chicken nuggets, fried onion rings, grilled sausages, mochi, 9-layer cakes, and bean paste cakes. "Fei, try your favorite watermelon fresh milk that I made for you." "Okay." Long Fei took it, tasted the fruit juice and fresh milk made by his beloved wife. Yes, it's delicious. I like it. Tao Xiang showed a satisfied and happy smile. She felt extremely happy to be liked and recognized by her husband. Long Fei saw that there were no jelly or puffs in the dessert made by his wife and asked, "Didn't you make jelly and puffs? Do you want jelly and puffs? I'll make them another day." "No. Didn't you like to eat it when you were pregnant? Why don't you eat it now after giving birth?" Tao Xiang directly rolled her eyes at her husband. "I didn't want to eat it when I was pregnant. It was your two precious daughters who wanted to eat it all the time and forced me to eat it. Now that I see jelly or puffs, I'm a little scared. Maybe these two little ones will clamor for you to make jelly and puffs for them in the future. I'm trying to make both desserts now. Aren't you scared when you see these two desserts? How dare you make these two desserts? What's the big deal? For the sake of my two daughters, as a mother, I will definitely make them what they like to eat." Then, the husband and wife enjoyed a peaceful time and ate snacks. Recently, Long Fei was more and more satisfied with his wife's cooking skills. After eating the snacks, Tao Xiang put the dinner plates into the picnic basket. Long Fei continued to look at the two daughters who were still sound asleep, and then lay beside the baby basket. Tao Xiang lay on her side next to her husband, with her head resting on his chest. The two nannies were very witty, and they walked far away to talk without disturbing the warm family scene of the boss and his wife. Long Fei put one hand on the back of his head and hugged his wife with the other. Long Fei smelled his wife's faint body fragrance. Long Fei was enjoying the rare and happy family happiness. Long Fei wished that time would stay here forever. "Wife, it would be great if time could stay at this moment forever." "I think so too, but our children will grow up eventually, and our husband and wife have to watch our two daughters get married. Humph, whoever dares to marry my daughter, I will kill him." Tao Xiang directly pinched her husband's waist and said coquettishly, "No wonder people often say that my daughter is my father's lover in the past life. You are taking your little lover away, so don't let other young men take it away. He, the lover in the previous life." Long Fei thought in his heart, "This sentence is not true at all. I was an otaku in the previous life. How can I have a girlfriend?" Long Fei patted his wife on the back and said jokingly, "Yes, both of them are my little lovers from previous lives, but you gave birth to two rivals in love." Poor mouth. Tao Xiang pinched her husband's waist more forcefully. Hey, take it easy, take it easy. Call you a fool. You said that I gave birth to two little rivals in love. It doesn't matter. When the two little ones grow up and become sensible, I will have another one, and it will be a son. I will give birth to a rival in love for you. Hey, why did you take what I just said seriously? If you want to have another child, wait a few more years before you think about it. Child, Long Fei's mouth was kissed by Tao Xiang, and he could feel his wife kissing him with tongue. Long Fei hugged his wife and responded to her kiss. A few minutes later, the lips of the husband and wife separated. Tao Xiang's face was flushed. Long Fei kissed his wife on the forehead and hugged her in his arms. Woo. Longhua and Longfu clamored for milk when they were hungry. Long Fei was transforming meteorite Babylon, enjoying family happiness with his wife and two twin daughters for more than a week. If he didn't have a lot of work waiting for him to deal with, he really wanted to continue to accompany his wife and two daughters to continue enjoying have a happy time. Long Fei kissed his two daughters on the cheeks before boarding Torres too, and then kissed his wife goodbye. Tao Xiang silently watched her husband get on Torres number 2, and then watched Torres number 2 drifting away. Tao Xiang silently shed tears. The nanny behind him comforted. "Madam, don't be sad. The boss is only going to work. He will definitely find time to come back to compensate Madam and the child." "Well, I know." Tao Xiang forced a smile. Her husband would definitely come back to see her and the children whenever he was free. She was just worried that her husband would not have a good rest and sleep because of work. This was what she was worried about. Another nanny said, "Madam, when the child grows up, you can take the child to the base to meet the boss. I believe the boss also hopes that the two daughters can accompany him." Okay. Tao Xiang pushed the baby carriage, left the scene, and returned to the villa in a luxury suspension car. Long Fei began to process documents and read reports in his office. At present, the focus of the entire international community is on the Wanluo Federation. Although there was internal strife in the Wanluo Federation, there was no chaos. Demonstrations and riots occurred every day in each of the colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation. People who support the current president and those who oppose the current president often fight together. The police who maintained order felt great pressure. Of course, this caused the economy to suffer. However, in the military, except for retired soldiers who participated in the demonstrations, no active duty, reserve, or reserve soldiers participated in any demonstrations. At present, the military of the Wanluo Federation has refused to obey any orders from the President Purvi. Now, more than 90% of the military signed a petition calling for the president to step down. Now the president is already a lame president, and any of his current executive orders can no longer be issued to the presidential palace. Many government departments have refused to obey, and even many ministers have begun to leave him or resigned. In the Congress, both the ruling party and the opposition party have already started consultations on whether to hold a referendum to decide whether the president will stay or not. However, regardless of whether it is the ruling party or the opposition party, they have also discussed with the military. They demand that once a referendum is held, if the president still has a majority vote to remain in office, they require the military to obey the president's orders again. Commander-in-Chief Powell, as the current representative of the military, also agreed with the demands of the ruling and opposition parties. Currently, Congress is debating whether to hold a referendum to decide whether the incumbent president will stay or not. How long is this debate really going to take, though? No one really knows. In a democratic system, everything has to go through the Congress, discuss it, and debate it. Then, the vote among members of Congress will have to exceed 2/3 before the draft will be passed. It doesn't matter if it is in a peaceful and prosperous age to go through such complicated procedures. But at this moment, the Wanluo Federation is already in a state of war, and it still wants to make such a snail move. That would be a lot of missed opportunities. Long Fei is actually very disgusted with such a system, thinking that this system is too slow, too inefficient, and will miss many good opportunities. Major General Shrek, as the supreme commander of the attack on the Wanluo Federation, currently has no intention of continuing to attack the Wanluo Federation, but is ready to fight at any time. A few weeks ago, they defeated the main force of the Wanluo Federation, but the Wanluo Federation still retains a lot of strength, and at the moment the Wanluo Federation is on the defensive, and it is fully defensive. Major General Shrek can only conduct guerrilla warfare with small units, or sneak attack the opponent's base or arsenal. If it was a conflict between a large army and a large army, Major General Shrek would not be willing to do this, because if he did this, even if the Tianji mercenary group won, it would still be damaged. What Major General Shrek wants to do is to obtain the maximum benefit with the least cost. Even if they want to fight, they must find a way to weaken the strength of the opponent's main force so that they can win the greatest victory. The purpose of some guerrilla warfare and so on now is to let the large troops guarding the front move back, so as to weaken the strength and number of the large troops. However, the strategists and tacticians in the Wanluo Federation army also knew the enemy's purpose. So at this moment, they only transfer the main force and active duty troops to the front to guard. As for the places in the rear that are attacked or destroyed, they will be replaced by reserve or reserve troops after reconstruction. At present, Major General Shrek can only fight procrastination and attrition wars with the opponent, and try to block the enemy's supply routes as much as possible. Major General Shrek dispatched part of the troops to intercept and monitor the route between the 9th District Colony and the Wanluo Federation. All the merchant ships of the Tianyi mercenary group's fleet entering the Wanluo Federation will be intercepted and inspected, and they will be released as long as they are necessities for the people's livelihood. This is an order issued by Major General Shrek. Major General Shrek has such an order. He mainly believes that military conflicts are military issues. Don't spread some problems to ordinary people. People's livelihood supplies are generally what ordinary people need. He didn't want to plunder these things and cause dissatisfaction among the people of the Wanluo Federation. If it arouses dissatisfaction among the people of Wanluo Federation, if it is hyped up by someone with a heart, it will cause the people of Wanluo Federation to resent the Tianyi mercenary group and even the Tianyi group. Major General Shrek does not want to bring enemies to the boss. And it's not just the junction of District 9 and the Wanluo Federation. Even the occupied colonial satellites can allow them to conduct livelihood and business transactions with unoccupied colonial satellites. As long as the crew are not spies or secret agents, as long as the goods are not military items, they can basically be released on the open side. Major General Shrek's behavior also caused polarized comments in the entire world. Those who criticized Major General Shrek thought that this would not allow the enemy to mix in those spies and agents to cooperate with each other. Those who agree with Major General Shrek mainly think that it is only a normal and humane behavior to prevent the people of the country from falling into fear and cause some people's livelihood crisis and food crisis, etc. This is a basic humane behavior. In fact, when Major General Shrek issued such an order, he actually had other purposes. Long Fei and the employees of the workshop looked at a huge two-handed sword used by MS, and Anton stood beside Long Fei. This is the physical two-handed sword Anton used to defeat his opponent, Sergio, the Flying Thunder. After Sergio drove the Hongfei MS back to his mothership, Anton found other targets to attack. After the battle, the two-handed sword was never found. Then, after the battle ended and returned to the mothership, Anton discovered that the Barbados Sirius he was driving had cracks and collapsed sword-shaped hammer spears. It stands to reason that the sword-shaped hammer was made of nanolayer armor materials. Those composite armors were basically broken by a hammer, and the hammer spear was not damaged in any way. Anton knew immediately that this was caused by his opponent's two-handed sword. Anton immediately asked the cleaning team who cleaned up the battlefield if they had found the two-handed sword. I just started to clean up the team, but I didn't find the two-handed sword. Anton asked the headquarters if he found the two-handed sword. Please bring it to the mother base. It was not until more than 10 days later that the liquidation force discovered the two-handed sword and brought it to the mother base at Anton's request. After investigation by the staff, it was found that the material of this two-handed sword is not made of metal materials known in the Earth Circle or the Colony Circle. Using a beam particle cutting knife, cut off the 1-foot width and length of the front end of the two-handed sword, and then decomposed and reduced it with a decomposition and reduction metal furnace. After the restoration, it was found that most of the metals came from the Earth's Circle and the Colonial Circle metals, except for one blue metal whose origin was unknown. Even the Jupiter spacecraft that was obtained at the beginning did not have this metal. At this time, Salamanda was holding the report tablet, and when he came to Long Fei to hand in the documents on the tablet, he let out a cry of surprise when he saw the blue metal. Long Fei looked at Salamanda and asked, "Do you recognize this blue metal?" "Yes, boss. This is a metal unique to the Martian Circle." Everyone looked at Salamanda. Salamanda explained, "In the Martian Circle, we call this metal blue bowl iron. It is a very special metal. If this metal is alloyed with other metals as armor, it can have a very high physical resistance. If it is made into as a weapon, it seems to be very sharp as a sword or a knife, and it can cut through ordinary rocks like tofu." Long Fei asked, "Oh, it's so special. Is the Martian Circle very rare?" "It's not very rare. Although it has particularly good advantages, it also has disadvantages. When dealing with energy weapons, especially particle beams, the basic resistance ability is relatively low. In the Martian Circle, there are not many MS armors willing to use it. This kind of material, in addition to the discovery of better metals, the most important reason is that many weapons in the Martian Circle are moving toward energy. It seems that there are many special metals in the Martian Circle." Director Simmons said, "Boss, we conducted a data survey before. This metal-made weapon can restrain the nanolayer armor you developed." "No way. The nature of the nanolayer armor, when it encounters live ammunition, explosives, etc., it will absorb the impact with energetic molecules and spread it to the surroundings. Logically speaking, it is impossible for such a problem to occur, right?" "Boss, this is what I want to talk about. If the blue iron metal that Salamanda just said is made into striking weapons such as hammers and sticks, the nature of the nanolayer armor can indeed spread these shocks to the surroundings. But once a weapon like a sword is made, it's like a nail that goes through the theory." Salamanda was dumbfounded when he heard that, but he had heard of nanolayer armor that was almost immune to and defended against beam weapons. At first, he thought that if the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Empire clashed again, the nanolayer armor would be completely immune to all the beam weapons of the Dion Empire. If there is a conflict, all Ms. weapons in the Dion Empire will be completely useless. At first, Salamanda didn't understand why the boss had such an advanced nanolayer armor, why he didn't manufacture it in large quantities, but made other types of armor instead. Long Fei asked, "What if it's PS armor or VPS armor? Any weapon made of blue iron metal has no effect." Simmons answered truthfully. Long Fei couldn't help but sighed, and said, "It seems that the old saying is true. It really is that one thing overcomes one thing." Salamanda, who was standing next to him, had a face of approval. He also did not expect that the metal blue iron, which was about to be eliminated in the Martian Circle, could restrain such an advanced technology of nanolayer armor. "This is really unexpected," Anton said at this time. Sergio Escudero, this guy's family is also a famous family in the Wanluo Federation who owns the metal in the Martian Circle. Is the Wanluo Federation already secretly dealing with the Dion Empire? Or they already kept the metal of the Martian Circle in the very early days? Everyone looked at Salamanda. "I'm not sure about this. The Martian Circle has not been in contact with the international community for 30 years. The blue iron metal was still a mainstream metal 30 years ago. At that time, the Martian Circle still had some exchanges with the international community. It may be that family. The inventory left over from the previous transaction with the Martian Circle." Anton rubbed his chin and said, "Perhaps, as Salamanda said, the Escudero family may indeed have a deal with a certain country in the Martian Circle. If you already know the characteristics of this metal, the director of Simon City, disassemble and restore this two-handed long sword, and then conduct some research to see what other uses the blue bowl iron metal has." Long Fei gave instructions. Then, Long Fei called Salamanda over and went with him to the office to discuss something with him. "The performance of the Black Rabbit troops under your command is very good. I am very satisfied. Currently, the Black Rabbit troops are temporarily returning to the mother base to continue the research of the TR series." "Yes. Then there is the sword and shield force that you are in charge of. The people you investigate, every report is very well recorded, and everyone's evaluation is very pertinent. They are doing very well under your management. You deal with some people. What should be dropped? What should be let go? What should be disposed of? You have done a very good job. Thank you, boss, for the compliment. I am very satisfied with your performance, so I will grant you some more rights. Tomorrow you will go to the Earth Circle, the 13th, 14th, 16th, and 17th subbases. You go there to investigate, and let them replace me condolences for a while." Long Fei's tone raised the word condolences. Salamanda understood what Long Fei meant. "You have the right to dispose of all the people in these 4 subbases." After speaking, Long Fei took out a token made of gold, with a pair of wings on the front and a pair of swords and shields on the back. The token is pushed in front of the Salamanda. Long Fei explained. "All the generals of the Tianyi mercenary group know this token. This token represents me and has the right to dispose of all members of the Tianyi mercenary group." "Yes, boss." Salamander took the token. "Especially the person in charge of the Longsog Kingdom needs to focus on the investigation. I have received some information that the person in charge has a big problem. Go there yourself and investigate it for me." Salamanda had an ugly expression when he heard about the Kingdom of Longsog, where he really didn't want to see a woman. But it was an order from the boss, and he had to follow it. "Understood, boss. I will go to check tomorrow." "Well, go ahead. Be careful all the way." Looking at the back of Salamanda walking out of the office, Long Fei showed a playful smile. In November 119, the first year of the universe, it took almost 2 weeks for the Wanluo Federal Congress to vote for the incumbent president, and the debate in the parliament was over. The 2/3 yes vote officially passed, and a referendum date is now being scheduled. The referendum will officially start at the end of December next month. Purvi used this time to desperately send information in his online book, and used this time to express his own remarks, hoping that he could pull back a little support rate when his support rate was sluggish. And his original support rate was less than 15%. It has reached 23% so far, which has boosted his self-confidence. He wants to express his opinions desperately before the referendum, so that he can win back more support from voters in order to keep his president big bit. The referendum is in full swing in the Wanluo Federation, and Major General Shrek will continue to maintain his original actions to weaken the strength of the Wanluo Federation army as much as possible. On the other side, Salamander took his own sword and shield troops to do sub-bases in the Earth Circle to conduct investigations and assessments, and the most important thing is to rectify. Salamander took Ruelina and some members of the army to investigate at the 17th sub-base. Salamander did not expect that some of the fraud, corruption, and violations of discipline involved in the 17th sub-base were more serious than other sub-bases. It can even be said that the suspected fraud, corruption, and violation of discipline in the 17th sub-base is more than the sum of all sub-bases. Just violating discipline, when they were beating, smashing, looting, and beating local civilians, the Tianyi mercenaries were completely lawless, and it was even commonplace for them to get drunk and make trouble. Long Fei connived at the Tianyi mercenaries in the 17th sub-base to act recklessly, making trouble while drunk or beating people in the street. However, Long Fei received that there were Tianyi mercenaries taking drugs and selling drugs in the 17th sub-base. This matter was absolutely unbearable to Long Fei, and Long Fei also knew that these Tianyi mercenaries dared to do such things. There must be superiors covering them up. What's more, what Long Fei couldn't stand was that some generals secretly sold some of their individual soldiers and active ground weapons to the self-defense forces of the United States and the country's gangsters. Therefore, Long Fei sent Salamander to rectify the 17th sub-base. Major General Mark, the commander of the 17th sub-base, sat tremblingly in his office chair, while Salamander led Ruelina and members of the sword and shield troops. Major General Mark looked at the information on the tablet in front of him. He didn't expect that the sword and shield troops would find out clearly the money he embezzled, the money suspected of drug trafficking, and all kinds of ill-gotten gains and assets. He didn't even expect that he secretly contacted other people, but all of them lost contact. He knew that those contacts were either controlled or dealt with. Major General Mark, I hope you can cooperate well. If you cooperate well, I assure you that you can leave with dignity. Resign. Major General Mark's face was a little ugly, but he knew that if he dared to resist, he would die miserably. Major General Mark, although the boss has said that your 17th sub-base can be presumptuous in the local area, but I didn't expect that you are too presumptuous, drunk and rioting, beating people in the street, and embezzling some small money. These bosses don't care, but you dare to use drugs. And selling some of our active weapons to others. The boss is too familiar with this, because you have stepped on the bottom line of the boss. Your Excellency Salamander, please intercede with the boss. I will be grateful and give you a generous gift. Major General Mark, you don't need a big gift. You just need to be honest and honest. Don't worry, you won't leave empty-handed when you resign. But if Major General Mark is unwilling to cooperate, Salamander took it out of her arms. A few photos were pushed in front of Major General Mark. Major General Mark looked at the photo and said tremblingly in a cold sweat, "Don't hurt them. I am willing to cooperate." Salamander made a gesture, and several team members behind him began to record what Major General Mark said. Major General Mark spoke out in detail. "Thank you, Major General Mark, for your cooperation. We will announce that Major General Mark has applied to the Mother Base for resignation because of his poor health, and the Mother Base has accepted Major General Mark's application." After finishing speaking, Salamander took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The bank card was pushed in front of Major General Mark. Part of the money in the bank card is the money you get. Take the money and enjoy your family happiness with your family. This is an opportunity given to you by the boss. I hope you can cherish it. Yes, Your Excellency Salamander would like to say thank you to the boss for me. Well, there is no problem. Major General Mark, you should take care of the next work these few days. Someone will take your place in a few days. Yes, send the messenger to leave respectfully. Major General Mark watched some people in Salamander leave respectfully. Then, Major General Mark slumped on a chair, holding the bank card to check the amount inside. The amount was 10% of his embezzlement, and the remaining 90% was confiscated by the sword and shield troops. Major General Mark knew that the boss had always hated drugs the most, but he was greedy for the benefits of drugs and touched the bottom line of the boss, which angered the boss. If it weren't for the incident of the two Allied forces in the attack on the United States, and he, Major General Mark, made a lot of contributions, the boss would only spare him because of his contributions, or else he might be just like everyone else. The boss sent someone to secretly destroy it humanely. In the 17th subbase, the local people found that the Tiani soldiers had become more peaceful in the past few days, and they did not cause trouble randomly. At this time, Salamanda was alone in his office, listening to the members of the Black Rabbit Force reporting to him that many members of the self-defense forces of the United States of America had already carried out humane destruction, and those trafficked active weapons had not been recovered. For those Tiani mercenaries who were caught taking drugs, the Black Rabbit troops had already handed over the information to Salamanda for the sword and shield troops on the bright side to handle. As for the drug dealers, whether it was the Tiani mercenary members inside or the outsiders outside, the Black Rabbit troop also dealt with them secretly. After Salamanda listened to the report, for those Tiani mercenaries who took drugs, if they were first-time offenders, they would be sent to a drug rehabilitation center for drug rehabilitation and then given a chance. Repeat offenders will be dismissed immediately. After Salamanda finished handling the matter here, he will go to the kingdom of Longsog next. Salamanda took Ruelina and other members to the land designated for the founding of the Longsog Kingdom. Seeing that the local architecture is similar to the architectural design of his home country back then, the convoy of them came to the administrative building of the local Tiani mercenary group. Salamanda and his party got out of the car, and Salamanda saw a convoy parked in the parking lot of the administrative building. Salamanda recognized the badge on the convoy as the pro-guard of the Kingdom of Longsog. When Salamanda came here, the last thing he wanted to see was Princess Yo-Yo, who hurt him the most. A group of people entered the administrative building. Master Salamanda, Knight Commander. Several bodyguards in black suits greeted Salamanda, who had just entered the administrative building. These bodyguards that Salamanda recognized were subordinates of the captain of the Knight's Guard when he was still in charge. Salamanda just nodded to them, and then led his subordinates to take the elevator. I really don't know if Lord Salamanda will meet Her Royal Highness the Princess. I really don't know what will happen when they meet. The princess divorced her husband last month. I don't know what kind of sparks will be created between the two of them when they meet. By the way, have you noticed Lord Salamanda? His epaulets are quite different from the epaulets of ordinary Tiani mercenaries. Maybe Lord Salamanda may be the leader of an elite force or special forces now. Sir Salamanda has always been an individual, and wherever he goes, he shines like gold. Salamanda took his subordinates out of the elevator and soon met someone he didn't want to meet. Princess Yo-Yo was sitting on a luxurious sofa, and several female attendants and bodyguards stood beside her. Princess Yo-Yo didn't expect to meet Salamanda, so she stood up and greeted Salamanda. Princess Yo-Yo showed a gentle smile. Long time no see, Salamanda. How are you doing recently? The tone made people think that the two had a good relationship, like lovers they hadn't seen for many years. But others who knew what was going on between the two had harsh and disgusting feelings. Especially Ruelina felt even more disgusted. Speaking of which, Princess Yo-Yo was one of the women she hated the most. And Ruelina also knows what this woman is doing now. This woman is really messy. Salamanda responded indifferently. Tofu, I'm fine. When Salamanda didn't want to see Princess Yo-Yo at first, he didn't know how to face her, but now when he met her, he felt nothing in his heart. He knew that he didn't have any feelings for this woman anymore. Salamanda, how many days will you stay here? I want to hold a tea party for you. Let us get together. No need. Your Highness, I still have a lot of things to do. I'm not as free as you. Yu frowned. She didn't expect that the little licking dog in front of her who loved being her would dare to reject her. Yo-Yo, who was educated by the royal family, still maintained her reserve and said with a smile, If you are willing to come to Salamanda one day, I will definitely entertain you warmly and hold a tea party to have a good time with you. Salamanda nodded and sat on the luxurious sofa next to Princess Yo-Yo, waiting for someone with her eyes closed. Ruelina and other members stood beside Salamanda. Princess Yo-Yo sat gracefully in her original position. Soon, the person in charge of the administration building, Principal Marcus, and Princess Yo-Yo immediately stood up and walked to the front of Marcuster's school to greet him warmly. Principal Marcus just nodded his head, ignored Princess Yo-Yo, and walked directly in front of Salamanda. Princess Yu frowned. She didn't understand. Principal Marcus had received a lot of benefits from her, and he was still a little polite to her. But today was completely abnormal, completely ignoring her, and instead went directly to the old school, in front of her little lick dog. The next scene made Princess Yo-Yo couldn't believe her eyes. Lord Salamanda finally expects you to come. Principal Marcus saluted Salamanda with a smile on his face. Salamanda just nodded coldly. Master Salamanda, have you eaten yet? If not, I will take you to taste the special food here. No need, the delicacies of the Longsog Kingdom are still snacks. I'm used to eating them, and I'm even tired of eating them. Marcus was taken aback for a moment, and then remembered that Salamanda was originally a former citizen of the Longsog Kingdom, and immediately patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Look at how stupid I am. I forgot." Princess Yo-Yo couldn't believe it. Even though Salamanda's military rank was lower than Marcus, Marcus wanted to bow to him. Marcus, who she usually has to curry favor with, unexpectedly curry favor with the little licking dog Salamanda she despised back then. Salamanda said to Marcus in a cold tone, "Mr. Marcus, I'm here to warn you to work hard and not to be idle." Marcus frowned, and then smiled with ignorance on his face. "Lord Salamanda, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm not doing nothing. I have a good job." "Really? How do you explain using other people's money to be a matchmaker?" Marcus' expression became awkward, and Princess Yo-Yo frowned, watching Salamanda look at him with some annoyance. "Special school. If you earn some extra money to be a matchmaker and introduce people to others when you are off work, our company will ignore it. But when you are working, you take advantage of the money of a princess of a certain country, and then pretend to lie to others. You can help her introduce our boss to her, and then pretend to arrange a meeting between the boss and the princess of a certain country. In fact, you are defrauding other people of money. The boss is not someone you can introduce to others casually, let alone a tool for you to cheat money. You do these things, what should you do?" Salamanda said the last sentence. Her tone was not only aggravated, but she also slapped the sofa armchair cushion with her palm. At this moment, the princess looked at Marcus angrily. It turned out that before sending a bunch of money by herself, all of it was in vain. This Marcus turned out to be slaughtering her as a fat sheep. Every time he lied to her that the boss was coming. Or you can arrange for her to meet with the boss every time, and then tell her that the boss is suddenly unable to come because of something at the last moment. Every time it made her happy, it turned out that it was all directed and acted by Marcus himself. At this moment, Marcus was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Sir Salamanda, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please plead with the boss. For the sake of the many contributions I have made to the Tiani mercenary group, forgive me this time. I won't dare in the future." Salamanda looked at Marcus coldly. "Marcus, you have to figure it out. The boss is not a womanizer, and the boss is very loyal to his wife. If you do this, the boss will be very angry. Lord Salamanda, please ask the boss for mercy." Looking at Salamanda at this moment, Princess Yo-Yo really couldn't figure out when Salamanda became so capable that even the person she wanted to fawn on begged him for mercy like an ant in front of him. Soon, many high-level personnel in the administrative building were brought to Marcus by members of the Sword and Shield Troop. Then, Salamanda looked at Princess Yo-Yo coldly and said, "His Royal Highness, please leave this building. We have something to deal with, and we cannot receive you for the time being. Please forgive me." Princess Yo-Yo immediately recovered from the shock, then kept smiling, nodded, followed a royal etiquette, and left the scene with her entourage. Apricot, when leaving the scene, he still looked at Salamanda intentionally or unintentionally. "As a whole, you haven't done too much at the moment, but some of the benefits you got from the Longsog Kingdom are a bit too much, and then secretly sold some of our active weapons and parts to the other party. How are you going to explain this to us?" Everyone dared not speak, and could only desperately beg for mercy. Fortunately, none of the things you sell are very important. Yes, you still have to be punished. Except for abuse, everyone will be demoted 2 levels in a row. Then we will arrange someone to replace you in your position, and you are greedy. Hand in all the money that comes, otherwise you will understand. Yes. Go down. After these people went down, Salamanda began to punish Marcus. You return all the benefits you took from others to them, and you have been demoted 3 levels in a row. Someone will be in your original position later. Substitute. Yes. Colonel Marcus is now downgraded to Major, and he has been downgraded 3 ranks in a row. He doesn't know how many years, effort, and credit he needs to return to his original rank. After Salamanda and his party walked out of the administrative building, they saw Princess Yo-Yo's convoy still in the parking area. Salamanda and Ruelina frowned. At this time, a member of the team asked Salamanda, "Sir, what special food does the Lonsog Kingdom have?" "Hungry." "Yes, sir, and I also investigated some famous restaurants in this city before coming." "Okay then, for the sake of your hard work these days, I will treat you to this meal." After that, everyone came to a luxurious restaurant. Salamanda asked for a private room and ordered the famous specialties of the Longsog Kingdom for his subordinates. Not long after the order was served, a waiter whispered in Salamanda's ear, and Salamanda frowned. Ruelina looked at Salamanda's expression, and she also guessed what was going on. It was the woman who invited you. Humph, what a woman who adapts to the wind. Salamanda didn't want to meet the woman at first, but Ruelina asked Salamanda to meet the woman to see what tricks the woman wanted to play. Outside a luxurious box stood dozens of followers and bodyguards of Princess Yo-Yo of the Longsog Kingdom. It seems that Her Royal Highness wants to get back together with Lord Salamander again. It's not the ability to meet Lord Salamander. If possible, I really want to hang out with Lord Salamander. Lord Salamander put in so much effort for her, but in the end she just used Lord Salamander as a tool. This kind of heartless woman, Lord Salamander is right to leave her. But having said that, there was our old comrade-in-arms in the building of the Tianyi mercenary group before. I heard from an old comrade-in-arms that Salamander is the head of one of the troops directly under the boss of the Tianyi mercenary group, Long Fei. The troops managed by Lord Salamander are called Sword and Shield troops. I heard that the Sword and Shield troops have the right to deal with those below the rank of colonel. The purpose of Lord Salamander's coming here is to deal with those members who do not abide by discipline. Hey, I've heard that too. I've also heard old comrades say that many of the original school officers have been demoted. The original top leader, Marcus, was demoted 3 levels in a row. His original position will be replaced by Sword and Shield. Troop arrangements. If Lord Salamander is willing to help take me in, I will quit immediately and hang out with Lord Salamander immediately. Look, it's Lord Salamander. Salamander came to the scene. Sir Salamander, long time no see. Many followers and bodyguards stood at attention and saluted Salamander. It seems that Salamander has such a high popularity and prestige in the hearts of his former colleagues. Everyone, long time no see, how are you? Thanks to Lord Salamander, everything is fine. Lord Salamander, Her Royal Highness is waiting for your arrival, so let's go in first. Yeah. Salamander nodded. Salamander entered the luxury box. Princess Yo-Yo is in the luxurious box, and on the table in front of her is a table of special delicacies from the kingdom of Longsog. When the door of the box opened, Princess Yo-Yo showed a gentle and warm smile and stood up to welcome Salamander. Princess Yo-Yo enthusiastically walked in front of Salamander and shook hands with Salamander to say hello. Then, Princess Yo-Yo reached out and took Salamander's arm, trying to pull him to the seat beside her. Salamander seemed to have roots on his legs, and his whole body remained still so that Princess Yo-Yo could not pull him. He said to Princess Yo-Yo, "Your Highness, please respect yourself. I can go." Princess Yo-Yo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled back and motioned for Salamander to sit next to her. Princess Yo-Yo also personally took the dishes that Salamander usually eats, put them in front of Salamander, and said, "Dear Salamander, these are your favorite dishes. Come and taste the cooking skills of this restaurant." Salamander glanced at it and said, "Thank you." But Salamander didn't take a bite at all, as if she disdained the dish that Princess Yo-Yo brought. Princess Yo-Yo stretched out her hands, wanting to grab Salamander's hand, but Salamander put her hands on the table and said, "His Royal Highness, please respect yourself. You invited me. Please get straight to the point and explain bar. Dear Salamander, I want to ask you to be my husband. No matter what you say, I used to have feelings for you. I believe you still love me." If Princess Yo-Yo had said that to him a few years ago, Salamander would have happily accepted the princess and married her. However, the current Salamander only hates Princess Yo-Yo, and Salamander knew that Princess Yo-Yo divorced her husband last month and claimed that it was her husband who was unfaithful to her. But in fact, Salamander knew what happened thing. "Your Highness, you have been married twice. In your first marriage, your husband was assassinated. In the second marriage, you divorced your second husband. What is the reason? I know better than anyone that I put in so much effort for you back then. But you turned a blind eye to it, used me as a tool, threw me away as garbage after you used it up, and begged me kindly when you wanted to use me again. Now you tell me that you still love me. Don't you think that what you said makes me sick? Salamanda said, very disgusted. Princess Yo-Yo seemed to be suffering from grievances, and said to Salamanda with teary eyes, Salamanda, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I have been thinking of you all the time during this period. I divorced my second husband because I thought of you. I thought of you. I always wanted to find you. I wanted to apologize to you. I wanted to get back together with you. Let's start again, okay? Said with both hands. He quickly grabbed Salamanda's palm. Huh. Salamanda snorted coldly. Looking at the woman's expression, if someone who didn't know it would think that he was the man who betrayed the woman's heart. If Salamanda wanted to slap him, maybe the slap would be on his own face, because he was the one who had blind eyes and wronged his heart on this woman back then. As a result, he will never forget how this woman treated him. Will forget. The woman grabbed his hand, and what he felt was not warmth, but a surge of nausea in his heart. Salamanda shook off Princess Yo-Yo's hands and said, Okay, I know exactly what you're thinking. Don't you just see the person you want to curry favor begging me for mercy like a dog in front of me? You think that now that I am very capable and have a higher status than you, you just want to climb me up. Your so-called Longsog Kingdom is like an ant in front of the Tiani group. When will the Tiani group, where you are now, want if you take it back? You can take it back. At that time, you will be nothing. Now that you see my status, you want to get back together with me, so that you have a backup. Even if you lose your kingdom, you are still a rich lady. You can still have a carefree life. Princess Yo-Yo was irritated by what Salamanda said, but she did have this worry in her heart, and her fear became more and more serious every day. The purpose of her flattering Marcus at the beginning was to meet Long Fei again, and even more so. I hope that Long Fei can marry her. Then she will not only be able to keep her kingdom, but maybe she can also regain everything lost from the Dion Empire from the Martian Circle. When Salamanda got up and was about to leave, Princess Yo-Yo hurriedly hugged Salamanda and cried aggrievedly. Salamanda, please forgive me. I was really wrong. I beg you. I was really wrong. Let's go back to the past. In the past, I was always the lovely Yo-Yo in your heart. Cannot go back. No, we can go back. Let's start again. We will be happy together. Please don't leave me. The days without you, I feel more and more uncomfortable every day. Salamanda broke free from Princess Yo-Yo's embrace and felt extremely disgusted when she saw the woman's crocodile tears. Just as she was about to leave the box, there was a commotion outside. Princess Yo-Yo, who was still wanting to hold the Salamanda, frowned. The door of the box opened, and Ruelina came in with several sword and shield members, while Princess Yo-Yo's entourage was blocked by the sword and shield members. Princess Yo-Yo frowned and looked at Ruelina. Ruelina whispered something in Salamanda's ear, and then asked Princess Yo-Yo, Your Highness, we will be here for a few days. Is there any good place here so that our sword and shield members can live comfortably? Yo-Yo's eyeballs flickered for a moment, and then said, That's my palace. It's the most comfortable place to live. Let me arrange it. Then thank Princess Yo-Yo for the arrangement. Salamanda frowned. He didn't understand why there was this task. What was the purpose? Princess Yo-Yo was secretly happy. As long as Salamanda lived in her palace, then this man would not even try to escape from her grasp. At night, Princess Yo-Yo wears a faint gauze inside and an exquisite satin jacket outside. Tonight, she specially took a flower petal bath to make her body smell like a flower. She dressed up carefully, picked the most beautiful clothes, and sprayed on aphrodisiac perfume. Princess Yo-Yo is going to take down Salamanda tonight. Princess Yo-Yo went to the room prepared for Salamanda, followed by 4 court ladies. When they came to the door of Salamanda's room, there were still members of the sword and shield troops standing on the left and right sides. One of the sword and shield members stopped Princess Yo-Yo and asked, May I ask what the princess is doing here? I have something to discuss with the head of your group. His Royal Highness. Wait for a while. I will go in and report to the leader. Just as members of Sword and Shield were about to knock on the door, there was a knocking sound from the door, and Ruelina's cry came. Brother Salamanda, you are so amazing. Ruelina is so happy. Then came another woman's voice. Master, it's your turn to love me. Then there was another woman's voice. Master, after hurting the two of them, it will be my turn to hurt me. It really made me so happy just now, and I feel even happier. Barbaros is much more powerful. That man looks so strong on the surface, but unexpectedly, he is not useful. Mr. Captain, it is really great. Then another woman before said, yes, Barbaros once said that his princess wife can't satisfy him. I think he can't even satisfy his own wife. So he wants to find another woman to satisfy his vanity heart. It turned out to be a useless man. Then she went to Rueli and shouted, now I feel sorry for that princess. She married such a useless man, and the second man she married divorced last month. So she is probably also a useless man. When Princess Yu heard the shouts of the women inside the door, her expression became very ugly, even a little ferocious, while the maids behind her suppressed their laughter, some gloating in their hearts. Moreover, Princess Yo-Yo felt dizzy when she heard what these women said in the room. She didn't expect Barbaros, whom the man she loved so much thought to be very loyal to her. It turned out that he was unfaithful to her, and now she can't wait to dig that man's body out of the grave and flog him. The sword and shield member who was about to knock on the door turned around and came to Princess Yo-Yo, shrugged and said, I'm sorry, Your Royal Highness. Our team leader has business to do, and we can't meet with you to discuss matters at the moment. If we can wait for you, just stay here and wait. If you can't wait, please go back first. Princess Yo-Yo felt very hurt now, and even felt an anger that could not be vented, so she left the scene with an angry snort. In the room, Ruelina was standing in front of the door in uniform. Her body collided with the door and said a lot of misleading words, and there were two women behind her who also wore uniforms to cooperate with Ruelina. Salamanda was mainly sitting on the sofa, covering her forehead with her hands, not knowing whether to be angry or laugh. However, Salamanda recalled that when Princess Yo-Yo married Barbaros, she deliberately let him and another knight stand in front of her door, listening to the cries of pain and joy on their wedding night. Thinking of the painful things back then, and looking at the current things, I don't know what will happen to the woman outside. Then, there was a knock on the door. Ruelina opened the door cautiously. The woman is gone. Ruelina deliberately asked, what expression did she leave? With an angry and grim expression, he left the scene trembling with anger. Ruelina and the girls laughed. Salamanda now has a feeling of revenge. What Salamanda didn't expect was that the boss would arrange it like this. At the beginning, Ruelina told him that the task assigned by the boss was to stay in Princess Yo-Yo's palace first, and then send some members to conduct some investigations. Unexpectedly, Ruelina and two other female colleagues came to his room at night and told him that the boss had a task for the three girls. At the beginning, he didn't know what was going on, until the next scene he understood. And at this moment, he hated and annoyed Princess Yo-Yo even more. This woman dared to seduce him with tricks. I kind of want to poke my own eyes and hate myself for having blind eyes back then, but I didn't expect this woman to be such a shameless itch. Then the cell phone of the sword and shield member who knocked on the door rang, and he took it up to look, and finally laughed. Pushed the phone to Ruelina and the girls. It turned out that after Princess Yo-Yo returned to her room, there was a sound of broken ceramics or glass from the door. It is estimated that the woman was mad and threw something at her. The girls of Ruelina also continued to laugh. They were actually from the kingdom of Lonsord before. After Princess Yo-Yo was rescued, she did a series of things to separate them from their mother country. They don't want to work for this woman, and they don't want to return to any other country, because it's not worth it. The sword and shield member who knocked on the door received another message to tell everyone. Tell you that Princess Yo-Yo was very angry and ordered the palace staff to dig out Barbaros's tomb, and also asked those staff to flog the man's body, and then smash the body into ashes. Salamanda was just about to stand up and go to Princess Yo-Yo's room to tell her the truth of the matter. He really didn't want a dead person to have no peace after death and suffer the scourge of flogging the corpse. But Ruelina held Salamanda and persuaded. Brother Salamanda, I know you are kind, but don't forget that man deserves to die. Although he once became our comrade in arms, most of us don't know what to do. Admit it, and don't forget that he killed one of our wise kings, and this is his real fate. Then the other two women agreed. Salamanda fell silent, finally shook her head, returned to her sofa, and sat down. On the other side, Li Xiuqing watched the current affairs of Salamander together in Long Fei's office. Long Fei was lying on the table and laughing, while Li Xiuqing was laughing out loud. Li Xiuqing pointed at Long Fei and said with a smile, "Old Fei, why are you so bad, so wicked, and so black-bellied?" Yes, those girls made such misleading words, and the woman who provoked her went crazy. Dig out your dead husband and flog the corpse. I said, Xiuqing, you must have forgotten the information of that woman, right? Where did I forget? That woman is indeed a woman who should be beaten and killed. If it were me, I would have shot that woman long ago, killing this unfilial daughter for my king. And this woman hurt the man who loved her so much. That's right, Lao Fei, after you showed me those materials, I really felt aggrieved for that salamander. To be honest, if you meet such a woman, if you are capable as a man, you really have to teach this woman a lesson. By the way, Lao Fei, does your wife know this woman? I know, she can't stand it either. However, it is estimated that this woman's good days are coming to an end. Isn't it better to let her lose everything all at once, rather than let her lose it bit by bit, and let her live in fear and worry? Old Fei, you are really bad. In the palace of King Longsog, at breakfast time, Princess Yo-Yo invited Salamander, Ruelina, and others to have breakfast together. Princess Yo-Yo was furious last night, and Salamander dared to do such a thing to her in her territory. Princess Yo-Yo still doesn't understand that Salamander is not what it used to be, and she always regards Salamander as her licking dog back then. Salamander ate breakfast quietly. At this time, Ruelina deliberately said to Salamander, "Brother Salamander, let Ruelina and other sisters serve you tonight." The corners of Princess Yo-Yo's eyes twitched. Salamander cooperated and said, "Wow." In fact, last night, in order to prevent Princess Yo-Yo from suspecting that they were acting, Ruelina and two other female colleagues spent the night in Salamander's room together. The three girls slept on the bed, and Salamander slept on the sofa. Then Salamander said to Princess Yo-Yo, "His Royal Highness Princess Yo-Yo, I have something to explain to you." "Mr. Salamander, please speak. If you and your government have any dealings with our Tianyi mercenary group or other companies of the Tianyi group, I hope that you will be above board and not conduct shady transactions secretly." "Mr. Salamander, my government has always dealt with your group openly and above board, without any secret transactions." "Oh, really?" Salamander snapped his fingers. Ruelina took out her mobile suit and handed it to Princess Yo-Yo. Princess Yo-Yo took it over and looked at it. Her expression was very shocked, and she immediately explained, "I don't know about this matter. I will send someone to investigate immediately." Salamander directly raised his right hand and said, "No need. We've already found out, and we will deal with these people ourselves." Princess Yo-Yo immediately stood up and protested, "You are violating our country's sovereignty. Even if our country's officials are involved in fraud, it will be dealt with by our country's laws." Salamander said slowly, "His Royal Highness Princess Yo-Yo, you seem to have made a mistake. The land you are standing on now is the land of Tianyi Group. This land is assigned to you to rebuild the country. You have a certain degree of autonomy, but the sovereignty is in our hands, and according to the contract you signed at the beginning, once it involves our Tianyi Group, we have the absolute right to deal with it." Princess Yo-Yo was speechless for a moment. As Salamander said, "There is indeed such a treaty. Salamander, can't you take a look at the internet for the sake of our monarch and ministers?" "No, I have to do things for my current boss. This is my duty." After finishing speaking, Salamander stood up and said, "Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your hospitality. We have other things to do. Let's leave." Gone. The Salamander and the others that Princess Yo-Yo watched left the scene and angrily turned over the plates on the table. "Well, you Salamander, you are really ruthless." Princess Yo-Yo gritted her teeth and said bitterly. Princess Yo-Yo didn't want to know why Salamander did this to her. "I don't want to think about how she hurt the man who loved her so much back then. Today, all of this is the cause and effect she planted, but this woman doesn't think so. For her, Salamander should be her licking dog. It's a pity the woman didn't understand at all that the status of the two of them was different now. At the moment, the Longsog Kingdom has some secret contacts with the Tianyi Group. All the officials involved in fraud were taken away by the Tianyi mercenary group, and the vacant positions were still handed over to the Longsog Kingdom for arrangement. This is for Salamander to save a little face for the Longsog Kingdom, because according to the contract, Salamander can assign those vacant positions to certain people according to his own preferences, authorized by Long Fei. On the other hand, the Wanluo Federation has begun to hold a referendum on whether the incumbent president should be recalled or not. Except for the colonial satellites occupied by the Tianyi mercenaries, all the colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation held a referendum. After 8 hours of referendum, more than 60% of voters chose to remove the incumbent president. Purvi couldn't accept his dismissal, and even said that the election was fraudulent, but what he said was no longer heeded. In the end, the deposed president was finally invited out by officials of the presidential palace. He was then replaced by the vice president. The replaced Vice President Rice has now become the president of the Wanluo Federation. The commander-in-chief of the military, Powell, also announced at this moment that they are willing to follow the instructions of the current president. Rice listened to Powell's suggestion at this moment and announced that he wanted to negotiate with the Tianyi mercenary group. When Long Fei learned that Rice, the current president of the Wanluo Federation, was holding a press conference, he announced that he wanted to conduct peace negotiations with the Tianyi mercenary group. In addition to looking at the strategic version of the Type 0 system and giving advice, Long Fei also discussed with many generals. Many generals believed that the Tianyi mercenary group had the upper hand at the moment, so they could stop negotiating and fight a few more games first. After gaining a higher advantage, it would not be too late to negotiate again. Another part of the generals think that if we keep confronting each other like this, even if we really fight a few more games to gain a higher advantage, we will suffer a lot of damage. Then the other countries that have been eyeing the Tianyi mercenary group say maybe it will start to work. At that time, the negotiations may fail, and they will have to fight other countries. If there is more than 2 battles at that time, the Tianyi mercenary group may be in a very bad situation. Since the other party is willing to negotiate, it is the best result to take advantage of this time to reap the benefits and continue to develop. As the supreme commander of this battle, Major General Shrek believed that negotiations could be held. Major General Shrek had the same idea as those generals in the latter group. The strength of the Tianyi mercenary corps has made all the superpowers afraid. Major General Shrek further analyzed that if the fighting continues, in addition to the United Anglo-Saman People's Republic, other superpowers may also take action. Even if the systems of these superpowers are different, once they have the same number 1 enemy, it is not impossible to join forces. No matter how strong the Tianyi mercenary group is, it cannot withstand the cooperation of these superpowers. Therefore, the Tianyi mercenary group can't show their sharpness at this moment, and they can't let other superpowers be the number 1 threat to the Tianyi mercenary group's position. They must hide their sharpness at this moment. Major General Shrek's opinion is similar to the data conclusion given by the strategic version 0 system. It's all negotiating with the other party, and then reaping the maximum benefits from the negotiation. Long Fei decided to adopt the conclusions of Major General Shrek and the strategic version 0 system. Soon, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps announced that it could conduct peace talks with the Wanluo Federation authorities. While the 2 parties were negotiating peace, suddenly another big event happened internationally. At the same time, when the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Wanluo Federation were negotiating, Colony 3 has one of the democratic powers of Kataro, 20 colonies in total, under attack. The country that attacked Kataro is the Kingdom of Dion. The Kingdom of Dion is not attacking the Kingdom of Kataro. Instead, attack the pirate group in Kataro. Because a traveling ship from the Kingdom of Dion was kidnapped by a group of pirates when it sailed to Kataro. The Kingdom of Dion initially asked the Kingdom of Kataro to immediately send a rescue team to rescue the people of their own country. At the beginning, the Kingdom of Kataro agreed to the request of the Kingdom of Dion. However, Kataro's actions were slow, and relevant negotiating forces were sent to negotiate with the pirate group. In addition to the release condition of the lion opening its mouth, the pirate group even asked for many new weapons. Such a condition is unacceptable to Kataro. The matter dragged on for more than a month. The Kingdom of Dion protested several times and asked to join the negotiations. It also asked the Kingdom of Kataro to deal with it immediately without further delay. The Kataro state said that the conditions offered by the other party were too excessive, and they could not agree to it, so they could only continue to negotiate with the other party. Later, after the intelligence department of the Dion Kingdom learned of the hiding place of the pirates, the Dion Kingdom directly issued an ultimatum, and the Kataro Kingdom must solve the problem within 3 days. Otherwise, the Dion Kingdom will take action in person, and then don't blame the Dion Kingdom for ignoring it. Sovereignty of the State of Catalonia. The Kingdom of Kataro protested to the Kingdom of Dion, which was a violation of their national sovereignty. The Kingdom of Dion ignored Kataro's protest, and instead gave Kataro an ultimatum. 3 days later, the Kingdom of Dion directly sent a regiment-level fleet directly into the territory of Kataro Kingdom, heading for the place where the pirates were hiding. The Kingdom of Kataro sent troops to stop the troops of the Kingdom of Dion and warned the troops of the country to withdraw from the territory of the country, otherwise they would do it. The Dion Empire troops not only ignored the opponent's wrong warning, but directly sent Ms. troops to attack. During the battle with the Ms. troops of the Dion Empire, the Kataro Kingdom troops discovered that in addition to the ability of the Ms. troops of the Dion Empire to transform, they also found that some of them had MS that looked like Gundams. The only difference was that they did not have the signature antenna of the Gundams. The MS that looks like a Gundam, but the power it displays is as powerful as the Gundam of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. 3 or 2 strikes on the Ms. troops of the Kingdom of Dion wiped out the troops of the Kingdom of Kataro and headed to the hiding place of the target pirate group. Then, some special forces on the ground were sent to sneak into the battle, and then Ms. troops were sent to suppress and directly wipe out the pirate group. In the end, the troops rescued the hostages and left Kataro. This incident shocked the entire country of Kataro. The Kataro authorities made a diplomatic protest to the Dion Kingdom, accusing the Dion Kingdom of infringing on their country's sovereignty and even killing their own soldiers, demanding an apology from the Dion Kingdom and related compensation. The Kingdom of Dion directly rejected the request of the Kingdom of Kataro. The Kingdom of Dion also mocked the Kingdom of Kataro for not being able to handle even a small pirate group. What right does the Kingdom of Dion have to protest to the Kingdom of Dion? The Kingdom of Dion even issued a diplomatic statement that only other countries should compensate their own country, and no country should compensate foreign countries. The statement of the Kingdom of Dion humiliated the Kingdom of Kataro. The Kingdom of Kataro protested to the International Conference, asking the International Conference to uphold justice and allow the Kingdom of Dion to apologize and compensate the country. At the International Conference, even the countries with the imperial system could not say anything on behalf of the Dion Kingdom on this matter, because in this matter, the Dion Kingdom sent troops into the territory of other countries without the consent of other countries, which is a violation of the sovereignty of other countries. At international conferences, most of the countries of the imperial system remained silent on this matter. Then there was another round of voting, and the Dion Empire was required to make compensation and an apology statement to the Kataro Kingdom with an overwhelming vote of approval. As a result, the Dion Empire directly refused. Moreover, Dion Empire directly announced that it is very simple to ask Dion Empire to apologize and compensate them. As long as they win their Dion Empire is willing to offer an apology and compensation. The Kingdom of Dion even stated that if the Kingdom of Kataro is unable to make an apology and compensation from the Kingdom of Dion, it can ask other countries to help. But those countries that help should pay attention. That is the enemy of the Dion Empire, and the Dion Empire will definitely destroy it. The arrogance of the Dion Empire shocked the entire world. The Kingdom of Kataro was very aggrieved in this matter, and asked the International Conference to sanction the Kingdom of Dion. However, many countries are unwilling to join the sanctions against the Dion Empire. Many countries are willing to use their mouths diplomatically, but no country is willing to do something similar to the Dion Empire. Then, the Kingdom of Dion made a provocative diplomatic statement. If the Kingdom of Kataro really wants to make the Kingdom of Dion apologize and compensate, it can fight us. If the Kingdom of Dion cannot win against the Kingdom of Kataro in 2 weeks, then even if the Kingdom of Dion loses, they are willing to make all compensations and apologies. The authorities of the Kataro Kingdom fell silent directly, because the Dion Empire sent a regiment-level fleet, which easily wiped out troops several times their size. The silence of the authorities of the Kataro Kingdom caused the Dian Empire to beat back. The diplomatic statement of the Dian Kingdom stated that if Kataro dare not fight this battle, then he will make relevant compensation and apologize for the kidnapping of his nationals by the pirate group, the mental harm caused, and so on. If compensation and apology are not made, then don't blame the country for taking the initiative to teach the Kataro country, and the country will demand more compensation at that time. Not long after the Dian Empire issued a statement, 2 army-level fleets appeared outside the Kataro Kingdom. The Kingdom of Dian directly spoke to the Kingdom of Kataro. Should we fight? If you fight, see you on the battlefield. If you don't fight, Kataro Kingdom will immediately compensate and apologize to Dian Kingdom. This directly put Kataro in a dilemma. They were the ones who suffered the most, but they were forced into a dilemma by the powerful force of the opponent. The Kataro state authorities understand that they are the ones who will lose in a fight. The authorities of the Kingdom of Kataro could only apologize to the Kingdom of Dian and compensate them aggrievedly. Although this incident has caused some waves, it is common in the world that weak countries have no diplomacy, and strong countries bully weak countries. As long as a country is strong enough to a certain extent, it can do whatever it wants. Knowing that their country has been so humiliated, the people of Kataro protested to the authorities of their own country for their weakness. Many people even demonstrated and demanded that the president apologize for his weakness and step down. The president of the Kataro country also knew about this. He became a humiliating figure in the history of the country and brought humiliation to his country. In the end, the president of the Kataro country could only bow on the stage and then step down to resign as president. It was not long after Kataro state accepted such a humiliating apology and compensation. The negotiations between the Tiani mercenary group and the Wanluo Federation authorities have come to an end, and the two parties have also signed a contract. This incident surprised many countries in the world. Many people thought that the Wanluo Federation would repeat the mistakes of the United States. But I didn't expect that both parties could offer each other's conditions, and they could get each other's requirements after negotiation. Many people were surprised that the Tiani mercenary group was not as strong as it was when they negotiated with the United States. Of course, many analysts have analyzed why the Tiani mercenary group is not as strong as last time. The main reason was that at that time the main force of the United States had been basically defeated by the Tiani mercenary group, and the rest of the troops were reserves, and some troops were taken from other important places to fight. But in the subsequent battles, everyone saw that the United States lost even more miserably. After that, he was forced to sign more excessive conditions. On the contrary, the Wanluo Federation still has a certain main force. Even if the fight continues, the Tiani mercenary group will be damaged if they win. Moreover, the Tiani mercenary group didn't want to delay for too long, because if it was delayed for too long, they would suffer a lot. Both parties have concerns about each other. Therefore, both parties can basically negotiate on an equal footing at the negotiating table. The Wanluo Federation does not want to follow in the footsteps of the United States, and the Tiani mercenary group will try their best to agree to the conditions. The Tiani mercenary group received conditions and compensation. The Tiani mercenary group returned all the occupied colonial satellites to the Wanluo Federation. The entire Tiani mercenary group withdrew from the territory of the Wanluo Federation. On the other side, Long Fei and the generals are having a meeting at the moment. There was a huge three-dimensional projection screen at the meeting, and the content was that the Miz troops of the Dian Kingdom defeated and wiped out the Kataro Kingdom troops that were 3 times larger than them. One of the water blue MS looks like a Gundam, and its performance is very good. It is so fast that it leaves a trail. Wherever the trail passes, fireworks burst out. All weapons launch attacks to shoot down MS, such as Magic Wind. It can be seen that the driver of the water blue is very skilled. The performance of the airframe is no less than that of MKG and 100 Shiki. Moreover, this water blue MS was photographed on the battlefield. Not only one, but many were found. Many generals frowned. It seems that the military strength of the Dian Empire in the Martian Circle is estimated to be no less than that of the Tiani mercenary group. Salamanda, who was standing behind Long Fei, was familiar with these machines. Then, there are the battleships of the Dian Empire. The smallest one reaches 300 meters in length, and the longest battleship is at least 500 meters in length. The firepower is also very powerful. Basically, almost all warships are full-length energy-type battleship. These battle scenes, the black box records left by the authorities of the Kitaro state in those wreckages, the authorities of the Kitaro state secretly shared these videos with several superpowers. No anti-theft. These records were shared by Long Fei's home country to the Tianyi mercenary group. Why share it with the Tianyi mercenary group? There are a few guesses at the moment. The first is to hope that the Tianyi mercenary group will be vigilant against the Dian Empire. Of course, this possibility is considered unlikely by most members. Second, maybe Long Fei's home country felt that it could not compete with the Dian Empire in terms of military strength, and hoped that the Tianyi mercenary group would fight against the Dian Empire on the front line. After watching the entire battle, Long Fei asked Salamanda to explain. As you generals can see, the water blue MS, their name is Azure. They are mass-produced machines in the Holy Machine, and they are specially designed for adjusters or new human beings whose overall strength is not very strong. Humans drive. A general raised his hand and asked, Lieutenant Colonel, how long has this MS called Warlord been around? If calculated according to the calculation day of the first year of the universe, it has already been 5 years. Another general asked, so have they developed a newer and stronger holy machine? Returning to the general, when my companion and I escaped from the Martian Circle, we have already received information. It is said that they are already developing a new type of mass-produced holy machine called Blood Red. Special weapons, similar to our floating cannon weapons. Of course, the adjuster has no mental power, so there will be a wire-guided weapon as the weapon used by the adjuster driver. Another general also raised his hand and asked, there are mass-produced holy machines, so there are also special-made ones. So what about the performance of the special-made ones? Returning to the general, the basic performance is no less than that of the various Gundams developed by the boss. The special holy machine is mainly given to those particularly good new human pilots, and these special holy machines are all excellent new human pilots. Design. Then, Lieutenant Colonel, have you and your companions fought against these specially made holy machines in the Mars Circle? Yes, my companions and I paid a huge price at that time. At that time, some of my companions and I were new humans. We sacrificed nearly 50 MSs to kill a special holy machine MS. By the way, at that time, some of my companions and I were mass-produced sacred machines taken from the Dian Empire. Of the 50 MSs that were killed, 10 of them were blue, and all 10 blues were also killed in that battle. Destroy. Many generals at the scene lowered their heads and pondered. Salamanda's answer just now said that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also had similar results. There was an actual simulated battle between the red and blue armies, where 1000 style and 40 mixed Jiegong and Murasame defeated a true red Aegis Gundam at a cost that was almost wiped out. Then came their battleships. Their battleships were huge in size and strong in firepower, but the only thing was that they were so large that they were easy targets. Although the battleships of the Tianyi mercenary group were smaller, their firepower was not inferior to them. Long Fei asked Salamanda, Lieutenant Colonel Salamanda, are the warships shown on the screen the warships currently in service of the Dian Kingdom? Do they have newer models? Or are they larger or more special? Back to the boss, these warships are all the existing warships of the Dian Empire. As for whether there are newer types, I did not receive such information when I was still in the Martian Circle. But if it is bigger or more special, there are some warships, such as these special warships named after royal members. In terms of size, in terms of length, they exceed 600 meters. The generals present and Long Fei didn't expect that the battleship of Dian Empire would be so huge. Long Fei thought about it. It seems that he can't always use the battleships in the world of Gundam, but also use some sci-fi warships for research and transformation. Long Fei then asked, Lieutenant Colonel, do they have enough troops? Under the many years of civil war in the Martian Circle, the population has been around 500 million or maybe less, and the source of troops is not very sufficient, and some MS even use automated systems to fight. Li Jiaming asked Salamanda, as far as you observe, what aspects of the Dian Empire are better than our Tianyi mercenary group, and then what aspects are we better than the other side? Returning to the commander-in-chief, in terms of the size and carrying capacity of the warships, they are indeed better than our warships. Of course, the delivery capability is better than ours. In terms of ground force weapons and tanks, they are also better than ours, but we are not as good as our side in terms of UAV performance and automatic combat capabilities, and individual weapons are not as good as our side. Both MS and MS have their own strengths. The frontline command and dispatch of them is also better than our side in terms of large forces, and they are not as good as us in guerrilla warfare. The Tianyi Mercenary Regiment is not as fast and automated as our side in terms of logistics, such as manufacturing, supply, delivery, etc. What is worse than ours is that their transport ships have a huge delivery capacity, and they do not have our ability to break them into pieces. According to the Lieutenant Colonel, if we fight against the Dian Empire, what are our chances of winning? It's hard to say, because our side and the Dian Empire have their own strengths and weaknesses in general. If there is a real fight, it also depends on other comprehensive factors, such as the fighting spirit and morale of the combatants on both sides, and the most important thing is the commander. Command ability. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming asked Long Fei, "Boss, what do you think of this matter? What is our next course of action? We just need to be vigilant about this matter, and we need to continue to develop our Tianyi mercenary group. As long as the Dian Empire doesn't provoke us, we don't want to conflict with each other. Just continue to grow ourselves." At this time, a general asked Long Fei, "Boss, what if the kingdom of Dian intentionally provoked us, or something similar to the kingdom of Kataro happened to us? The Dian Empire dares to treat the Kataro kingdom like this, mainly because it has mastered the comprehensive strength of the Kataro kingdom. It is the same fate as the Yoda Republic we dealt with back then, and it may even be worse." Fix asked Long Fei, "Boss, what do you mean to say that the Dian Empire is actually a bullying master? Everyone is bullying and fearing hard. When the Tianyi mercenary group was first established, we had to admit as much as we were cowardly. Now we can achieve today's achievements because we worked hard to develop when we were admitting cowardly. There is today." Long Fei's words made the old courtiers who followed the Tianyi mercenary group from its establishment to the present feel deeply empathetic. It can be said that the development at that time has suffered so much aggrieved and helpless. The next policy of the Tianyi mercenary group is to continue to develop according to what Long Fei said. As long as the Dian Empire does not take the initiative to provoke them, then the Tianyi mercenary group will not provoke the Dian Empire. On the other hand, the strong military strength displayed by the Dian Empire has attracted the attention of many countries in the world. From some battle clips leaked to the international network, many military experts rated the military strength of the Dian Empire no less than that of the Tianyi mercenary group. Especially for a Gundam like MS, many military enthusiasts have initiated heated discussions on the internet. People who escaped from the Martian Circle claim that the Ace MS of the Dian Kingdom, which looks like a Gundam, is called the Holy Machine. Holy Machine and Gundam, which side is stronger and which side is more powerful? Many military enthusiasts hope that the two sides can fight to see. The Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic, the two superpowers of the democratic system, once had conflicts with the Tianyi mercenary group. There are some mass-produced Gundam wrecks left on the battlefield, and both countries have collected the wreckage of these mass-produced Gundams on the battlefield. After some disassembly and assembly, it was impossible to assemble a complete mass-produced Gundam. But in terms of movable bone marrow, part of the joints, both countries have figured out part of the technology. These two countries have fallen into a bottleneck in the development of technology. Some of the joint technology of the movable bone marrow has allowed them to achieve considerable breakthroughs in some technologies, such as the skeleton structure of the body. This allows them to improve the movement and flexibility of the new type of body they are studying. The teams of research scientists from the two countries side very much. The movable bone marrow may be a technology of the Tianyi mercenary group below the Middle Reaches, but this technology does not exist in this country at all. Even if there is no research on the movable bone marrow joint, it may not be possible until now. Break through the bottleneck you are stuck in. If the movable bone marrow is to be developed, scientists from the two countries estimate that it will take 10 years at the earliest, and it will be full-scale research and development, as well as the full support of the country and the injection of a large amount of resources. The teams of scientists from the two countries could not have imagined that Long Fei could develop such an advanced movable bone marrow by himself, not to mention that he also developed other more advanced technologies. On the other hand, the Hanxia Empire had bought several Yagama Ms. motherships, and the earliest one was dismantled. Researching the Minov's super-energy thermonuclear reactor, the team of scientists has also carried out reverse development in addition to conducting related research. Although the scientific team has developed a nuclear fusion engine for warships, the nuclear fusion engine for battleships is still unstable, and it may overheat and shut down or explode anytime, anywhere. However, nuclear fission engines have made considerable progress and breakthroughs, allowing their related technologies to directly progress for at least 10 years. Moreover, the nuclear fission engine is much more stable than before, and the required filter has even been developed to allow the original nuclear radiation to be filtered by the filter, reducing the hazards of nuclear radiation. The Yagama Ms. mothership was sold for almost a year and stopped production. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company did not give any reason. Then, the production line of the Yagama MS mothership later became the production line of warships, such as the Salami's modified space-light cruiser. Although the Yagama Ms. mothership is not produced much, there are about 18 ships, and the countries that have purchased it include the Russian Soviet Republic, the Eurasian Cross-Country, and the Garth Empire. Except for the Yagama Ms. mothership, which was dismantled and researched by these countries, other warships produced by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company were also warships of these powerful countries, including warships dismantled and researched by other countries. Although the nuclear power engine of the Salami's modified space-light cruiser is a Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactor, although it is a lower-level thermonuclear engine, but it has also become the research object of various countries. Although the technology sold by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company is not as good as the technology currently used by the Tianyi Mercenary Group, it has also been dismantled, researched, and absorbed by various countries. For these countries, the technology sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company is still advanced technology. Of course, not every country is capable of dismantling, researching, and absorbing them. Many countries do not have excellent teams of scientists, so they can only continue to purchase the ammunition of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. But no matter what, many countries have absorbed part of the technology in their research, which can make their military technology considerably improved. On December 28, 119, the first year of the universe, in a few days, people from all over the world are preparing to celebrate the new year. Today, an event that shocked the world happened. That is, the Kingdom of Dion attacked a democratic country. The reason is that a certain country detained a state-owned merchant fleet of the Dion Empire earlier. At the beginning, a certain country announced that they had received intelligence that the merchant fleet of the Kingdom of Dion had smuggled contraband and lethal chemicals. The Kingdom of Dion protested at first, demanding that a certain country explain where the information came from. But the country refused. The Kingdom of Dion later asked a certain country to apologize and compensate if it found out that there were no contraband and lethal chemicals. But a certain country did not make any response, only saying that they were investigating. In the end, it turned out that the state-owned merchant fleet of Dion Empire did not contain any contraband or lethal chemicals. The Kingdom of Dion directly demanded an immediate apology and compensation from a certain country. But a certain country only said that they only made mistakes in intelligence and did not make any mistakes, so there is no need for apology and compensation. This incident directly enraged the Kingdom of Dion, and the Kingdom of Dion then issued an ultimatum. If a certain country continues to fail to reflect on its mistakes and apologize and compensate its own country, then the subsequent consequences will be at its own risk. A certain country ignores the ultimatum of the Dion Empire, and a certain country clamors that they are a country that values human rights and democracy, and there is no need to apologize to a dictatorial country like the Dion Empire that has no human rights, let alone make any compensation. The Dion Empire directly let go, and your country actually said so don't regret it, and it's too late to apologize to the country in the end. On December 29, 119, the first year of the universe, all 8 colonial satellites of a certain country were occupied by the Kingdom of Dion. A certain country was defeated in one day, and the entire world was shocked. All government officials in a certain country, regardless of gender, are sentenced to be lowly slaves, and the people of a certain country are sentenced to ordinary slaves. However, there are some exceptions among the people of a certain country. That is, once they have the aptitude to discover new human beings during the test, then the Dion Empire will give them special treatment. Of course, even if their relatives are ordinary humans, they don't have to be sentenced to servants, but identity cards given to ordinary civilians. The 8 colonial satellites of a certain country were discarded, and they even sent a message to the world that any country that wants those 8 satellites can get them. A series of actions by the Dion Empire also shocked the countries of the world. They did not expect that human beings have gone to space to explore, and there is still slavery. Many democratic countries condemned the Kingdom of Dion for destroying other countries and treating the people of the country like this. The Kingdom of Dion didn't care at all, and instead issued a warning. If you don't want to think that a certain country suffers such harm, then it's best not to offend the Kingdom of Dion, otherwise that country will be a lesson for you. This time, no democratic country dared to continue to condemn the Dion Empire. The President of the Presidential Office of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic received the diplomatic ambassador of the Kingdom of Dion. Your Excellency, if your country wants to challenge its own country, it can do so openly. There is no need to find some younger countries to test its bottom line. The President of the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democracies looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that the president of the country under control would tell the Dion Empire all the causes and events, and even hand over all the information to the Dion Empire, in exchange for him not being judged as a lowly slave. By the way, what His Majesty the Emperor of this country appreciates is the opponent who challenges him openly. Even if His Majesty defeats the opponent who challenged him, he will give him great honor and respect, and he will not kill the opponent, willing to give the opponent a way out. But if the sneaky and indiscriminate people are used secretly, His Majesty the Emperor hates this kind of person the most. Such a person, His Majesty the Emperor will not let it go, and will kill the grass and roots. So His Majesty the Emperor send me down, order me to warn you, the President, and hope that you can do it yourself. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your people. Don't harm the people of your country because of your willfulness. Okay, I see. Thank you for the ambassador's notification, and thank your Emperor for your generosity. Okay, I'm just here to pass on a message. I've already sent these words to His Excellency the President. I think Your Excellency the President has a lot of work to do, so I won't bother His Excellency the President. Okay, come and see off the guests. After watching the diplomatic ambassador of the Kingdom of Dion leave, the President of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Annihilation of a country in one day, the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic can't do it. Emperor Samras III looked at the document report. I really didn't expect that the Tianyi mercenary group's anti-espionage capabilities are so high. They have discovered all the outstanding spies in the country, and they have been tricked by them. The masked man in black in front of Emperor Samras III did not dare to say anything, but just lowered his head and said in a respectful tone, His Majesty the Emperor, although all our spies and agents were eliminated by them, we have also received some information. Oh, what information? The Tianyi Mercenary Corps also has devices similar to ours for testing new humans. Compared with your own country, which side is more advanced? Please forgive me, Your Majesty, we can't find out which side is more advanced. How about the new humans over there? Are there many people? According to the current information, one of the 1,000 people on their side may be a new human being. Then it's rumored that many of the technologies of Tianyi Group were developed by their leader Long Fei himself, right? Return to His Majesty, the information we have collected so far, as the rumors say, it is true that more than 90% of the technologies were developed by Long Fei alone. Swallowing the starry sky, signing in to become a god. Oh, all the scientists in this country might not be as good as one dragon flying together. Your Majesty, do you want to get rid of Long Fei? Not for now. I still want to recruit him. Any question asked by Emperor Samras III, the masked man would tell the Emperor everything he knew. On the other side, there is a secret forest facility in the Dongyang Empire in the Earth Circle. The masked man Kuroda looked at the photo of Emperor Samras III of the Dion Empire in his room, with murderous intent in his eyes. The masked man Kuroda is actually not Kuroda at all. He is actually one of the members of the royal family of the Dian Empire and the younger brother of Emperor Samras III. Kuroda's real name is Fadina Samras. Samras is the royal surname of the Dian Empire. Fadina was originally the youngest son of the previous emperor, and he was also favored by the previous emperor. However, Fadina never thought about becoming emperor since he was a child, and he never thought about inheriting the throne. He originally wanted to be a happy prince. Even if his father passed away, the emperor had another brother to do it. He also just wanted to be a carefree prince. It's a pity that the talented third brother Fadis, the current emperor of the Dian Empire, was born as a commoner because of his mother. Although he has the talent to make countless contributions to the royal family, because of his mother's status, he was not only oppressed by other brothers, but also not valued by his father. Fadis launched a coup, killing his father and all his brothers and sisters. What happened back then was that when he was a teenager, his sister and matrilineal relatives sacrificed his life in order to let him escape from the Martian Circle. Almost all of them were able to let him escape to the world, and that year happened to be the year when the Martian Circle was catching up with the closed country. In the end, he came to the Earth Circle and came to the Dongyang Empire. His grandmother was a noble child of the Dongyang Empire. His grandmother's family took him in, and he, Fadina, changed his appearance and changed his name. Later, with his hard work, he joined the Amaterasu organization and even invested part of the technology he took away when he escaped from the Dian Empire into the MS project researched by the Amaterasu organization, the efficiency model, although it was only in Dian at that time imperial technical drawings. But after decades of hard work, he finally realized the synergy technology. He, Fadina Samras, is now Kuroda Castle, and he wants to avenge Fadis, his mother, sister, and relatives in his life. January 1st, 120, the first year of the universe, is the new year. Many countries are celebrating the new year. Although some countries were destroyed a few days ago, it has nothing to do with most countries and the people of all countries. What to eat, should drink, should celebrate, continue to celebrate. Long Fei is also on a rare rest day, spending time with his wife and children in the meteorite Babylon. Not only can Longhua and Longfu be hugged upright, they can even turn over by themselves. At the beginning, Longhua and Longfu hadn't seen their father, heard their voice, or smelled their father for a long time, so they almost couldn't recognize their father at all. If ordinary children encounter such a thing, they will be frightened and cry. But these two children are new humans themselves, and they also have strong spiritual power. When the spirit is attuned to their father, they immediately know that the man in front of them is their father. The two children were still yelling at Long Fei, as if they were Long Fei's father. Long Fei put the two children on his lap and let the children lean against his chest. At first, Tao Xiang thought that the two daughters would be scared because they hadn't seen their father for a long time, but unexpectedly, the two children recognized their father immediately. Fei, new human children may be different from ordinary children. Ordinary people will be afraid if they don't recognize their parents. But you see, they haven't seen you for a long time, but their spiritual power has connected with you. When attuned, they immediately know that you are the father. Perhaps the standard of ordinary children cannot be applied to new human children. When I was looking at some parenting books, generally speaking, many babies can't turn over until they are 3 to 4 months at the earliest. These two little ones started to turn over in just over 2 months. Then it was only born in September last year, and it's only been more than 3 months now, so it's grown too fast. Long Fei was a little lost in thought, wondering if the new human child's development is faster than ordinary children. Then Tao Xiang said, "A few days ago, I deliberately let these two little ones lie on the bed, but the two little ones actually tried to get up and sit on the bed, but they kept failing. Perhaps they have awakened the ability of new human beings since they were born. Perhaps this relationship may cause them to grow faster than other children. Husband, are there any other new humans in the mercenary group who are also married and have children? We need to check this. Maybe we can confirm from it. Will the new human children grow faster than ordinary human children?" Long Fei took out his mobile phone and sent someone to investigate, asking if any children of mercenary new humans were born in the same condition as his children. Are these two little ones different from ordinary children? I have a lot of energy. I basically don't sleep much during the day. I just like to play around. Sometimes I get tired, and the two little ones still want to play. Sometimes I give them to two nannies to take care of them and play with them. Sometimes both nannies suffer. Without the vigorous physique of the two little ones, I am now a little worried that when the two little ones can crawl and walk, then I will be tossed to death by the two of them. Listening to his wife's words, Long Fei looked down at the two little ones, but leaned on him very quietly and did not dare to move. These two little ones won't move in my arms. It seems that these two little ones should be more afraid of you. If it were me, these two little ones would just dangle around, not restless at all. Then, Tao Xiang picked up the two children one after another and put them on the stroller. A family of four just took a walk in the garden area, enjoying a quiet family time. By the way, there is still more than a month until the traditional festival. Don't you plan to go back to your hometown and spend it with your sisters? Tao Xiang asked Long Fei. I have this plan, and I have notified the relevant authorities. The sisters also want to see these two little ones. Yes, the three sisters will video chat with me when they are free, and they want to see these two little ones. It seems that the three sisters really want to hug these two little ones. Then it's time to prepare. After Long Fei stayed with his wife and children for a week, he returned to his home base and continued to be busy with his work. Today, Long Fei checked some report files. The content on the document was that the new human members of the mercenary group were married and had children after a week of inquiry. The children who discovered the mercenary new human beings, if they had already awakened the new human abilities at birth, would be the same as Long Fei's twin daughters. They would grow faster than ordinary human babies, and they would be born healthier. Moreover, Long Fei discovered something from the content of the document. The offspring of new humans may not necessarily be new humans. The main reason for this is that one of the parents may not be a new human being, but one of the parents is a new human being, and the child is not a new human being. Long Fei feels that this matter must remain to be seen. It is possible that the children of the new humans have not yet awakened the abilities of the new humans, or the babies who have not awakened the new humans. Their growth is no different from that of ordinary human babies. However, in any case, as long as one of the parents in the document report is a new human being, the baby born has a very high probability of being a new human being. As for whether it is awakened at birth or awakened the day after tomorrow, the current probability data is not accurate. However, if both parents are new humans, then the baby born will have a very high probability of 999% to be new humans. And at present, there are three couples whose parents are new human beings plus Long Fei and his wife, and all the children born have awakened new human abilities at birth. There are also reports in the content of the report. They also conducted inquiries and investigations on the children born to couples of ordinary human mercenary members. They found that out of the tens of thousands of ordinary human members, one member's child was awakened as a new human being, and the child's growth as a baby was just like Long Fei's twin daughters. The children of several members have awakened the abilities of new humans. And according to the report, most of these ordinary humans with new human children were born in the colony circle, and only one was born in the Earth circle. Long Fei guessed that it might be a colony born in the cosmic environment, or it would be easier to give birth to new humans or give birth to new humans. At present, Long Fei only feels that he is only making an estimate, and the conclusion remains to be seen. It seems that only the Dian Empire is very familiar with this kind of thing. Moreover, Long Fei also felt that the standard of ordinary children could not be applied to new human children. Long Fei checked the report file and found that the new human children's physical fitness, reaction, adaptability, etc. were stronger than ordinary human children. As for the IQ, they were about the same overall. On January 15, 120, the first year of the universe, Dongfang Wudi welcomed his uncle and cousin at the port of his mother base. Long Fei also waited for the arrival of the two at the port. Long Fei was very curious about the appearance of Dongfang Wudi's uncle Haogui and his cousin Chuanli, like those two Street Fighter characters in his previous life. Dongfang Wudi said apologetically beside Long Fei, "Boss, I have to tell you one thing. My master and teacher's wife also came with me. I hope the boss will forgive me for not notifying you. As long as Mr. Dongfang, your master and wife are willing to teach the mercenaries martial arts, this trivial matter is nothing." It's okay, it's just. Dongfang Wudi felt a little embarrassed. Teacher Dongfang, it's okay to be straightforward. It's like this. My uncle said that he can teach the mercenaries martial arts, and the master and his wife said that they are willing to teach the children in the school to learn martial arts for physical fitness. I didn't ask about that. In fact, what Long Fei said just now was only half joking. In fact, he never thought about letting Dongfang Wudi's master and wife teach the mercenaries martial arts. Dongfang Wudi alone is enough. Dongfang Wudi's teaching also improved the fighting skills of the Tianyi mercenaries. Teacher Dongfang, you take over your master and mother. But what about your parents? Don't you plan to take over the second elder? I have no parents. Your father Lingtang is no longer alive? No, I am an abandoned baby. My master and mother picked me up and brought me up. That's right. I'm sorry, Teacher Dongfang reminded you of something unpleasant. It's okay, boss. I've already let go of this matter. I just want to be filial to my master and mother. The airship landed at the berth of the port, the hatch opened, and two middle-aged men, a middle-aged woman and a young girl walked out. Among them, the older one has graying hair and wrinkled face, but has bright eyes and a strong figure, but is about 170 centimeters tall. The other one is younger, with darker hair, eyes that are not angry and self-imposing, and is stronger and taller than the older middle-aged man, with a height of about 180 centimeters. The middle-aged beautiful woman is standing next to the older middle-aged man. Her hair is a little white, and you can see the crow's feet wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. From the facial features, it can be seen that she was also a great beauty when she was young, with a medium height and rough hands. It can be seen that he is a practicing family. The young girl has a delicate appearance, with a pair of refreshing short hair side by side, a tall figure, and a pair of long legs, but it can be seen from the arms, his long legs, and her figure that she has a healthy figure. Dongfang Wudi greeted the master, uncle, and cousin. Dongfang Wudi introduced Long Fei to his master. Hello, Boss Long. Thank you for taking in me, a villain. Mr. Dongfang is serious. Teacher Dongfang is a rare talent in our Tianyi mercenary group. He is also the chief combat instructor of our Tianyi mercenary group. Without Teacher Dongfang's teaching, my fighting skills of Tianyi mercenaries are not as good as they are now. Sharp. Okay, I'm still worried that my apprentice didn't teach Boss Long's mercenaries well. Several masters, you may be a little tired after coming here all the way. Why don't you have a meal first, take a rest, and I will send you to arrange your accommodation. Good. Salamanda happened to be looking for Dongfang Wudi to discuss, and happened to see Dongfang Wudi's master and elders, and greeted several elders out of courtesy. Several masters, let me introduce, this Lieutenant Colonel Salamanda is also one of our fighting masters here. Hao Gui looked at Salamanda's hands and nodded, and praised. Young man, your hands look very well trained, and your fists are very strong. Senior, I laughed. I still have a lot to learn from Brother Dongfang. At this time, Hao Gui turned his head to his senior brother and said, why don't you let this young man fight Dongfang Wudi? I want to see what shortcomings this kid has and give me pointers. Okay, I wonder if the boss can arrange it. No problem, just a small matter. Then, in a fighting room, a lot of Tianyi mercenaries gathered. Apart from hearing the arrival of Teacher Dongfang's masters and elders, they also heard that Teacher Dongfang and Lieutenant Colonel Salamanda had another martial arts competition. The mercenaries are very excited and want to see the exchange of ideas between the two masters. Brother Dongfang offended. Please. Salamanda fisted together, set up a boxing posture and rushed towards Dongfang Invincible, and blasted Dongfang Invincible with a heavy straight punch. Dongfang Wudi dodged immediately, and Salamanda quickly punched Dongfang Wudi one after another. Dongfang Wudi still dodged one after another, but not all fists dodged. Dongfang Wudi had to block with his arms. Dongfang Wudi didn't just have to dodge and block, he grabbed the opponent's arm in an instant and used an over-the-shoulder throw. The moment Salamanda was thrown to the ground, she swept towards Dongfang Wudi with her legs, and Dongfang Wudi immediately blocked it with both hands. Salamanda immediately stood up and continued to rush towards the opponent, attacking the opponent with his knee kicks in addition to his fists. After dodging the opponent's knee kick, Dongfang Wudi immediately hugged and slammed Salamanda's waist with his hands and threw him on the back. Salamander immediately put her head in her hands to reduce the damage to her head. When Dongfang Wudi was about to fall back again, Salamander immediately hooked the opponent's knee with his right foot and attacked Dongfang Wudi with his right elbow. The beaten Dongfang Wudi immediately let go of the pain. Salamander immediately rushed towards his opponent, ready to continue attacking Dongfang Wudi, but Dongfang Wudi immediately kicked his knee, hitting Salamander's right knee. Directly let Solomon knock down and lie on the ground. Dongfang Wudi immediately restrained Salamander with arthroplasty. Although Salamander is stronger than Dongfang Wudi, it is difficult to break free when it is restrained by the joints. In the end, Salamander could only slap the ground and surrender. Hao Gui pointed out to Salamander, "Young man, your fists are strong and fast, but your weakness is that your knees are not strong enough to fight, and you are only good at boxing and have not learned other martial arts. You have to continue to strengthen your knee joints. You will lose to Dongfang Wudi, not because your martial arts talent is not as good as his, but because you have not learned other martial arts to absorb and improve your deficiencies, so try to learn as much as possible." Fighting skills, such as wrestling, grappling, etc., after the old man has finished handling his own affairs in the past few days. Young people, you can come to the old man when you have time, and the old man is willing to teach you. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. If I have time, I will ask Senior for advice. Then, Long Fei asked the staff to arrange a residence for Dongfang Wudi's master and elders. Then, Long Fei called Salamander over. Eastern Invincible has a dedicated Flash Gundam, and you also have a special Gundam for you, the Ultimate Star Gundam. You should go to the hangar and test your dedicated Gundam. Okay, boss. In February 120, the first year of the universe, the whole country of the Hanxia Empire was extremely lively, because this month was their traditional festival. Yongsheng City was very lively today. Many reporters were preparing to shoot with long-range cameras in the rich area, but they were also driven away by Tianyi mercenaries. Long Fei took his wife and children back to his hometown to celebrate traditional festivals. Long Guo and Long Fu can already sit upright on their stomachs. The two little ones are playing with their aunt, third aunt, and great-grandmother. The two little ones even want to learn to crawl. Long Fei sat aside and watched his two little ones play with his sister-in-law, third sister, and grandmother. Tao Xiang was preparing in the kitchen with her eldest sister, second sister, Long Huiwan, and Aunt Li. Solanum Nigrum asked Tao Xiang, "Tao Xiang, I always feel that you have lost a lot of weight recently." Tao Xiang replied while breading dumplings, "Sister, I'm not thin. This is my figure. I just gave birth and gained 15 kilograms. It took me several months to lose weight." On the other side, Long Fei was in video communication with someone in his room. "Okay, let's go then." After the two ended the video communication, there was a knock on the door, and it was his wife calling. "Husband, come down to eat." "Okay, I get it." There are 2 plates and 1 bowl in the center of the dining table, and the 2 plates and 1 bowl are as big as a wash basin. 1 plate is dumplings, 1 plate is pot stickers, and the bowl is soup wontons. The traditional festival of the Hanxia Empire. Note, it has nothing to do with reality. This is the traditional festival of the fictional world created by the author. Dumplings, pot stickers, and soup wontons are the must-eat foods on the day before the traditional festival. Making dumplings and eating dumplings represent family reunion. Pot stickers represent the end of a year, no matter how hard it is, to collect the results. Soup wontons, which means that if there are members of the family wandering outside, when they return home, the family must add a bowl of soup wontons to the members who return home from wandering, which means that no matter how hard it is outside, there is a warm home to prepare a bowl of hot soup wontons waiting for you to come back to eat. Solanum Nigrum first presented a bowl of hot soup wontons to his younger brother, and then gave a bowl of hot soup wontons to his sister-in-law. Solanum Nigrum then took 2 plates and served dumplings and pot stickers to Butler Wu and Aunt Li. "Butler Wu, Aunt Li, this is for you. Thank you for taking care of me all the time. Miss, it's too serious." Then, Solanum Nigrum served a small glass of white wine for everyone. "Everyone, here's to our family reunion. Cheers. Let's eat together." While everyone was eating dumplings, pot stickers, and soup wontons, 2 sisters, Long Guo and Long Fu, sat in baby chairs and watched the elders eat delicious food. The 2 little ones let out a wow-wow sound. and when everyone looked at them, the two little ones shouted at the same time, "Well!" Everyone laughed together, and the two little ones wanted to eat too. Solanum nigrum asked Tao Xiang, "Do these two little melons usually eat anything else?" They were given some baby food and some baby porridge. The Longwa sisters continued to yell, and even kept patting the baby chair tray with both palms, as if protesting that the elders should not be the only ones eating. "We can only watch us eat too." Okay, you two little ones, don't worry, Mom will make it for you to eat." Tao Xiang took a small bowl, filled a bowl of soup wontons, took out the chaotic stuffing inside, crushed it with a spoon, and then put the crushed stuffing into the bowl and stirred it. Then, take out a small spoon to cool the soup, put the minced stuffing and soup into the elder daughter's mouth first. The eldest daughter pricked her mouth after drinking the soup and eating the stuffing, with a very satisfied expression. The youngest daughter watched her sister eat, and she didn't have anything to eat, and she started crying with a crying voice, as if protesting with her mother. "Oh, don't worry, it's your turn." Tao Xiang took another small spoon, blew cold soup, and fed it into the little daughter's mouth. Long Fu let out a satisfied cry. Longwa opened his mouth and waited for his mother to feed him. Everyone was amused by these two little ones. After feeding the children in Taoxiang for about 10 minutes, Long Fei put down the bowl and chopsticks, and took the bowl and spoon from his wife. "I will feed these two little ones. You can continue to eat. Otherwise the food will not taste good when it is cold." Long Fei fed for about 5 minutes. Almost finished feeding the soup and soup in the bowl, the two little ones stopped opening their mouths, and instead patted their stomachs with both hands, as if telling their father that they were full. "You two little ones." Long Fei reached out and pinched the round faces of the two daughters. After everyone finished eating, Aunt Li and Butler Wu started to clean up. Everyone is resting in the garden pavilion. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two little ones were ready to go to bed. Tao Xiang put the two daughters in the stroller and was about to push them back to the house, so that the two children could go to sleep. The sound of firecrackers and pictures of fireworks blooming came from the sky. It was the first time for the two little ones to encounter such a scene. Their eyes were wide open, watching the scene of the fireworks blooming in the sky. The two little ones were very excited to see it, and even smiled and clapped their hands. The two little ones kept watching the fireworks intently. Long Fei and his wife each picked up a daughter, so that the daughters could see more clearly. The two daughters kept screaming with joy. About 15 minutes later, there were no fireworks in the sky, and the couple prepared to take the children into the room and let the two little ones sleep. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the fireworks bloomed in the sky again, and the sound did not wake up the two familiar little ones. On the third day of a family tradition, an unexpected guest arrives. Su Jingyun came to Long Fei's house. Of course, she was in disguise. Su Jingyun looked at the round baby faces of Long Fei's twin daughters, and the mother's love in her heart suddenly flooded, and she couldn't help kissing the two babies' faces fiercely a few times. Su Jingyun asked Long Fei and his wife, "Can I be the godmother of these two children?" This sentence directly shocked the whole room. The princess goddaughter. This is something that no one thought would happen. Su Jingyun asked, "Can't you?" Long Fei immediately replied, "Princess is willing to be their godmother, but it's too late for me to promise. Why can't I?" "Okay, from now on, I will be the godmother of these two little ones." Su Jingyun took out a pair of precious jade pendants from her bosom. "Come on, Guogua returns Fufu. This is a gift from the godmother for meeting you." Su Jingyun put it on for the two little ones. The two little ones didn't know what the jade pendant was at all. They held the jade pendant in both hands and sucked it directly in their mouths. Guogua, Fufu, jade pendants are not for eating, but for wearing. "Princess, these two little ones are usually very greedy." Tao Xiang said, "Are they able to eat other things?" "Baby food is available." Then, Tao Xiang and Su Jingyun each sat in the gazebo with a child in their arms and talked. Long Fei looked at Su Jingyun from a distance. He actually felt that this princess was interested in him more or less when he was in college. But at that time, he didn't think about falling in love. He only thought about what he had to do. Long Fei could only feel a little guilt towards Su Jingyun, and he could only hope that Su Jingyun could find true love. In February 120, the first year of the universe, on the 8th day of the Hanxia Empire's traditional festival, A regiment-level fleet of Tiani mercenaries arrived at the 13th branch base of the Uya Cross Kingdom. The person in charge of the 13th sub-base welcomed the arrival of the boss. Long Fei would come to Uya Cross Country mainly because of invitation. Because the day after tomorrow is an international meeting held by the Uya Cross Country, the host of this meeting is Pope David. Leaders from various countries in the world have come to the Uya Cross Country. Long Fei was specially invited by Pope David as a special guest of this meeting. The content of this meeting is mainly to get along with each other. The main target is the Kingdom of Dion, and all countries must sign some convention conditions during the meeting, and they cannot directly go to war to destroy other countries because of certain things. Long Fei left his wife and children in his hometown, and brought only a part of the troops, most of which were still in the 14th sub-base. Saint Asena personally entertained Long Fei. Besides Saint Asena, several ministers from Long Fei's mother country also met with Long Fei. Several people are discussing things in the palace of the saint. Shu Tailong asked Long Fei, "Boss Long, do you know what happened in the first month of this year?" Long Fei understood but pretended to be confused and asked, "I don't know what the minister said." Dion Empire directly destroyed several countries due to some incidents this month. Oh, directly wiped out a few countries that offended them. Offended? That's not an offense. It's just that some of their civilian spaceships disappeared near those countries. The Dion Empire just started asking the country to conduct a search, but the vast universe is so big, it's not so easy to find a ship. As a result, the Dion Empire directly took action on the grounds of kidnapping its own people and directly destroyed his country. Long Fei is also aware of this matter, and Long Fei also knows that one of the countries that were destroyed is still a royal country. Those countries that the Dion Empire destroyed would take almost all the local people away. Long Fei once learned from Salamanda that the civil war in the Mars Circle resulted in the death of more than half of the population. Long Fei estimated that maybe the Dion Kingdom used an excuse to destroy some countries and take away the local people, probably for the sake of population. But Long Fei really couldn't figure it out. If it was for the sake of population, then they could use their superb technology to attract high-quality talents to join their Dion Empire, and there was no need to do such a weird thing. Doing so will cause some patriots to backlash, and even those original citizens will rebel. Wouldn't it bring disasters into the country? What made Long Fei even more puzzled was that this country still had a slave class system. As long as the people taken away were ordinary humans, if they were lucky, they might get an ID card for ordinary people, and if they were unlucky, they would be slaves. Shu Tailong looked at Long Fei and thought, and the Saint Aina didn't speak to the other ministers. Long Fei shook his head and said, "Why would the Dion Empire do this? I really can't figure out this kind of thing. It should be the ministers and you political figures who manage the country who know better. How can I, a businessman, figure out the politics, things?" The Saint Aina said, "Boss Long, don't get me wrong. We will talk to Boss Long about this matter. The main thing is that we have heard something about the Kingdom of Rainik and the Kingdom of Longsog before. The Emperor Samras III of the Kingdom of Dion, Boss Long and Boss Long, are also new humans. Since Boss Long and Samras III are both new humans, they should be able to understand each other better. Even though he and I are new human beings, although new human beings have some special abilities and can sense the existence of the same kind, it doesn't mean that new human beings can have the legendary mind-reading skills and can see what each other is thinking." At this time, Long Fei suddenly looked up at the ceiling. Several people were very puzzled. The Saint Aina asked, "Boss Long, what's wrong?" "The Emperor Samras III and his subordinates have come to the outside world." Saint Asena and several ministers all looked at their Mu Liao, who would immediately conduct an investigation. Soon, these Mu Liao's eyes and expressions were very shocked, and they nodded to their masters. Saint Aina asked, "Boss Long, this is the ability of your new humans." "Yes, including me and my new human subordinates, and the Emperor including his new human subordinates. We all sense each other." In the outer space of the Earth, a huge battleship with a total length of 1,500 meters, a width of 800 meters, and a height of 80 meters is surrounded by dozens of warships with a total length of more than 500 meters as escorts. The name of this huge warship is Fades, which is the ship of the current Emperor of Dion Empire, Fades Samras III. Fadi Samras III sat on his throne, and beside him stood a guard of a black-haired man wearing a knight's uniform with a sword hanging from his waist. Fardis and his guard knights frowned. Oh, it seems that there are a lot of new humans at the destination, and most of them are gathered together, Fardis said while sitting on his throne. The guard knight next to him was his personal guard captain, and Julius immediately asked his subordinates to investigate. Soon received the investigation report from his subordinates. Your Majesty, after investigation, it is the 13th sub-base of the Tiani mercenary group in the Uya Cross country, where many new humans have gathered, and there is an excellent new human who is stronger than these new humans, located in the Pope's palace. Julius, who do you think is the new human in the Pope's palace? Long Fei, the leader of the Tiani group, will be there. According to the information received by our country's intelligence agency, he is here on a special invitation. Julius, I want to hear your suggestion. How would you deal with Long Fei instead? At the moment, if you can recruit him, recruit him. If you can't recruit him, don't offend him for the time being. What do you think of the Gundam he developed? No less than the holy machine of our country. Fadis was on the plane on his armchair, and his fingers touched the plane a few times. Several three-dimensional figures popped up in front of Fadis. Julius, I'm very curious about the cyan particles emitted by these Gundams. It is rumored that they have infinite energy. Julius looked at his emperor in shock. Julius, do you think I'm joking with you? No, I was very shocked. This is a technology that scientists in this country have not been able to develop until now. So, I also want to send people to arrest these Gundams and study how their power devices can achieve unlimited energy. At this time, a general told Fardis that they were going to land in the Uya Cross country. The Fardis and the 3 frigates landed on the elevator under the instructions of the person in charge of the electromagnetic orbital elevator of the Uya Cross country and landed. The rest of the warships are in outer space. When the international reporters photographed the battleship of the Dion Empire, they were shocked. The huge battleship shocked everyone's eyes. The Dion Empire's fleet landed at the International Ascension Spaceport. Pope David led the important bishops and his personal guards to personally welcome the arrival of Fadi Samras III. Fadi smiled at Pope David. Your Excellency, I look at the Earth from outer space very beautifully, and it falls in its current position. The scenery around you is very beautiful and pleasant. Your Excellency Fadis, I'm so grateful. Mars has now become a beautiful planet with your powerful technology. Your Excellency, this is different. Your Earth's landscape is formed by nature, unlike ours, which is different. The beauty of nature is the most beautiful. After a few pleasantries, they shook hands in front of many reporters. Fadis and his guards arranged in the most luxurious hotel in the capital of Uya Cross country. After that, Fadis came to the Pope's palace under the leadership of the Pope, and Pope David introduced the leaders of various countries to Fadis. The strength of the countries participating in the parliament is above the second-rate strength. Everyone maintained diplomatic etiquette, kept smiling, and shook hands with leaders of various countries. Then at the press conference, the Pope stood in the middle and took pictures with all the leaders of the countries participating in the meeting. Then, the Pope announced publicly that they had invited a special guest to join them in council. Let me introduce our special guest to the media. The leader of Tiani Group, Long Fei, is our special guest in today's parliament. Yavin Library. Captured by the cameras of international media reporters from various countries, Long Fei came to the stage, first shook hands with Pope David, and then shook hands with His Majesty. Then, shake hands with other world leaders. In the end, Long Fei and Fadis both sensed each other's spiritual power when they shook hands. When the two sides looked at each other, media reporters from various countries were filming the interaction between the two, and the reporters and people watching the live broadcast, including the leaders of the countries at the scene, noticed that both sides were sneering at each other. After the two let go, Long Fei stood between Pope David and Su Weiran. Then, Pope David led the leaders of various countries and Long Fei to a closed meeting for a meeting. On the way there, Su Weiran whispered beside Long Fei, "Why did you and Fardis sneer at each other when you shook hands? Your Majesty, this is the opinion that he and I disagree with each other. Is this the communication between the spiritual power of your new humans? It can be said that although we don't have a deep understanding, We have already guessed each other's thoughts from the communication of each other's spiritual power. Fades, what do you think of this man? Your Majesty, are you asking about him personally or the exchanges between countries? Both. This person is very dangerous. When I shook hands with him, I felt that I was looking into the abyss. I don't understand this kind of political diplomacy between countries. If I really want to say how to deal with it, my suggestion, that is, Your Majesty still needs to strengthen your country's military strength, and of course the economy, technology, facilities, people's livelihood, etc. must all be improved, and conflicts should be avoided as much as possible, but preparations for all battles must still be made. You mean this person has the ambition to unify the entire world? I can't see whether he has the ambition to unify the entire world, but I feel that this person has great discrimination and contempt for ordinary human beings. Then what do you think of ordinary humans? Treat them equally, because no matter how you say it, new humans are the children of ordinary humans. In my heart, there is no distinction between new humans and ordinary humans. Su Weiran nodded and didn't say anything else. In fact, he was still a little worried about the ability of the new human, an evolutionary species among humans that he didn't know about. Will someone evolve into a new human? If so, it doesn't matter. If not, what should I do? He really didn't know how to deal with it in the future. During the meeting, the leaders of various countries were arranged in their respective positions, and each leader brought 3 important ministers or ministers. There is one more person beside Su Weiran, Long Fei. Long Fei sits behind Su Weiran, side by side with Shu Tailong and several ministers. Because Long Fei is a person with the ID card of his home country, no matter what, Pope David still wants to give Su Weiran a face. The meeting of the leaders of various countries is to discuss some new conventions. If the conventions are discussed, they will be placed in a formal international conference. All the leaders of the countries will vote, and the convention will be established with a majority of minority votes. First of all, the new agreement cannot send any troops to violate the borders and all sovereignty of other countries, because the people of one's own country are kidnapped by a pirate group within the territory of a certain country, or disappear near a certain country's borders. In any war, the victorious country cannot take away the people of the defeated country without their consent. Then, there are many things to discuss. The first 2 agreements are mainly aimed at the Kingdom of Dian, and the Kingdom of Dian is restricted from finding an excuse to attack other countries at will. For countries that violate the first 2 conventions, any country can jointly attack and initiate sanctions. These 2 treaties were proposed by the European and Asian cross-country a long time ago, but many countries, especially powerful countries, do not agree. This time, except for the Dian Empire, basically all the countries participating in the meeting agreed. It's not that the conscience of the leaders of these countries has discovered it, but that they all have a common object of fear, and they want to use this convention to constrain their goals. As the special guest this time, Long Fei did not participate in or speak out on many topics. In terms of new humans and adjusted humans, Long Fei stood up and expressed his views. New human beings, adjusted human beings, and ordinary human beings all bleed red. They are all human beings. No one is special than the other. Some are just the same life and the same equality. They are all subject to birth, old age, sickness, and death. There are special things, but this is no different from some geniuses born to ordinary humans. They all have some special talents. If the new humans and adjusters have not discovered their talents, they are actually no different from ordinary humans. What? I think new humans, adjusted humans, and ordinary people are all the same, without any privileges, and all have the same human rights and equality. All the countries on the scene, except Dian Huang, gave warm applause to Long Fei's announcement. Fades of the Dian Empire raised his hand to express his disagreement with Long Fei's views and opinions. Mr. Long Fei, what you said is very good, but I don't agree with you. The new human is a natural evolutionary species among human beings. It must be admitted that it is superior to ordinary human beings. Although the adjusted human is a special species artificially created, but no matter what, they are better than ordinary people, and the status of adjusters must be higher than ordinary people. Long Fei looked at Fades, and Fades also looked at Long Fei. The leaders of all countries paid attention to the interaction between the two. His Majesty the Emperor, In your mind, if the new human beings are better than ordinary people, they must have the right to be superior to others. This is your opinion, but in my opinion, everyone is equal, and there is no distinction between high and low. Then I ask you a question. Why do humans have new humans that evolve naturally? His Majesty the Emperor, it's hard for me to answer your question. I can only say that it's like there are some children with high IQ among ordinary people. So children with high IQ, will their offspring have the same high IQ as their parents? There is still a certain chance in terms of genetics. Then Mr. Long Fei, as far as I know, you and your wife have already given birth to a child. Your child has been awakened since birth, right? Long Fei was silent. All the people in the meeting were very surprised. Mr. Long Fei, for a child born to a new human, as long as both parents are new human, the child will be 100% new human. This is the result of decades of research and observation in this country. If the parents have one of them is a new human, and there is a very high probability of at least 80%, and the child born is also a new human, and in terms of awakening, more than half of them will be awakened at birth. Fadis made Long Fei fall into some contemplation, because the children born to new humans he knew so far were just as Fadis said. Fardis continued. As for the children born to ordinary humans, it can be said that close to 1% can give birth to new humans. His Majesty the Emperor, what do you mean that the new human beings should enjoy the privileges as you said? That's right. The new humans have powerful special abilities. If you want the new humans to give up their powerful abilities, you should give them better treatment and privileges. It's even okay to be superior in status. Then, Your Majesty the Emperor, your country has a class system like you said, right? Yes, new humans should enjoy the highest treatment, and adjusted people should also enjoy a higher status than ordinary people. The leaders of all countries frowned when they heard what Fadis said. At this time, Long Fei asked Fadis directly, Your Majesty the Emperor, let me ask you 2 questions. Mr. Long Fei, please tell me. First, were the first new humans born of ordinary humans? Second, were the first adjustment humans created by ordinary humans? Fadis frowned, but replied truthfully, Yes, both. Okay, Your Majesty the Emperor, since you have said so, then I will say something bluntly. You and I are both new humans. Can we exist without ordinary humans? To put it bluntly, new humans are fine. Adjust people, that's right. Without ordinary humans, what are we? As our old man once said, without me, you're nothing. Ha ha ha. At the meeting, many people laughed. Mr. Long Fei, what you mean is that whether new humans or adjusted people should enjoy the same status as ordinary people. New humans and adjusted people should not be given special treatment. Yes, I think that if you want special status or special treatment, you should fight for it with your own hands, rather than relying on any system or policy to give specific ethnic groups. Then, both of them expressed their views on each other in the conference room and disagreed with each other's views. Both debated for an hour. Pope David, the moderator of the meeting, tapped the table with a wooden hammer. Everyone, what status or privileges should new human adjusters have? Why don't leaders of various countries think about whether they should be treated equally or differently? This is determined by the internal affairs of each country. Then, continue to discuss other conventions. However, in this meeting, everyone could see that Long Fei would definitely not side with Fadis. In today's meeting, Long Fei felt that Fadis was extremely repulsive to ordinary human beings. After the meeting, Long Fei was arranged by Saint Aina to rest in one of the rooms of the Pope's palace. Long Fei contacts Salamanda. Boss, what can you do for me? Let me ask you, when you were in the Mars Circle, the Dion Empire generally, what was their attitude towards ordinary people? Basically, it has no status. Unlike new humans or adjusted people who want to buy houses, cars, and other things, there are discounts. Sometimes even new humans or adjusted people beat ordinary humans with their hands. On the contrary, if ordinary people beat new humans or adjusted humans, they will be punished very severely. Then if it's a war, are ordinary people going to the front line? Yes, in the kingdom of Dion, ordinary people are consumables. No matter how hard ordinary people work, it is difficult for ordinary people to have a decent status in this country. Fadis, this man is too dangerous. Boss, I heard something. What's up? Fadis has a great rejection of ordinary humans. No matter how many ordinary humans die, he doesn't care, even if ordinary humans are extinct. It appears this man is a tyrant and racist in disguise. Long Fei asked Salamanda. By the way, are there any relatives of yours in the Martian circle? No, they all died in the war. Okay, I get it. After Long Fei hung up his phone, a Tiani mercenary wearing a Spartan suit too appeared behind Long Fei. Boss, our scanner has discovered an invisible army, and this army must use the phantom particle scanner to find it. The troops of the Dion Empire? Yes, and we found them. And they found our invisible brother. It seems that their technology is not inferior to ours. What should we do about it? Wait and see. Yes. The Tiani mercenary became invisible again. Then, in the closed-door meeting for the next few days, Long Fei, as a special guest, did not make any suggestions and kept silent watching the speeches of the leaders of various countries. The negotiated agreement is currently only the result of discussions, and whether it can be passed will require a majority vote at an international conference. After the meeting, Fardis sent envoys to meet Long Fei and extended an invitation to Long Fei, saying that the emperor of his country wanted to meet and have a meal with Long Fei. But Long Fei directly refused, on the grounds that he had nothing to discuss with Fardis. I have unified the entire Martian circle for so many years, and it is the first time I meet someone who dares to reject me. It is interesting. Fadi sneered. Julius turned to Fardis. Your Majesty, does this person want to? Making a throat-slitting gesture. Fardis raised his hand and said, No, let this person go for now. The infiltrating troops I sent were discovered by his stealth troops. It is very difficult to get rid of him, and I don't want to provoke this person first. We still have important things need to be done. Yes. After the meeting, Long Fei left the Uya Cross country and returned to the 14th branch base. Looking at the warships of the Dion Empire not far away, Long Fei felt that it was necessary to study a new type of warship. After reuniting with his wife and children, he set off to return to the mother base the next day. Long Fei was playing with his daughter in his own room. Long Gua and Long Fu seemed to find that their father was absent-mindedly playing with them, so they yelled, as if they were protesting that their father did not play with them seriously. When Tao Xiang lay on the bed and watched the interaction between her husband and the children, she also found that her husband was absent-minded. What's the matter? What happened these days? Makes you restless from time to time. Long Fei smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Seeing her husband's behavior like this, Tao Xiang knew that there must be something wrong. Seeing her husband not talking, Tao Xiang knew that her husband had something to say, but she didn't want to. Long Fei was looked at by his wife, so he could only say, I feel an ominous premonition. I feel that there will be a very terrible war coming, and many innocent people will die in this war. Tao Xiang frowned and asked, Then when do you think this war started? Who started it? Which country started it? I think it might be initiated by Fadis, the emperor of the Dion Empire. He may carry out a massacre of ordinary humans. I don't know how many ordinary people he wants to massacre, or an action to eliminate ordinary people. When Tao Xiang heard this, her whole body shuddered. Then you want to stop that emperor? Stop it. I don't have this plan for the time being. To be honest, when I fight with him, no matter who wins and who loses, or both lose, the ordinary people will benefit the most. Just imagine the abilities displayed by our new humans. Those ordinary people don't people fear? Especially those ordinary people with more extreme thoughts. They will definitely find a way to get rid of us new humans when we are both wounded. Tao Xiang was silent. She was no longer the one who would not hesitate to help when she saw someone in trouble. Now before she helps someone, she has to think about whether it will cause trouble and danger to her and her family, especially it's her two daughters. Then what are you going to do? Although I'm sorry for those innocent ordinary people, if that emperor really starts a war, we have to find a way to stay out of it no matter what. Then have you told your mother country? That said, I not only warned the emperor of my mother country, but also the Pope, and told him to pay attention to the emperor with the leaders of other countries, and make all preparations for war at any time. Yeah, the two little ones protested that their father was absent-minded again. Okay, Dad will pay attention. Come on, let's play again. Long Fei continued to play with his daughter. Tao Xiang lay on the bed, watching her daughters play with her husband. Tao Xiang leaned on her husband's back and said, My daughter and I will stay with you for a while at the mother's base. Well, good, Long Fei said with a smile. Since Long Fei had a child, when he was usually busy with work, he sometimes felt a little empty in his heart. When he was resting, looking at the empty bed, he thought of his wife and child. Sometimes I want to talk to my wife and see the twin daughters, but every time it is midnight, Long Fei really doesn't want to disturb the rest of his wife and children. Now Tao Xiang wants to take the child and live with him in the mother base for a period of time. Long Fei is very happy in his heart. In the outer space of the Earth Circle, the fleet of the Dian Empire, one of the frigates is relatively large, with a total length of 800 meters. In the bow of the ship, a red-haired young man is 70% similar to Fardus. He is the second son of Fardus, the second Prince Elisad. Originally, he came to the Earth Circle with his father. However, the frigate he was on did not land in the Earth Circle, and only his eldest brother attended the meeting opened by the Uya Cross Country with his father. Currently, his father is visiting the Hanxiao Empire, and he has received some news that his father is very interested in Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi group. Yeli Shaod learned from the information received by his subordinates that Long Fei is also a new human with extremely strong new human abilities. It is said that he debated with his father. When the two looked at each other, they did not back down at all. Mental power actually competed with his father. Elisad knew that there were not many people in the Dian kingdom who could compete with his father's spiritual power. What he knew was Julius, the guard knight beside his father, who was one of the few people in the entire empire who could barely compete with his father's spiritual power. Yelishad has always been inferior to his elder brother in status, and inferior to his third younger brother in favor. The eldest brother's grandfather is a duke, and his grandfather is only an earl. The third most favored brother is not only the grandson of another duke's family, but his uncle is also one of the great contributors to the unification of the Martian sphere. Although his contribution in unifying the Martian circle was greater than that of his elder brother and third younger brother, but his mother's birth was not as prominent as that of his elder brother and third younger brother's mother, which covered up his contribution. This also indirectly made his status not very high. Yelishad has always been dissatisfied with his elder brother, and even more despised the third. He is the best in terms of strength and grades since he was a child, but he happened to be the least liked by his father among the three brothers. Just because of my aptitude as a new human being, my comprehensive ability is not very high. My eldest brother awakened the ability of a new human being when he was 6 years old, and he was 8 years old. The third child has been awakened since he was born. If the age of the third child is calculated according to international standards, he is 18 years old this year. He is also the youngest child of his father at present, and his favorite third child. He was born very lively and cute when he was a child, and he often made his father happy, so his father loved him the most. The name of the third child is Alexander. Relying on his father's love for him, he often treats him like the second brother, and often doesn't even look down on the eldest brother. The second prince, the third prince took 3 frigates to chase the fleet of the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group. Alexandra, you bastard. Elisad knew what the youngest was thinking. Elishad immediately contacted his third brother. Third brother, don't mess around. Father admires this man named Long Fei very much. You can't do anything to offend him, so as not to affect your father's recruitment. Second brother, this person is very disrespectful to the emperor in the Uya Cross country. We must arrest this person and make him apologize to the emperor and let him understand his identity. Third brother, don't underestimate the other party. His military strength cannot be compared with those of those small countries. Especially the Gundam he developed is no less than our holy machine. If you go so rashly, you may bring yourself a shame. Second brother, when did you become so timid? I heard that you made a quick decision to unify the war in the Mars Circle. You were very brave. Looking at you now, I really suspect that these rumors of yours are fake. Alexandra spoke disdainfully and satirized his second brother, and then disconnected the communication line. You brat. Don't you know that you're causing trouble? Yelisad was very annoyed. At first he wanted to let the old man get a lesson, but then he thought that if the youngest was wronged, even if the responsibility does not lie with him, his father will blame him. Yelishad could only dispatch 2 frigates to chase the third child along with his ship. Colonel Pello, the captain of Torres II, reported to Long Fei. "Boss, there are several huge warships coming towards our rear, and the identification signal is Dion Empire. What are they trying to do?" A person who claims to be Alexander is the third prince of the Dion Empire. He has something to discuss with the boss. Long Fei also guessed the opponent's purpose. Tell him there's nothing to talk to him about. Alexander, who has red hair and handsome features, has annoyed and cruel eyes in his eyes at this moment. He didn't expect that someone in this world would dare to be so disrespectful to him and dare to reject him like this. "Okay, I invited you to talk in a nice voice, but you don't know what's good, so don't blame me for being rude. Send all the Miz troops to catch Long Fei alive." The Dion Empire has 3 frigates, Pokipi, with a total length of more than 500 meters. They are the most advanced frigates currently in service in the Dion Empire and can carry more than 40 mobile suits. The dispatch troop is the Black Sword Troop, one of the Royal Palace Knights. All Miz drivers are new humans. MS is a mass-produced holy machine. It is 18 meters in height, black MS, and has MS shaped like a bird and human form. It looks like Gundam, without Gundam's signature antenna, similar to the shape of Gundam size, and the propeller part is like a bird's wing, named Eagle Sword. Alexander also attacked. He wanted to take down Long Fei with his own hands, so that he could not only claim credit in front of his father, but also show off his achievements in front of his 2 brothers. Alexander drives a special holy machine, Haris, with a total height of 19 meters and propellers like unfolded bird wings. Helles led 120 Eagle Swords to rush towards Long Fei's fleet. The fleet that Long Fei is in is only a brigade-level fleet. This year, he returned to his hometown to celebrate the festival. There was no such large-scale return to his hometown as he did back then. Although the scale is not as large as last time, the fleet protecting Long Fei is an elite force, and Long Fei's direct troops, the Dire Hounds and the Sword and Shield troops, are the same formations this time. And this brigade-class fleet does not have Jie Gang and Murasame. After discovering that the Miz troops from the Dion Empire were coming towards them, Long Fei also knew the opponent's purpose, so he fought directly without warning. The Sword and Shield troops sent Hyakushikai and Delta MS. Salamanda does not drive the Ultimate Star, but drives another Gundam Delta Kai. Delta changed from special equipment, Nitro system to Sekimus system mind control device under the improvement of Long Fei, and the prototype Flying Wing floating gun was improved and became the official Flying Wing floating gun. From 2 to 4 pieces, the performance is also stronger than the original. The Dire Hounds dispatched Lingus, ZPLUS, and mass-produced Bull Gundam. 3 Malawian Quachas and Delta Plus also attack. A total of 180 mass-produced Gundams were dispatched to fight. Long Fei was wearing a spiritual Spartan uniform and sat in the cockpit of Neo Gundam, watching the current battle situation, while Tao Xiang put the 2 children on Long Fei's lap and followed her husband to watch the battle situation. The twin daughters looked at the device in Neo Gundam's cockpit curiously. Yellowshad was at a far distance behind. Watching the scene where the 2 sides were preparing to fight, he temporarily decided not to make a move, and it would be better to let his younger brother stumble. Yellowshad knew that the military strength of the Tianyi mercenary group was no less than that of their country, but his wayward and self-righteous younger brother didn't know that the MS of the Tianyi mercenary group was not inferior to them at all, and might even be slightly stronger than them. Alexander's frigate launched a wave of beam bombardment to cover the advance. Long Fei's fleet launched a wave of anti-beam missiles before the opponent's beam bombardment. Before the enemy's beam hits, the anti-beam missile has already exploded on its own, and strong anti-beam particles are flooding the front. The beam cannon rushed in front of the anti-beam particles and scattered like water. The anti-beam particles also became thinner and thinner under the continuous bombardment of the beam cannon. Helles led 120 Eagle Swords into the thin anti-beam particles. After the breakthrough, the enemy was already in full swing. All mass-produced Gundams attack. The whole machine is out of the way. Helles and Eagle Sword counterattacked at the same time as they dodged. In the battle between Eagle Sword and Mk3, the performance of the 2 is compared. The 2 sides fight 46 times. The latter has stronger firepower. The former has higher defense. The latter is faster, and the latter is more flexible than the former. So we must win. The negative depends on other factors, such as the strength of the driver, the state of the airframe, and so on. Eagle Sword versus Delta Plus. The latter is faster than the former. The latter is more flexible than the former. The latter is stronger in firepower, and the former is higher in defense. The battle between the two is 4 versus 6. The results obtained by ZPLUS and Delta Plus are higher, and the results of Ling Jesai are between the two. Eagle Sword 100 Styles Kai. The latter suppresses the former in terms of firepower, the latter is better than the former in terms of defense, and the latter is better than the former in terms of speed and flexibility. Eagle Sword versus Delta. The latter is better than the former in terms of firepower, the two are comparable in defense, and the latter is much better than the former in terms of speed and flexibility. The mass-produced Neo Gundam outperforms the Eagle Sword in all aspects of performance, especially when using floating cannons and wired-guided guns. The Eagle Sword is hard to defend against. The Gundam Delta Kai driven by Salamander and the Hay Race driven by Alexander fought against each other. The moment the two fought against each other, apart from discovering that they were new humans, they were also considered old acquaintances. Salamander. Alexander. Alexander hates Salamander very much, because Salamander often deflates him. Salamander and other companions are far inferior to his holy machine, and they can make him suffer every time. Every time Salamander outwitted Alexander, besides borrowing the strength of his companions, he also borrowed environmental factors and existing weapons. This time, the performance comparison of the MS driven by both sides is a little different. Gundam Delta is better than Hay Race. Hay Race fired the beam gun, and Gundam Delta Kai dodged one after another. The moment Gundam Delta evaded a beam of light, the long-distance mega particle cannon in its right hand counterattacked. Hay Race couldn't dodge, so he could only use the shield in his left hand to launch the beam layer to resist the mega particle cannon. Beep beep. The siren sounded, and the shield's beam layer had reached its limit against the mega particle cannon. Damn it, Alexander was a little annoyed. In the past, the performance of the opponent's MS was not as good as his, which could make him feel depressed. Now, the performance of the opponent's MS is higher than his, which made him feel like being pressed to the ground and beaten. Hay Race launched the beam cannons from both shoulders, and the Gundam Delta Kai dodged flexibly. In the past, we could only think of ways to outsmart, but now it's really a turn of events. Salamander pressed the button, and the long-distance mega particle cannon modified by Gundam Delta fired. OSHD. Hay Race was able to dodge at a longer distance this time. I didn't expect that we didn't gain an absolute advantage in this battle as usual. Tao Xiang said, looking at the current battle situation on the monitor. This is the Eagle Sword mass-produced holy machine, one of the opponent's royal knights. Its performance is better than our mass-produced Gundam MKG and Hayakushi. If it weren't for our mass-produced Gundam with better performance, plus only by having a larger numerical advantage than the opponent, can we obtain an advantage of 1:2.5, 1:3, and if the number is equal to the opponent, we may only be able to obtain a situation of 1:1.5, 1:2. It seems that the Tianyi mercenary group has met an opponent. The current policy of the Tianyi mercenary corps needs to be changed to a certain extent. In addition to the replacement of the mercenaries' mechatronics, maybe those special Gundams that have been put on hold for a while must also be manufactured. Yeah. The two little ones called out to their father, yeah, with fierce eyes and raised their fists, as if telling their father to fight and not to back down. The husband and wife were almost captured when they saw the cute appearance of their twin girls. Okay, Daddy knows. Daddy won't back down from the enemy. Tao Xiang glanced at her husband, put the two daughters in her arms, and then leaned on her husband's chest. On the other side, Gundam Delta changed to suppress Hay Race. Gundam Delta. The shield in the left hand fires a high-energy mega particle cannon. Hay Race could only dodge. The shield in his left hand had been destroyed. Hateful. Hay Race transforms into a chariot form, firing a powerful cannon, and the cannon can also sweep. Gundam Delta Guy was dodging the cannon, and the two flying wing floating cannons circled behind Hay Race in the form of a chariot. Hay Race, who was attacked from behind by the flying wing floating cannon, not only interrupted the firing of the cannon, but there was a vibration from the cockpit. Damn it. Alexander was very annoyed. Gundam Delta Guy fired mega particle cannons one after another. Hay-Race, in the form of a chariot, moved slowly and could only transform into a human form immediately and continued to dodge the opponent's example cannons. Gundam Delta Guy rushed towards the opponent, directly drew out the beam saber, and slashed at Hay-Race. Hay-Race could only draw out the beam saber to resist. An alarm sounded from the cockpit of Hay-Race, and the opponent's MS output was higher than his own. Alexander gritted his teeth and said, "You can only activate the enhancement mode." Part of Hay-Race's armor was cracked, and blue air flow was emitted from the cracked part. What? Salamander was a little surprised to see that the display showed that the output of the opponent's body suddenly increased and was slightly higher than his. Salamander looked at the screen in front of him and looked at the blue airflow emitted by Hay-Race's body. Salamander knew clearly that the other party had turned on the booster mode. Hay-Race's speed, agility, and output have all increased by 30%, and he fought back and forth with Gundam Delta Guy for a while. If this time was before, I would have run away, but now there is no need for it. Salamander immediately mentally controlled 4 flying wing floating cannons. Although Hay-Race has improved in many aspects, its defense has not increased. The 4 flying wing floating cannons still made Hay-Race have to dodge. Damn it, this technology is still in an unstable state in this country. What method did this mercenary group use to successfully develop this technology? Alexander said angrily. The attack of the flying wing floating cannon made it difficult for Alexander to guard against. Alexander had to defeat the opponent within 3 minutes. Otherwise, once the enhancement mode ended, the performance of the machine would be greatly weakened. No matter how Hay-Race attacks or adopts the tactics of bullying the opponent, Gundam Delta either dodge or stay away from the opponent to prevent the opponent from approaching, and then use the flying wing floating cannon to entertain the opponent. As time passed, Alexander became more and more anxious because the enhancement mode was almost 3 minutes old. Alexander began to grow more and more annoyed. Then, what annoyed Alexander even more was that more than half of the mass-produced holy machine of the Eagle Sword was shot down. Alexander bit his lip, and now still has the effect of booster mode. Hay-Race transformed into a bird form and ordered the remaining Eagle Swords to retreat. Salamander saw the opponent's purpose, and the Gundam Delta immediately changed into a fighter plane, and the flying wing floating cannon was used as a shoulder cannon. The remaining Eagle Swords also transformed into bird forms, ready to leave the battlefield. However, the Tianyi mercenary group did not intend to let them go. Delta, Delta Plus, and ZPLUS also transformed into fighter planes to pursue them. Formed a situation where you run and I chase. Other mass-produced Gundams also intercept targets. Following Alexander's fleet, seeing from a distance that the army led by his prince was defeated, he immediately dispatched the mass-produced Gundam troops in charge of escorting the battleship to block the pursuit. The Eagle Sword Holy Machine that followed Alexander also activated the synergistic mode. Some of them transformed into humanoid forms and continued to fight in the local area, blocking the pursuit of mass-produced Gundams. Gundam Delta, go after their prince instead. Let their prince break through. The fleet on Longfei's side sent another mass-produced Gundam troop. Apart from blocking those rescue troops, another purpose was to take Hay-Race down. Cheated Kangxi. Oops. Hay-Race's booster mode has already expired, and the performance of the body has plummeted to only 70% of the original performance. What's worse is that Hay-Race's bird form was hit by the fighter form Gundam Delta's shoulder cannon and hit Hay-Race. What's worse is that the part that was hit was still the bird wing thruster, which directly reduced the performance speed of Hay-Race. The other Eagle Swords immediately blocked Gundam Delta Kai. The performance of the Eagle Sword is not as good as that of Gundam Delta Kai, even if the boost mode is turned on. One of the Eagle Swords was pierced through the body by a long-distance mega particle cannon. Another Eagle Sword was shot through the cockpit by Gundam Delta Kai's shield high-energy mega particle cannon. Other mass-produced Gundams also rushed to Hay-Race. The performance of the Eagle Sword in the Synergy mode can suppress MKI and Delta Plus with a slight advantage, but other mass-produced Gundams are still not enough. The Eagle Sword troop who came to the rescue was also intercepted by another mass-produced Gundam troop, and the mass-produced Gundam troop also included EXS Gundam and Covenant Gundam. Li Xiuqing drove the EXS Gundam to kill several Eagle Swords in boost mode in less than 1 round, and then fired the gun, piercing through several eagle swords in one shot. On the other side, Salamanda killed several eagle swords blocking the way, rushed to Helles whose speed was greatly reduced, and cut off Helles' head, hands and feet with one sword. Salamanda immediately sent out a signal flare, indicating that the enemy coach had been taken down. This brought the two sides to a truce. The battleship and MS pilots led by Alexander all lost their fighting spirit and were downcast. Suddenly, a huge white light group came from a distance. Pero sent a report to Long Fei that the second prince of Dion Empire had something to discuss with Long Fei. Long Fei also guessed what the other party wanted to discuss with him, and his right-hand man had arrested his younger brother. Tao Xiang carried the two children out of the cockpit and returned to the room. The two daughters yelled, as if protesting to their mother and wanting their father to stay with them for a while. Guogua, Fufu, be good, be obedient. Dad has a job. He's busy. Don't disturb me. The two little ones fell silent immediately. The nanny pushed the stroller in front of Tao Xiang, took one of the children, and then put the two little ones on the baby stroller. Tao Xiang pushed the baby stroller back to the room. Long Fei and Yelisod communicate in general, not video communication. His Royal Highness Elishad, I don't know what you are looking for. Boss Long doesn't need to understand, but pretends to be confused. You know what I'm looking for, so let's get straight to the point. I'm very sorry for making my brother offend Boss Long, and I hope Boss Long will let you go. My brother. Long Fei sneered. Yelishao heard that it was impossible for Long Fei to let his brother go. Boss Long, I know it's not fair to you to ask you to let my brother go directly. We can make a series of compensations and set out the conditions you want. If I can do it, I will meet your requirements. In addition to the money that must be compensated, you must also exchange things. What does Boss Long want? We want the MS named Eagle Sword and Hay Race. I think you also have your special car. We also want your ship and another Birkby frigate. On the other side, the corners of Yelisod's eyes twitched, and he scolded his third brother in his heart, scolding this younger brother for causing trouble by himself, which turned him into a trap. Boss Long, your conditions are too harsh. Can you lower your requirements? How can you be so harsh? Besides, your prince is so delicate and expensive. If you exchange this little thing, I will be at a loss. Green Gourd Sword Fairy. Yelishao is now a little anxious to strangle this younger brother to death. What Long Fei wants is the technology used in active service in his country. If it is used by Long Fei and the others to study it, then Long Fei and the others will know clearly weaknesses in their active technology to break through. It is even possible that Long Fei and the others will absorb their technology and make them more advanced, which may put the Dion Empire in danger. Boss Long, can this condition be changed? You can offer a sky-high price in monetary compensation, but I really can't make decisions about these conditions you want, or you can ask for resources in exchange. You can't make the decision. You can tell someone who can make the decision and tell him to come and talk to me. But I have to tell you first, contact me immediately within 24 hours. Otherwise, I don't want things and money. It's just that you take the body of your third child. Long Fei hung up after finishing speaking. Listening to the blind voice, Yelishad could only contact his father, Fadis, and tell him the whole cause. Fadis, who was on an interview, heard this incident, and his heart was filled with unknown anger. Why is this third child so cheating? I wondered if I spoiled him and made him too arrogant for. Second, why don't you stop your brother? Fadis complained to the second. Yelishao really wanted to greet Laozi again, but the second child also knew that he could not be tough with his father, so he could only say aggrieved, Father, it's not that I don't stop the third brother, it's that the third brother never listens to me. If so, sometimes you also see that the third brother often speaks disrespectfully to my elder brother. What can I do? You should talk to that Long Fei. I really can't make the decision, and Long Fei also let go. 24 If you don't contact him within hours, he will ask you to collect the body of the third child. Yelisod added in his heart, this cheating boy, old man, you can deal with it yourself. Yelishad then passed the previous battle scene to his father to have a look. Fardis called the general and Julius over to watch and study. Then, Fardis contacted Long Fei. His Majesty Emperor Fadis, how are you thinking? Boss Long, your conditions are too harsh, and I hope you change them to other conditions. Your Majesty Emperor Fadis, this is the condition I want. I just ask you to agree or not. Now I will give you 24 hours to think about it. When the time is up, you haven't contacted me yet. Agreed. Then you are ready to collect your son's body. Boss Long, you are declaring war on the Dion Empire. His Majesty the Emperor, if you think I am declaring war on you, then you can declare war on you right in front of me. It seems that Boss Long, you are very confident in your own strength. Of course, my Tiani mercenary group has basically been invincible in the entire world. This is because your Dion Empire has not yet joined the international situation. Now it is rare to meet an opponent. It is not just me. All the subordinates are itching and uncomfortable, and they are now very much looking forward to fighting a 50-50 war. The corners of Fadis's eyes kept twitching. From the battle video sent by his second child, he knew that the military strength of the Tiani mercenary group was no less than that of the Dion Empire. If Fardis hadn't been caught for his beloved third son, Fardis would basically order the whole army not to provoke the Tiani mercenary group and must continue to develop technology and power. Boss Long, the conditions you want are really too great. Let me think about it. Give me 48 hours to think about it, and I will give you an answer. Yes, I hope His Majesty the Emperor will make a wise decision. After hanging up the line, Fadis touched his forehead, feeling very annoyed, and ordered his subordinates to open a secret contact line. He wanted to discuss with the ministers and nobles. On the other side, Long Fei's unit has already started dismantling and researching Eagle Sword and Horace. The other Tiani mercenary fleets also rushed to where Long Fei was. Yelisad didn't dare to act rashly when he saw the fleet of Tiani mercenaries coming, and he also knew that if he had rescued his younger brother before, he might become one of the captives. Because he also knew that the other Knight Order he led had almost the same performance as the Eagle Sword. When the opponent fought against his younger brother's troops before, he didn't send out most of the troops at all, but sent about 20% of the MS to attack. My troop and my younger brother's troop are at most 350 units at full count, and the opponent's number is at least double their number. Yelisad could only wait and see what happened at this moment, watching the Tiani mercenary group clean up the battlefield and clean up all the mass-produced Gundam and Eagle Sword wreckage. In this battle, the Tiani mercenary group lost about 35 mass-produced Gundams, about 100 Eagle Swords were damaged, and the remaining 20 were used as the spoils of the Tiani mercenary group. The Eagle Sword that rescued his younger brother before returned to the mothership mainly under his command. Boss, that third prince is very arrogant. He doesn't even realize that he is already a prisoner, and he still maintains a superior attitude. Pero reported to Long Fei. Oh, why is he so arrogant? Pero told Long Fei about the matter. Then I have to go and have a look. Alexander overturned his food on the ground. Is this pig food? You are abusing me. Take the best red wine, the best bullseye, and how can you sleep on this hard bed? Neglect my prince. When the time comes, I will kill you. The mercenaries who were in charge of delivering the food were a little dumbfounded. Did the prince think about his current situation? He is already a prisoner, and he still maintains that superior attitude. Is this looking for in the toilet? Besides, if it is not for the sake of you being the prince of a country, let you use the cell alone, or you and your subordinates will be squeezed into the same cell. At this time, the door of the cell opened, and Long Fei brought Salamanda and several mercenaries in. One of them was still holding a tray, and there were several plates of leftovers on the tray. Your Highness, third prince, we have indeed neglected you. We are bringing you delicious food now. I hope you will forgive me. Alexander looked at the leftovers on a tray held by a mercenary, and he was so angry that he said angrily, "You are humiliating the prince." Long Fei made a gesture. A mercenary was in charge of shooting with a camera, and Salamanda punched Alexander directly in the stomach. Wow! Alexander screamed in pain and knelt on the ground, covering his stomach with his hands. Then, Salamanda grabbed the food that Alexander overthrew on the ground and stuffed it into Alexander's mouth. Bah, cough, cough. Alexander spat out the food stuffed into his mouth. Long Fei clapped his hands and said, "Your Highness, the third prince, you are indeed noble. This kind of ordinary food really can't be stuffed into your mouth. But well, we don't have high-end ingredients here, so we can't let you eat delicious food. I can only treat you with this kind of ordinary food. But if you don't eat it, I'm afraid you will starve to death. It's hard for me to explain to your emperor, so please forgive us for treating you roughly." After Long Fei finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Salamander then stuffed the food that Alexander spewed out just now back into his mouth. When Alexander wanted to spit it out, Salamander covered his mouth with one hand. Then, another mercenary punched him in the stomach, and Alexander's stomach hurt, and he swallowed the food uncontrollably. Long Fei then gestured again, and Salamander opened Alexander's mouth with both hands, and then other mercenaries either picked up the food on the ground or grabbed the leftovers on the tray with one hand and stuffed them into the Alexander's mouth. As long as Alexander didn't eat, another mercenary would punch him in the stomach, forcing him to eat the food. Cough, cough, cough. Alexander choked in his throat, looked up at Long Fei resentfully, wishing to tear the man who had humiliated him to pieces. Your eyes are very resentful. You really don't know how to figure out your current situation. As a prisoner, you have to figure out your situation. I am Alexander, the third prince of the Dion Empire. If you dare to treat me like this, I will definitely let you go. As long as I have a chance, I will definitely repay you twice. Oh, Long Fei sneered and kicked Alexander hard in the stomach. Alexander rolled all over the floor, clutching his stomach in pain. Salamander looked at Long Fei, and Long Fei knew what Salamander wanted to do, so he nodded. Salamander stepped directly on Alexander's face, and then stepped on Alexander's face one after another. Salamander hated Alexander very much. This third prince killed many of his companions and compatriots. He really wanted to shoot this third prince to avenge his dead companions and compatriots. Alexander's face was stepped on one after another by Salamander. His mouth was already bleeding, and even his nose was left with nosebleeds. Alexander could only put his head in his hands. Long Fei raised his hand, and Salamander stopped. Then, Long Fei made another gesture. Several mercenaries directly dragged Alexander to the toilet, and the mercenaries who were in charge of filming followed the filming, and Salamander followed. Hey, what do you want to do? Alexander seemed to have guessed what the other party wanted to do at this moment. Salamander stepped on the back of Alexander's head and into the toilet. Alexander cursed in the water. His body was also struggling. About 10 seconds later, Salamander raised his foot, and after Alexander raised his head to take a few breaths, Salamander stepped him into the toilet again. Repeated several times in a row, and then another mercenary turned on the flushing system, stepping on Alexander's head into the toilet while turning on the flushing system. Not only did Alexander suffer such repeated humiliation, but he also heard those mercenaries insulting him one after another. The mercenary who was in charge of filming deliberately made a narration. Please, my prince is wrong. I am a lowly person, not a noble person. Please, don't humiliate me anymore. Alexander felt immense resentment and grievance in his heart. He had never been humiliated like this since he was born. Then Long Fei made another gesture, and everyone stopped before dragging Alexander to Long Fei. Alexander still looked at Long Fei with resentment in his eyes, and vowed in his heart that when he had a chance in the future, he would repay double. Long Fei raised his foot, stepped on him directly on the ground, and said, "It seems that your prince's bones are really hard. I don't know how long your prince's bones can last." At this time, a mercenary took out a whip and handed it to Salamander, and then other mercenaries pressed Alexander to the ground. One of the mercenaries also ripped down Alexander's pants. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" Alexander yelled angrily. Salamander looked at Alexander's white and tender butt. Salamander raised his whip and swung it down heavily. Snapped. Alexander let out a scream. Salamander only hated the royal family of the Dion Empire. With such an opportunity, Salamander could use as many hands as she could, and Salamander swung the heavy whip with all her strength. Every whip is filled with hatred from Solomon. Alexander's screams could be heard every time the whip sounded, and his screams were also transmitted to the cell next to him, allowing his subordinates to hear the screams of their own prince, and they felt the pain in their hearts. Fear is not that they are worried that the next criminal law will be applied to them, but that they are worried that if they go back, His Majesty the Emperor will never spare them lightly. Long Fei looked at the miserable state of Alexander, but he didn't have the slightest compassion, because he knew the purpose of this person before, and Long Fei knew that if he fell into his hands before, he would not do any good end. "I'll give you a mission to take down this prince's arrogance and stubbornness. and make him beg for mercy like a dog. After finishing speaking, Long Fei left the scene. After discussing with the ministers and nobles, Fades could only agree to Long Fei's request. After receiving his father's order, Yelisod handed over his ship, Yelisod, and a frigate of Pakbi, as well as his car, Scylla. After first handing over a ransom, the two warships have already emptied all the MS, leaving only Sierra. After the Tiani mercenary group took it over, they first conducted some inspections, accompanied by the Dion Imperial Army, and the Dion Imperial Army found that the search devices and machines used by the mercenary group were very advanced, and even hid some of their hidden monitors, cameras, etc. were also found. This matter was reported to Yelisod, and Yelisod felt very embarrassed by the other party's questioning. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, Yelisod had to increase the ransom at his own expense and pay some MS, non-sacred machines, as compensation. When Yelisod picked up the third child, Alexander's face was very pale, and he even asked for help. Yelisod wanted to ask his brother what was going on, but Alexander didn't say a word. At this moment, Alexander was filled with fear and resentment, because at that time he was tortured inhumanly for 6 hours, and in the end he could only cry and beg for mercy when he couldn't stand it, even to the Tiani servant in front of him. The soldiers kowtowed and begged for mercy. For the proud Alexander, this was a great humiliation, but he had to bow his head. He couldn't bear it. In order not to be tortured in the future, he can only eat the food that he feels is very inferior. After Alexander was released now, what he thought in his heart was that he must take revenge and decided to sue his father. Although Yelisod didn't ask any questions, he also guessed that his younger brother must have been greatly tortured and humiliated. Yelisod was gloating in his heart. This kid just needs to be taught a lesson. C-BJC. The conflict between the Tiani mercenary group and the Dion Empire did not cause any forces to notice because they did not know about the conflict at all. Long Fei began to study the MS in the Dion Empire and found that all MS engines were nuclear engines. And they're all nuclear fusion engines. The output of Eagle Sword's generator is 2050 kW. If Long Fei hadn't improved the 100-style modification, the output of the generator would actually be slightly inferior to that of Eagle Sword. The output of the improved 100-style generator is 2450 kW. The generator output of Hay Race is 2580 kW. Sarah's generator output is 2420 kW. The mass-produced MS of the non-holy machine has a generator output of 1675 kW. However, Long Fei discovered that the mass-produced MS of the non-sacred machine does not have a synergistic function mode. Long Fei discovered that the synergistic function mode of the holy machine is almost the same as that of the Oni Yasha and the evil ghost organized by Amaterasu. Long Fei conducted research and found that the program codes, engineering codes, source codes, etc. of their enhancement function models are very similar or identical in some places. This made Long Fei suspect that the Amaterasu organization might be the secret organization of the Dion Empire. But then I thought about studying the design theories of the two MS are not the same, let alone talk about the skeleton structure of the design of the two parties. Dion Empire's transformation mechanism technology is even more advanced than that of his Tiani mercenary group. Transformation also has triple forms, and the Tiani mercenary group does not have such technology. Amaterasu's Ms. skeleton structure technology is basically similar to that of other countries. However, Long Fei also has an estimate. That is, it is possible that the researcher of the Amaterasu organization may have escaped from the Dion Empire. But what Long Fei didn't understand was, if it was as he had guessed, why didn't those researchers go to a more powerful country? Long Fei really couldn't figure this out. However, Long Fei also made a comparative study and reference of the synergistic modes of the two sides. Long Fei decided to conduct research on these two synergistic models, research a new synergistic mode by himself, try to maintain the advantages and reduce the disadvantages. If there are other systems, etc., then it can be considered to load the enhanced mode function into other MS bodies. Long Fei decided that he had to study a new efficiency model first. Long Fei was very shocked by the two warships obtained from the Dion Empire. If the warship technology mastered by the Dion Empire is considered, it is more advanced than the warship technology that Long Fei currently masters. Long Fei once took out some giant warships in science fiction that he had seen in his previous life, and took out the blueprints for research. It is not a problem to develop them. The problem lies in the transformation, especially the hangar. The hangars of those giant battleships or the original sci-fi plots do not have weapons like MS, so there is almost no room for MS. If it is going to be remodeled, then the internal space devices and so on will need to undergo a series of remodeling or redesign. This made Long Fei spend a lot of time on remodeling or redesigning, but the results made Long Fei very dissatisfied. Now, the two warships of the Dian Empire are in hand, which gives Long Fei a lot of reference and inspiration. However, bigger battleships may not necessarily be better. Long Fei is still clear about this, but a bigger battleship is also good, at least the more MS it can carry. Under normal conditions, the Bokbai frigate can carry more than 60 units. If it is a wartime, some positions can be vacated and more than 60 units can be carried. Long Fei felt that there was no need to build a large warship at the moment. The size of Bokbai was enough. Long Fei will make such a decision, mainly because the Yagama is only 400 meters long, and it can be equipped with a monster-level super megaparticle cannon. Of course, Long Fei didn't completely deny that the bigger the battleship, the better it was. Unless it was for stronger and more powerful weapons, Long Fei believed that the battleship didn't need to be made too big, otherwise it would become a target on the battlefield. Not far from the mother base, there are two warships, Bokipi and Elisad, which are currently being studied by researchers. Every researcher couldn't believe that the comprehensive technology of the warships of the Dian Empire was so advanced. It could be said that it surpassed the battleships of the Tianyi mercenary group, especially in the propulsion device, power furnace, energy supply, etc., all of which are above the technology mastered by the Tianyi mercenary group. In the manufacture of such a huge warship, its mobility and flexibility are no less than those of the Tianyi mercenary corps. The researchers all feel that it is necessary to study it carefully. During the meeting, all the generals were discussing whether the battleship should be made bigger. The Dian Empire can manufacture a frigate with a total length of more than 500 meters. The largest MIS mothership of the Tianyi mercenary corps has a total length of about 500 meters. Only about 400 meters. Mihimi. All the generals have published their own suggestions and discussions. I think there is nothing wrong with making warships larger. Apart from being able to carry more mobile suits and ground troops, it is even possible to carry out some suppression. Relying on the powerful firepower of warships can achieve good results in suppression. General Dama, what you said has some truth, but you also have to think about a shortcoming. The battleship is too large, and it is easy to become a target on the battlefield. You can ensure that the defense system of the huge battleship can withstand those attacks. Missile beam weight. General Shan Wenwu, I have also considered this point, and don't forget that in addition to the I-field generator, we also have beam shields, and the boss is already researching a new type of energy shield, which can already increase the survival rate of the battleship. Another general stood up and said, General Dama, what you said is correct. Indeed, we have advanced defense technology, but you also have to think about a problem. A huge warship, like you said. We need to spend how much is it? No matter how rich the Tianyi mercenary group is, they don't spend it like this. The corners of Danma's female general's eyes twitched twice, and she said with some embarrassment, I really didn't think about the cost of the construction. I just thought about the effect and the result of the battle. AICC stood up and said, I think what General Danma said is still reasonable. If we ignore the issue of money, it is true that huge warships can indeed achieve good results, as long as they have I-field generators and so on. If technology is used, then the survival rate of battleships will be greatly improved. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming stood down and said, Generals and staff officers, your suggestions and discussions over the past few hours are all reasonable. If it is my personal opinion, should we build larger warships? I think there is still a certain need to carry out put-in tests, and several ships can be built for verification. The generals at the scene all fell silent, and all their eyes were on Long Fei, who was reclining on the boss chair with his eyes closed. Long Fei slowly opened his eyes and asked, Is everything finished? It's over. Giant battleships have their benefits, but we have to manufacture them for what purpose? If they are to carry very powerful weapons, and only warships can carry them, Then they can be manufactured for testing. General Danma raised his voice and asked, Boss, do you mean that there are no powerful weapons that need to use warships, so there is no need to build giant warships? It does mean that, but well, I have indeed designed some very powerful weapons in my hand, and they must be launched by battleships. Several types of giant battleships can be produced, but we must first design them. The purpose of the design is for these weapons. A weapon. Long Fei projected the design drawings of several weapons for warships in 3D. The generals looked at the explanatory map projected in 3 dimensions, and each of them exclaimed, This is amazing. This lethality is too terrifying. This is simply a sharp weapon on the battlefield. This can improve the battlefield and tactical advantages. At this time, Li Jiaming said, These weapons are called super electromagnetic limit guns. Although they are physical guns, according to the introduction in the data, they are very powerful. They can even pierce through shields, armor, etc. to penetrate targets. But the required power supply is also very large, and only the nuclear fusion furnace of the battleship can meet the demand. I am afraid that the battleship must be at least 800 meters long, and it needs very large or several nuclear fusion furnace devices. Long Fei nodded and said, So now we must first study the warships of the Dian Empire as a reference. AICC raised her hand and asked, Excuse me, boss, when you designed many warships, didn't you design giant warships? Yes, but when I was a child, I randomly designed things. Many things are unreasonable, and some improvements must be made. Moreover, I think that warships can be big or small. The main thing is which aspect we use. Then, boss, do you mean to use the warships of the Dian Empire as a reference first, and then improve the giant warships you designed before? At present, I can only do that. Study their battleships, and then I will consider how to modify the battleships I designed and how to load those super battleship weapons. Not long after the meeting ended, President Sakiki came to report some company progress to Long Fei. Boss, the authorities of your home country have asked us to develop several dedicated warships. Long Fei thought about it, and it seems that Xi'an Army's battleship can be used as the mother country's warship. The president told my home country, Give me some time. Yes. Then, Long Fei walked to the Ms. battle simulation place. Long Fei saw 2 nannies each holding a dragon fruit and a dragon fu, and the 2 children watched the battle between the 2 Gundams on the huge 3-dimensional screen with their eyes wide open. The faces of the 2 children looked particularly curious and excited. The 2 Gundams on the 3-dimensional screen are the Super Hyperion Gundam and the 7 Swords of Angels. The 2 Gundams fight each other, either cross each other, or shoot each other. In the end, he was able to win the 7 Swords of Angels. The results displayed show that the winner is Rika and the loser is Taoxiang. Seeing such a result, Long Fei was a little surprised at first, but he immediately felt relieved. The 2 sisters walked out of the simulated cockpit, and Li Xiang complained to her sister. Sister, why have your skills regressed? Long Fei said at this time. Your sister has been raising the fetus and taking care of the children since she got married, and she has never driven Ms. Her skills will definitely deteriorate. Brother-in-law, the meeting is over. I just finished the meeting. Having said that, if your sister is given a few months to practice again, not only will her strength return to the past, she may even improve. Li Xiang shrugged. She agreed with this very much. Her sister has always been better than her. Long Guo and Long Fu seemed to know that their mother had lost, and their expressions seemed to be shocked, as if they were feeling sad for their mother. Husband, look at the 2 little ones who seem to know that I lost, and seem to be sad for me. Looking at the expressions of the 2 daughters, Long Fei couldn't help laughing, and then the husband and wife each hugged a daughter. Guo, Fu, don't feel sad for Mom. Mom will definitely beat Annie someday. The 2 children nodded as if they understood their mother's words. Long Fei looked at it and said with a smile, These 2 little ones are really smart. They have understood our words for almost 6 months. Li Xiang deliberately complained. I guess the 2 little nieces are as smart as the brother-in-law, and definitely not like the elder sister. My parents said that my elder sister was dull and stupid when she was young. At this time, Taoxiang was about to raise her hand and pretend to hit her sister. Li Xiang complained while running. Am I wrong? They are 2 little nieces. They must be as smart as brother-in-law. Taoxiang immediately rolled her eyes. Long Fei smiled and said, Okay, don't care about your sister's jokes with you. Besides, you see, the twins look much like you. Like you, they grow up to be great beauties. Tao Xiang laughed when she heard what her husband said, and Long Fei looked at his wife's happy smile. The two sisters Longhua and Longfu looked around at every environment in the mother base. For the two little ones, the new environment made them very curious. In the leisure place, Long Fei discovered that the two sisters could already crawl on the ground, and the speed was also very fast, and the nanny was always watching. Then, the two little ones crawled around their parents. The older sister chased the younger sister, and the two little ones had a great time playing. The husband and wife watched the two children play. In April 120, the first year of the universe, the entire world was rarely peaceful for several months, and there was no conflict in any place. Burning text. For such a peaceful day, the people look forward to it very much, and everything is fine in peace. However, the leaders of all countries are secretly on guard and preparing for war at any time, and the entire world is a war that can be triggered at any time. The Kingdom of Dion is developing a new type of holy machine. A few months ago, there was an unknown conflict with the Tianyi mercenary group. One of the royal knights of the Kingdom of Dion suffered a disastrous defeat. From the recorded battle video, the Gundam of the Tianyi mercenary group can compete with the holy machine of the Dion Empire, and may even be slightly better. This made the Dion Empire authorities decide that the development of a new type of holy machine must be accelerated. On the other hand, the Tianyi mercenary corps was also not slack. MKG and Hayakushi began to be gradually retired, and MK and Delta Plus began to be used by ordinary troops. MKG and Hayakushi began to disassemble, and the disassembled parts became spare parts. MKG and Hayakushi each left one income storage layer as traces left by their history. The mass-produced Gundam Delta Plus used by elite forces and special forces has been completely delegated to ordinary troops, and part of MKI will continue to serve in special forces and elite forces. The main reason is that MK has an additional armor system. The full armor is as high as MK3. After some improvements and upgrades by Longfei, the output speed of the thermal generator is 20% higher than the original. The full armor Gundam MK3 was tested and rated very high, especially in terms of medium-range firepower. Next, test the Delta. Whether it is a member of the Special Forces or an elite force, after getting used to the Delta Plus, the mass-produced Gundam with more powerful performance and vitality, and the control system of the two are not much different. Delta Tower soon served in the elite and special forces. The currently developed MK has been tested and found that the MS equipped with wired control weapons is also experimentally equipped with a simple cycle weapon inside the body, a quasi-Sekko weapon that can be used by ordinary people who are not new humans. After a series of experiments, the wired control weapon can attack the target in all directions. Of course, the above are still undergoing simulated battles and tests, and must be verified by new and ordinary human drivers for a period of time. On the other hand, Jiegang and Murasame will continue to serve in ordinary troops, but the parts and equipment will use the specifications used by special forces and elite forces. The Jiegang and Murasame serving in the special forces and elite units will be released to ordinary troops after the new mass-produced machines are officially put into service. At present, the new mass-produced machines of special forces and elite forces are preparing to enter service. Gesta and Ritual, and Longfei sets these two MS as high-end mass-produced machines. These two models currently have to undergo a series of verification and actual combat drill tests, and so on. Part of the deltas served by the sword and shield troops was handed over to special forces and elite troops, and the other part was refitted and upgraded to Delta Kai. The 100 style Kai has been transformed and upgraded to a full installed 100 style Kai. In the original book, except for the greatly improved firepower, the basic generator and speed have not been improved. The full installed 100 shirt changed Longfei has improved the processing and speed of the generator, especially when the generator is replaced with a new generation of Minov super energy thermonuclear reactor, and the original output of 2015 kW has been increased by about 50% to 3100 kW. The propulsion force is increased from 113,000 kilograms to 155,000 kilograms, and the acceleration is increased from 1.4 g to 1.8 g. The Delta modification dedicated to Salamander will improve the original performance by 20%. For the Knight Series MS of the Shadow Mad Dog team, except for the Red Knight who has officially retired, the rest of the Knights continue to serve, and the old parts are replaced with new ones to improve the original performance. The Red Knight is a complete melee MS, and the big sword equipment used can be handed over to the Pale Knight. However, Long Fei also discovered that the only remaining part of the Knight series is the Death Knight, who can upgrade the parts for the last time. The Dire Hounds and the Black Rabbit troops have also upgraded their parts, and the Crusaders have no need to upgrade new parts for the time being, because they can be said to have the most advanced technology among the troops directly under Long Fei. Wing Zero Prototype, EW version, Liberty, Justice, Emperor of Heaven, Stargazer, Bale, 00, and other Gundams are on the production schedule. Grim Reaper and Heavy Gunner Gundam are modified and upgraded. At this moment, Long Fei attached great importance to the Dion Empire and felt that there was no movement in this country in the past few months, and maybe it was doing something secretly. In addition to watching the changes, we must continue to improve our strength. The research team of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps continued to conduct a series of research on the giant warships Tokpi and Elisod, and even dismantled some of them. For Long Fei, warships still have a place on the battlefield, and even in some combat aspects, they need to be equipped with powerful weapons. The two types of warships, Tokpi and Elisod, gave Long Fei some inspiration. Some of the giant warships he had mastered. From these two warships, he could carry out a series of experiments on the giant warships he had mastered, modified and improved designs. But at present, Long Fei still needs to carry out verification and calculation. On the other hand, the strategic version of the Type 0 system, Long Fei's strategy is to continue to develop, not to have any wars at this moment, especially try not to conflict with the Dion Empire. But you must also be prepared for all battles. The strategic version of the Type 0 system mainly gives Long Fei the strategy to continue to develop as much as possible and not to conflict with any forces. Long Fei is also very clear about this point. He also wants to continue to develop. Both Dion Empire and him are wary. Long Fei is very clear that if a country wants to be determined, you must have absolute strength or overwhelming ability to eat you to death. If a country can negotiate with you at the negotiating table, after all, it is not absolute strength, or you have the strength to make him fear, and the two can negotiate at the negotiating table. At present, the Dion Empire really wants to clash with any force, and he will not pick the toughest Tianyi mercenary group. Any faction can only pinch persimmons, and the Dion Empire is the same. Long Fei also knew that the superpowers such as the Wanluo Federation were the ones who feared the Dion Empire the most. Even the two super empires that belonged to the same faction's imperial system would also be afraid of the Dion Empire. June 120, the first year of the universe. Mother. Why? The two sisters, Longhua and Longfu, can call Taoxiang mother at the same time. When the two sisters call mother, Taoxiang will respond. Moreover, the physical fitness of the twin sisters is also very good. They can walk freely after 9 months, but they can't run flexibly. Once they run, they will stumble. The twin sisters are very lively and active. Even when they ran around in front of their parents a few times, they directly bumped into a pillar or a corner of the sofa. The end was to cry directly. After my parents coaxed me for a while, I seemed to forget the pain and continued to run around lively and active. Not only did Long Fei and Taoxiang feel a headache, but the two nannies who were in charge of taking care of the twin sisters were sometimes very tired by these two little ones. Taoxiang directly hired 2 more nannies, divided into 2 shifts in the morning and evening. Long Fei just finished his work today and returned to his living room. The 2 little ones ran to Dad excitedly when they saw their dad coming back. Dad, the 2 sisters still called Dad. Seeing that the 2 daughters were still running unsteadily, Long Fei ran towards him a little staggeringly. Long Fei was a little worried that the 2 daughters would fall, so he hurried to the 2 daughters, hugged them in his arms, and then hugged each other twin daughters. Kiss each of the twin daughters on the cheek. Taoxiang was sitting on the sofa watching her 2 daughters make out with their father. Then Long Fei played with his 2 daughters. After the 2 daughters were tired from playing, the nanny took them to the children's exclusive room to put them to sleep. Then in the room of Long Fei and his wife, Tao Xiang reported some things to Long Fei. You can decide on this matter. After finishing speaking, Long Fei picked up Tao Xiang, put him on the bed and said, "It's time for us to have some exercise." Tao Xiang blushed and nodded shyly. While Long Fei was enjoying the family happiness, a war broke out in the colonies in District 10. When a conflict occurs between a democratic country and a non-democratic country, it is the democratic country that initiates the war, and the reason is the target country they attack. In addition to weapons of mass destruction, there are violations of human rights, and so on. The war in the colonies in District 10 actually did not attract much attention, because the wars in recent years have made the people and international countries accustomed to it. It's not that the war between superpowers really can't attract the attention of all countries. It didn't attract much attention for the first week or two, but as more and more countries in the 10th colony entered the war, it did attract some international media attention. Some reporters with keen eyes or senses discovered that there must be some powerful forces behind the scenes of this war. At the beginning, many people thought that the Garth Empire was playing tricks, and that only the Garth Empire was the only one that unified the colonies in District 1. The District 10 colony is right next to the District 1 colony. If the Garth Empire caused disputes and turmoil in the colonies of the 10th district, once conflicts occurred in these countries and the national power declined, the Garth Empire would be able to take all the colonies of the 10th district with little effort. However, the colony in the 10th district currently has a better advantage called the Lida Empire, which not only annexed several democratic countries one after another, but also annexed several non-imperial countries. Such a result was not what the Garth Empire wanted. It is impossible for the colonies in District 10 to win a victorious country. If there is a unified or extremely powerful country, it will not be a good result for the Garth Empire. So some people with a strategic vision know that it is impossible for the Garth Empire to do this kind of thing that shoots itself in the foot. The Garth Empire does not want the Lida Empire to unify the colonies in District 10, but the Garth Empire cannot prevent the Lida Empire from unifying the colonies in District 10, because this will form a country that is called an alliance but is actually a competitor. The Garth Empire can only obstruct it secretly, otherwise, the Garth Empire will be condemned by allies of other imperial systems. The Garth Empire is now looking for which power is helping the Lida Empire. There must be a mastermind behind the District 10 colony. However, as the war progressed, another democratic country annexed other non-democratic countries, forming a rivalry with the Lida Empire. The name of this democratic country is Yinhua Country, and Yinhua Country is more obviously supported by the United Anglo-Sa Democratic Republic and the Wanluo Federation. These two democratic superpowers will help the Yino Kingdom. The main reason is that they can no longer accept the imperial system, and another empire will rise up, and they will sit on an equal footing with them as one of the superpowers. The Lida Empire asked other allies of the imperial system for support, but the Garth Empire did not want to help, but for the sake of the apparent alliance and face, they could only reluctantly send resources, weapons, etc. to help. Other empires also have support. The most active helper in the imperial system is the Dian Empire. Not only resources are sent there, even MS is given to the Lida Empire. When Long Fei was eating and watching the news, he sneered and said, "The schemes played by the Dian Empire are cruel enough." Tao Xiang, Li Xiuqing, Li Jiaming, and other generals and old comrades who were eating at the same table with him all looked at Long Fei. Tao Xiang asked, "Fei, no matter how you say it, the Dian Empire is a country with the same imperial system helping its allies. How can this be considered a conspiracy?" "Hey," Long Fei sneered and said, "Honey, you can't just look at the surface of many things. You have to look deeply and broadly, so that you can better understand the whole picture of the whole thing." Li Jiaming nodded and said, "Boss, I think that maybe the Dian Empire is so active in helping its allies on the surface, but in fact he is deliberately trying to consume the power of the colonial circle, and even more so to prevent the expansion of the Garth Empire." Long Fei snapped his fingers and said, "Commander-in-Chief, what you said is exactly what I thought. Dian Empire's method is at least killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Li Xiuqing said, "Old Fei, can you let me guess what you said about killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Can. First, once the Lida Empire really wins or unifies the colonies in District 10, the Garth Empire will not be able to get involved in the colonies in District 10. Even if the Garth Empire focuses on the colonies in District 2, then he will also worry about Lita behind. The Empire will stab him with a knife. Second, the longer the fight, more and more countries in the colonial circle will gradually be involved. At that time, the power of many countries in the colonial area will weaken. At that time, Dion, once the imperial country wants to play some tricks, at least the colonial circle will find it difficult to contain him. Third, the Dion imperial country may want to use its newly developed MS to put into the battlefield for actual combat testing. The longer the fight, the better the test of his weapons can be more accurate. Smart, old friend. It seems that you are no longer a driver who can only fight and operate MS. Your brain is getting smarter and smarter. Li Xiuqing rolled his eyes directly and thought, help you deal with so many things. I'm still the same Li Xiuqing before, so I'm living in vain. Tao Xiang asked, there is no need to guess about the war in the colonies in the 10th district. It is probably caused by the Dion Empire. Then in other colonial areas, will the Dion Empire secretly cause wars? There is a great possibility. Long Fei replied. Li Jiaming asked, boss, if what you said is true, what should we do? There is no need to think about how to deal with it. All we need to think about is how to continue to develop and become stronger. September 120, the first year of the universe. Wars also broke out in the 3rd and 9th districts of the colony a few months ago, and more countries also participated. Then both the democratic system and a non-democratic system stand out, forming a confrontation or two different non-democratic systems, dictatorship, warlord, religion, stand out, forming a confrontation. It can be said that the colonies in the 3rd, 9th, and 10th districts have almost formed a one-on-one situation, and the victory of one of them can unify a colonial area. The Garth Empire, the Wanluo Federation, and the United States of Angrus Democracy feel very aggrieved at the moment, because they really cannot accept that there is a unified country next to them. The colonies in District 3 are still needed, and the United Anglo-Samoan Democratic People's Republic can help, because the two annexed countries that formed a one-on-one situation, one of them is still a democratic country, and the Anglo saw an excuse to help so-called allies. On the contrary, the Wanluo Federation was aggrieved, because neither of the two countries that stand out from the colonies in District 9 is a country in the democratic camp. The Wanluo Federation can't help it if it wants to, and what's more worried is that no matter which side wins, there will be a unified colonial country next to it, which will make Wanluo Federation has trouble sleeping and eating. If they make a move, the two countries may conversely shake hands and make peace temporarily and join forces to deal with the Wanluo Federation. Although the colony in District 3 is constantly at war, the country where the 20th sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary group is located is very safe. There used to be an empire that thought it had received military support from the Dion Empire and wanted to annex the 20th branch of the Tianyi mercenary group, the royal power country where the base is located. At the beginning, the sub-bases were not to interfere in the wars between these countries. As a result, after the empire occupied the colonial satellite where the 20th sub-base was located, it required the sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary corps to disarm and hand over all weapons. The result was that the empire was directly beaten back by the 20th base, and it was directly beaten by the Tianyi mercenary group after returning to its home country, and was even set foot by the Tianyi mercenary group. The emperor of that empire could only send an envoy to apologize to Long Fei, and was even willing to make a series of compensations. In the end, he was severely bitten by Long Fei. The 20th base unit returned to the base, and that empire was originally a country that could stand out, but after being beaten up by the Tianyi mercenary group, it can be said that it returned to its original shape. This attack from the 20th base made the country that offended them madly, and also let all the countries in the colony of the 3rd district understand that the Tianyi mercenary group cannot offend them. The rest of the colonies in District 3 originally wanted to hire the Tianyi mercenary group at a high price, but the Tianyi mercenary group refused because they did not want to participate in the war between countries. The turmoil of the war, in addition to making everything rise, also caused the pirate group criminal organization to start to breed again, and also caused many war refugees. The Yuya cross country is still willing to be the Virgin Mary as before, But the only difference is that the refugees they taken will try their best to investigate their identities to avoid any criminal record and try to take in some refugees with special skills. But in any case, the refugees who suffered from the war did not know what to do next. Every suffering refugee's face and eyes are full of doubts, fears, and helpless expressions. They really don't know if a war will come to them tomorrow, affect them, and take their lives. On the other side, Long Fei is currently celebrating the twin daughters' birthdays, celebrating their first birthday. Tao Xiang specially made a jelly cake and a puff cake for her twin daughters. The twins' eyes lit up at the sight of their favorite jellies and puffs. Attending the birthday party of Longhua and Longfu sisters, there are Li Jiaming, Sakiki, Fisk, Li Xiuqing, Zhouya sisters, Salamanda, other presidents of other subsidiaries of Tianyi Group, and of course some Tianyi mercenaries, some old and new courtiers. Long Xian prepared birthday gifts for his two precious nieces, and Long Xian also brought birthday gifts prepared by his elder sister and third sister for the twin nieces, and of course his aunt and grandmother prepared birthday gifts for Longhua and Longfu. What surprised Long Fei and his wife was that Long Xian also brought a birthday present for the twin daughters from the third princess, Su Jingyan. Xiao Fei, Your Highness the third princess said that this is a birthday present for her two goddaughters. The second sister said, "Thank you to the third princess on my behalf. Don't ask me to thank the third princess. I will sing the birthday song of the two nieces later. In addition to singing the birthday song with my elder sister, third sister, and aunt, the third princess will also connect with me. You will personally talk to the third princess. Thank. All right." Then, everyone at the scene sang the birthday song for the two little ones, and Long Xian took the mobile phone to watch the twins' birthday party through video communication with sisters, aunts, Su Jingyun, and the others. Selenum Nigrum and the others also sang birthday songs for the twins. After singing the birthday song, Long Fei and his wife blew birthday candles with their daughter. Long Fei feeds Longhua jelly cake, and Tao Xiang feeds Long Fu puff cake. The two little ones were very happy, eating their favorite dim sum, and showing their adorable smiles while eating the dim sum. Looking at the happy smiles of the two little ones from the screen, Su Jingyun felt a little bit of maternal love in her heart, but then she felt a twinge of pain in her heart. In fact, Su Jingyun really wanted Tao Xiang to be her in the scene in front of her. If only she gave birth to the twins, then she and Long Fei are now smiling happily with the children. But Su Jingyun immediately came back to her senses, scolding herself in her heart for thinking about all these things. She had to let go of all these and bless Long Fei, Tao Xiang, and their children. Many people at the birthday party played with the two little ones, and the two little ones had a great time. Long Fei gave the child to his wife to take care of. Then, Long Fei saw the president of one of the subsidiaries with a sad face. Long Fei walked up to the president of the subsidiary and asked, "What's the matter? You look sad. What troubles you so much?" "It's okay, boss. What's bothering you?" "What I hope is that my president won't worry about things and affect his work." Long Fei looked at the president of the subsidiary and said silently, "Is there something wrong at home?" "Actually, there are some problems. The main reason is the colonial war in District 3. The Tianyi Group can be said to be a safe endorsement in the entire world. My parents happen to be in the colony in District 3. I have persuaded them to come to District 6. The colony, but they refused, because the elders are members of a charity organization. Recently, they have been helping refugees suffering from wars. I have been worried that they will be affected by the war. I have been advising them to come to the colony in District 6, but the elders are still unwilling. They are worried about those refugees. Maybe the second elder of your family actually wants to see you." The president shook his head at this moment, and after thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. "I'll give you 2 weeks vacation to accompany the second elder. Maybe they just want you to accompany them. Maybe you can accompany the second elder to persuade them, and they may be willing to listen." "Oh, that's the only way to go." The two elders have always been kind. From time to time, they took some videos of the suffering of refugees for me to watch. From time to time, the second elder asked me to send some money to help these refugees. Although these refugees are very pitiful, but to be honest, those countries that caused these refugees are those countries that started the war, but those countries should be responsible. Why should we ordinary people help? Can you show me the video of those refugees? The president of the subsidiary took out his phone and clicked on the video of the refugees. Looking at the helpless and fearful eyes of those refugees from the screen, Long Fei shook his head. He was looking at the happy and carefree smiles of his two precious daughters and seeing the faces of those refugees on the screen. The anxious and helpless eyes of refugee children. No matter what time it is in this world, even if it is a war, one side suffers and the other enjoys happiness. In the first year of the universe, 121 years, wars began to occur in other colonial countries. In wars, ordinary people suffer, while capitalists and businessmen in high positions make a lot of money. Especially the countries of big countries sell their powerful military weapons and earn huge profits from it. Countries or capitalists with huge grains also take advantage of the rising prices of grains to earn a lot of money from it. Pins and pins of money. In addition to the increasingly difficult life of ordinary people and refugees, the war has also caused many families to be destroyed. There are also countless and scrupulous capitalists and businessmen taking advantage of lower wages to hire these broken family members who have lost their means of income to work for them. Orphaned and widowed families. In order to be able to raise their children, the widows, in addition to working hard uninterruptedly, just want to feed the children 3 meals a day and pay the high tuition fees. There are many children running out to do child labor. Those who can have a job can at least barely earn food and clothing. There are many orphans and widows who want to work but have no jobs. The children can only steal, cheat, etc. Widowed women can only sell their bodies to earn meager money for food and clothing. Human trafficking is also increasing, and some people even prefer to be trafficked or sell themselves voluntarily because at least they can have enough food, rather than the precarious so-called freedom. On the other hand, colonial areas 5, 6, and 7 are currently the safest and most peaceful among all the colonial areas. There are basically no wars in these 3 districts, and it can even be said that there has been no war since the colonial war in District 10. There are even many war refugees or refugees from the subjugation of the country who went to these 3 districts to seek refuge in the colonies. The arrival of refugees has also aroused the resentment of the local colonial people. In addition to the fact that the country must use the tax money of the people to take care of these refugees, some refugees will also rob them of their jobs, because the refugees who can work are given lower wages, that's it. This has caused many companies to hire refugees in large numbers, making local employees unpopular. Although the local country has issued a series of relevant laws, many businesses still employ refugees to work for them through loopholes. This has led to frequent conflicts between local employees and refugees. The various subsidiaries of the Tianyi Group are opening some factories, etc., some of which are dedicated to hiring refugees, and the other are dedicated to hiring local employees, mainly to avoid conflicts between locals and foreigners. Many refugees fled to the colonies in these 3 districts, mainly to the colonial satellites invested by Tianyi Group. Apart from being safe, they could also find a job to support their families. On the other side of the mother base, Long Fei checked the current situation of the Tianyi Group in his office, and the Tianyi Group also obtained dividends in this war. Although the Tianyi Group did not participate in this war, they also received unexpected bonuses. In terms of the price of food and necessities, Tianyi Group tried to sell at a fair price. During the war, it can be said that small profits but quick turnover, which also caused dissatisfaction among many colleagues. After buying it, it was sold at a high price. Tianyi Group also used a method for this. That is, from production, wholesale to retail, it will be handled by Tianyi Group, and beware of those peers who deliberately resell at high prices. For this reason, when Tianyi Group sells products to customers, it requires customers to use the real name system to purchase, and beware of other peers who use other people to buy, and then resell at high prices. However, the most profitable companies of the Tianyi Group still belong to the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. The former is mainly because many merchants will definitely hire the golden signboard of the Tianyi Mercenary Group in order to send goods to other warring colonial areas. Because, as long as the Tianyi Mercenary Group is in charge of escorting, no matter if it is an existence of any national army or criminal organization, they will never dare to provoke it. The Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company is because the weapons they manufacture are very powerful, and some countries that do not receive support from superpowers will buy the products sold by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to compete with those countries that receive funding. The war still gave Tianyi Group great development. At this time, Long Fei's cell phone, who was looking at the report file, rang, and Long Fei picked it up to take a look. It turned out that it was a bank information report notification, and Tao Xiang took away 500 million colonial currency from one of his bank accounts. Long Fei knew that the money that Tao Xiang took away was for charity and donated to those war refugees. Long Fei actually didn't agree with his wife's behavior, because it was not an option to keep taking money to help these refugees. Refugees should be handed over to the countries that started the war first. They are not the ones to help, and even if they really want to help, they can't just use the money to help these refugees. Instead, they should use the money to open factories. The solution is to start a company to give these refugees a job. Tao Xiang understands Long Fei's hints, but she often pretends to be confused. Tao Xiang will often use Long Fei's money to help these refugees. The main reason is that Tao Xiang often looks at the confused and helpless expressions of those refugees suffering from war in the news, and her hidden heart and kind heart with a bit of the virgin can't help but want to help these suffering refugees. Long Fei, who is a virgin with the Tao Xiang attribute, doesn't hate it. Generally speaking, what Long Fei hates is the Holy Mother whore. The Holy Mother Aina has the attributes of a Holy Mother. She volunteers to help others and never criticizes other people's behavior with the highest moral point. Long Fei will respect this kind of person. On the contrary, it is the kind of people who stand on the moral high ground and accuse others of not doing good deeds, but instead hide in one place and watch the show without helping. This kind of person Long Fei hates the most. It's not that Tao Xiang took Long Fei's money without notifying Long Fei. Tao Xiang would notify Long Fei first. If Long Fei didn't object, Tao Xiang would go to withdraw the money, because Tao Xiang knew that Long Fei acquiesced. Tao Xiang used the money to do charity and didn't have any major news reports. Tao Xiang knew that Long Fei didn't like doing charity, beating gongs, drums and singing in the street, and just doing charity in a low-key way. When Tao Xiang was silently doing charity, some keen media reporters also discovered it. Many media reporters tracked down and discovered Tianyi Group's charitable behavior and began to report on Tianyi Group. Media reporters discovered that the Tianyi Group would conduct charity in distant colonial areas, subsidize those war refugees, and let those refugees have food. Many media reporters have carried out related reports, interviewed, and asked Tianyi Group. Tianyi Group declined an interview and did not respond. Later, when many media reporters continued to investigate, they found out that it was Tao Xiang, the wife of the leader of the Tianyi Group, who used the name of the Tianyi Group to do charity to help refugees far away. In October 121, the first year of the universe, except for the colonies in the 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th areas of the colonial area, which were not affected by the war, the rest of the 4th area colonies were still at war. Today, a brigade-class fleet of Tianyi mercenaries came to a colony in District 3. I came to a colonial satellite that was annexed just a month ago. Many areas of this colonial satellite were severely destroyed. With local elections, abandoned houses and buildings are hung with portraits and posters of local candidates. The local government didn't think much about rebuilding the local colonial satellite at all, but danced with the local candidates, who elected the chief officer of the colonial satellite. They simply ignored the life and death of the local people. Long Fei didn't understand why his wife Tao Xiang took the children to travel to this kind of place with him. After arriving at the destination, Tao Xiang told him that she wanted to come to this kind of place, mainly to let her children know that not everyone in this world is as happy as they are. The question is, these two little ones are only 2 years old. Can they understand such a complicated thing? Don't treat them as ordinary children. These two little ones are very smart. Can a 2-year-old be as articulate as them and speak clearly? Long Fei thought about it, and indeed his 2 twin daughters are very smart. Those words and phrases are quickly mastered, and the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division multiplication tables 1-12 have already been mastered. The average 2-year-old child is probably just playing games now. These two little ones already know how to read and write. I think that the reason why my wife brought their children here may be to let the children see clearly the sufferings of the world and to teach them some sense of right and wrong. With the arrival of Long Fei's family, although the candidates for the local colony satellite president all wanted to come to interview Long Fei and increase their popularity, Long Fei directly refused their platform and interview. For Long Fei, he dislikes this kind of elected politicians who make a bunch of election promises before taking office, and then say one thing and do another after taking office. Long Fei hates this kind of politician because this kind of person is just a bunch of people who can only brag but can't do things. What's more, this kind of politician is very short-sighted, and Long Fei hates it very much. Tao Xiang then went to a relief center with her husband and 2 children. This relief center was also funded by Tao Xiang with her husband's money. The person in charge of the relief center took the staff to welcome Tao Xiang's arrival when she learned of Tao Xiang's arrival. The person in charge asked the refugee children to bring flowers to Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang thanked the children after receiving it. Tao Xiang asked the person in charge not to greet her like this in the future. Long Fei took his 2 daughters by the hand and saw that the relief center was not very large, but there were boxes and boxes of relief items placed in front of the staff. Long Fei looked at the relief items in the box, which contained instant noodles, potatoes, rice, cooking oil, canned food, some fresh vegetables, and mineral water. Long Fei frowned a little. He found that many of these foods were trademarks of the Tianyi Group. Long Fei also knew that it was his wife who used his name to ask the food companies and planting companies of the Tianyi Group to do some research on them. Charity aid. What Long Fei didn't quite understand was why there was still a donation of mineral water. Long Fei called the director in charge and asked, "Director, why does the relief food still have mineral water? Could it be that your colony is short of water?" Water shortage is not a serious shortage. The problem is that the price of water is getting more and more expensive. What does that mean? I don't understand. To put it simply, a 5-liter bottle of mineral water in the box now costs at least 20 yuan in colonial currency in our local area. Long Fei frowned when he heard this and thought to himself, this price is too exaggerated. In my local colony in District 6, even if it is rated a grade mineral water, the price of 5 liters is less than 5 yuan colonial currency. Long Fei pointed to the Tianyi Mineral Water Company's C-grade 5-liter mineral water in the box and asked, "How much does this grade of mineral water sell in your local area now?" 25 yuan. What about Class B? 35 yuan. Long Fei frowned and said, "The price is too exaggerated. What is your local government doing? Isn't it controlling the price?" "Boss Long, it's hard to say. We're not afraid of you laughing. Although the country used to belong to the royal country, but at that time the government personnel still did things that would help us people. But since changing the country, changing the system, the current government personnel includes some politicians who don't know where they came from. They only engage in politics every day, but they don't know how to help the people, let alone help people in need." Long Gua and Long Fu shook their father's hand, pointed to the children playing in a deserted amusement park not far away, and said, "Dad, can we play with them?" Looking at the children with old clothes, Long Fei could tell that these children were victims of the war, and they were playing carefree at the moment. Long Fei asked the director, "Director, where are the parents of those children? Their parents died in the war, and they are our adopted children. Does your relief center also have an orphanage?" "Well, we are not opening an orphanage. We just try to take in as many war orphans as possible. In fact, there are still many war orphans struggling to survive in this colonial satellite, wandering around, and even stealing. Many people just want to help them. It's hard to guarantee. We can only let them fend for themselves, and my relief center can only help as much as it can. Dad, can we play with them?" The 2 little ones looked at Dad with watery eyes. "Go." The 2 little ones happily ran to play with the orphans. 2 nannies and dozens of Tianyi mercenaries followed the 2 eldest ladies, responsible for protecting the safety of the eldest ladies. Long Fei watched the 2 little ones play, and watched Tao Xiang not only condolences to those people who received relief, but also watched those people line up in an orderly manner and leave the scene with relief items. Suddenly, there was a dispute not far away, which attracted the attention of Long Fei and his wife. Everyone checked to see what happened, and many people were watching the 2 people who were arguing. The man in yellow accuses the man in green. "Why are you so over the top? You and your wife both have jobs and sources of income. Why do you still take these relief items? These relief items are for people who have lost their jobs and lost their sources of income. How can you take them? And you and your wife take turns to get a share? You are too much like this. Everyone accused the man in Sing-e, but the man in Sing-e said indifferently. So what if my wife and I take these relief items? It's none of your business? Anyway, there is no requirement for relief items to have a job, and people with financial sources of income can't get them. How can you be so shameless? Both of you, husband and wife, will each get a share, and there will be 2 people in need who will not be able to get relief items. Long Fei and Tao Xiang frowned. Then Long Fei suggested to the director, Director, in the future, I think you should first let those who need help apply for information and only give them relief items when you find that they are in need. Hey, Boss Long, we did do this before, but we still met a lot of shameless people who just ran around in our local area and then found some people to take pictures to discredit us. The director was very helpless, said. Long Fei and his wife looked at each other and shook their heads. It was really helpless to encounter such a thing. Soon, a candidate for the colony satellite ran to the relief center, led a group of reporters to conduct a series of photos and interviews, and then took some supplies to donate to these people. But the supplies received by the people did not show any smiles on their faces. Then the candidate, when he saw Long Fei and his wife, even ran to want to shake hands with Long Fei and his wife, but Long Fei and his wife didn't give each other a good look at all. Long Fei directly and mercilessly accused these candidates. When the people need help, you don't necessarily come to help the people. Instead, when it's time for the general election, you come to take pictures with the people and pretend to help people, let you cheat people's votes, and then let you sit comfortably on it, take advantage of your interests, and throw aside all the promises you said. You politicians are so shameless that people feel disgusting. Good. Many people at the scene gave warm applause, because Long Fei spoke to their hearts. The above plot is the author's personal experience. The candidate was slapped face-to-face by Long Fei, feeling very embarrassed on his face. Not long after Long Fei accused those politicians, a team of Tianyi mercenaries came to the relief center. They didn't bring any guns, but flour, vegetables, meat pies, chicken legs, chicken wings, chicken breasts, potatoes, and soft drinks. This team is from the cooking class, which is arranged by Tao Xiang for the children in the relief center. The children were all overjoyed when they learned that they could eat hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries, and soda today. For these children who have lost their parents, it has been a long time since they have eaten the delicacies they want to eat. The cooking class brought a lot of food, not only the children's portion, but also the staff of the relief center and the mercenaries responsible for defending Long Fei and his wife. Couples ate hamburgers, fried chicken, and French fries with the orphans. Long Fei and his wife are also responsible for tearing the fried chicken into small pieces and feeding them to their 2 daughters. Then, after the children were full, another Tianyi mercenary team brought new clothes and toys, which were prepared by Tao Xiang for the orphans. When Tao Xiang interacted with these orphans, Tao Xiang also taught her 2 daughters to communicate with these children with an equal attitude. Moreover, Tao Xiang even taught her 2 daughters not to treat others with a superior attitude. Everyone is equal in this world. No matter how rich or powerful they are, they should not treat others with a superior attitude. Some of the 2 sisters didn't quite understand what their mother said, but they roughly guessed what her mother meant, that they were not allowed to bully others. After saying goodbye to the children, Tao Xiang was still in the car with her 2 daughters who were continuing education. Long Fei checked the movement of the colony in the 3rd district and the surrounding information of the colonial satellite where it was located. Long Fei knew that most of the 20 subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps were already saturated. Even if they were to expand, the final result would be the same. Moreover, during the war, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also bought a lot of trafficked people and trained them as new mercenaries. Recently, many trained mercenaries have graduated, and they are already dispatched to other subbases. Long Fei called Li Jiaming to inquire. Is the 21st branch base looking for a location? Yes, boss. The Sci-Fi country where I am now. You can see if it is suitable to set up the 21st branch base here. Boss, I will send someone to visit and investigate. After Long Fei hung up the phone, Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei and asked, Honey, are you going to help people here? Let the commander-in-chief send someone to investigate first. If it is suitable, set up the 21st branch base in this country, and then let other subsidiaries of Tianyi Group come here to invest and set up companies and factories. Guangxiang understands that this is a method used by Longfei to help those in need. As long as Tianyi Group invests in this country, there will be many job opportunities for the local unemployed people to do. The convoy came to a relatively damaged commercial street. Suddenly, the car stopped, and the twins sitting on their mother's lap were fortunately held by their mother so that they would not fall off the car seat. "Driver, what happened?" "Boss, are there many children rushing from our car?" Tao Xiang asked worriedly. "Has the child been hit?" "Ma'am, the children are fine, but these children are caught by a bunch of adults." Tao Xiang saw many children being dragged by adults from the car window. These children were holding bread and some necessary supplies. The adults who dragged the child to the side of the street hit the child with palms, canes, or sticks. "Driver, stop now." "Ma'am, no, this is a highway that cannot be stopped temporarily." "Then quickly find a place to stop nearby," Long Fei said with the headset. "Major, send some people to stop those adults and tell them to stop beating the children." Several armored vehicles came down, and the Tianyi mercenaries stopped the adults on the street. The angry adults didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction when they saw the Tianyi mercenaries holding guns. At this time, the couple came to the scene with their children in their arms. Tao Xiang looked at the red and swollen wounds on the children who were beaten by adults. The beatings on the children hurt the parents. Although Tao Xiang is not the mother of these children, she is also a mother herself. Seeing the children being beaten like this, she is still very sad. Tao Xiang handed the dragon fruit to her husband and asked the adults, "What did these children do wrong? You want to beat them like this?" One of the burly men said, "These children often come here to steal. We finally caught them today. How can we let them go?" After hearing this, Tao Xiang didn't make any rebuttals, but took out a wad of money from her bag and asked, "This money is enough to compensate for your losses." The adults at the scene looked at the wad of money in Tao Xiang's hand, and the adults were not embarrassed. They broke up with the wad of money and left. One of them said to Tao Xiang, "Madam, I would like to advise you. You can only help them for a while, but not forever. These children will continue to steal." "Are their parents gone?" "They all died in the war." Tao Xiang was silent, then turned to look at the children and asked, "Kids, can you promise Annie one thing?" None of the children answered. All the children looked at Tao Xiang, and then at a little boy with very long hair. Tao Xiang looked at the little boy with long hair and asked, "Little friend, are you their boss?" The little boy with long hair nodded. "If you can promise Annie that you and your companion will not steal in the future, then Auntie will take you to a safe place, let you have food to eat and books to read, and let you come out to society to be useful people in the future." The long-haired little boy looked at Tao Xiang and then at the other companions, looking at their injured faces, and asked Tao Xiang, "Can I really have enough to eat?" "Yes, but you can't steal anymore," the little boy with long hair muttered. "If you can eat enough, who wants to steal things?" Tao Xiang and Long Fei both heard what he said. Tao Xiang smiled, reached out, and touched the top of the little boy with long hair, and asked, "Then you and your companion promised Annie not to steal anymore?" The long-haired boy was looking at his companions. Each of them nodded, and the long-haired boy nodded firmly to Tao Xiang. "What's your name, kid?" "My name is Dio." Long Fei looked directly at Dio and thought to himself, "Oh my god, isn't this the same name as Dio, one of the 5 main characters of Gundam W? By the way, this kid also looks like Dio, with long hair and brown hair." Afterwards, Long Fei arranged for someone to take these children to their mothership. In the car, Tao Xiang said apologetically like Long Fei, "Honey, I took in these children without discussing with you first. I hope you don't take offense." "How can I blame you? You just want to help those children. It just so happens that this is within our ability. Then help them. As long as you can be happy, that's fine." Tao Xiang smiled and kissed her husband on the face, and the Longhua sisters immediately covered their eyes with their hands. The children of Dio and his party were taken in on the mothership, and Tao Xiang arranged for some mercenaries who were good at taking care of children to take care of these children. Some mercenaries began to teach these children to read. Dio with long hair has a mercenary who wants to cut his long hair for him, but Dio is very resistant and unwilling to cut off his long hair. A female mercenary tied a long braid for Dio. Dio only then did the resistance stop. A few days later, when they were about to leave to return to the mother base, Diu and a group of children ran to Long Fei and his wife, crying and begging for help. The tearful children asked Long Fei and his wife for help. Long Fei said, "Don't quarrel. One of them told me. What do you want me to do for you?" At this moment, Diu stood up and begged Long Fei. "Uncle Long Fei, Aunt Tao Xiang, please save Madelon Church." Long Fei was startled in his heart and said, "Medillion Church, isn't this the church where Dio of Gundam W lived when he was a child?" Long Fei calmed down and asked, "What happened to the Madelon Church you mentioned? Why did you save Maddie?" "Church of London. The priests and nuns of Medilla Church are good people. Sometimes when we have no food, the priests and nuns will give us food when we go to Medilla Church. Now there are bad people occupying Medilla Church. There are priests and nuns in the church. There are also a group of orphans. I hope Uncle Long Fei can save them." "Husband," Tao Xiang pleaded with Long Fei. Long Fei gestured to the mercenary behind him, and the mercenary behind him understood and immediately conveyed the order. At this time, Tao Xiang comforted Dio and the children. "Don't cry. Uncle Long Fei has already agreed, and has sent people to rescue the priest and nun." At this moment, Long Fei asked Dio, "The priests and nuns of Medilla Church are so good. Why don't you go to them? The Church of Medellin already has many orphans, and we do not want to increase the burden on priests and repairs." Long Fei reached out and touched the top of Diu's head and said, "You guys know how to be considerate of others at a young age. My wife did not take you in wrongly. After studying hard, I will repay the priests and nuns who have been kind to you. Listen, people inside, you are already surrounded by me. Immediately come out and surrender." A somewhat damaged church has been surrounded by troops and police in all directions. There are armed personnel in the church, as well as priests, nuns, and orphans who were held hostage. Some members of the armed men were injured, and the kidnapped nun kindly wrapped the wounds of the injured armed men. The priest who was held hostage also earnestly persuaded the armed personnel. Several military officers, please think about it. You are now surrounded. Stop making unnecessary resistance and sacrifices. Think about that you also have relatives and children, and think about it again. Think about it. If you sacrifice, what will happen to your children? Do you want your children to live in our churches or orphanages in the future? Several military officers at the scene were a little moved when they heard that they did have wives and children at home, and all they did was to restore the country. Looking at the orphans in the church, thinking of the children at home, they also knew that if they all died, the children at home might become the orphans before them. But some officers still wanted to fight. Regarding what the priest said, seeing the moved expressions of other colleagues, he knew that if he didn't take action, some colleagues might start to surrender. The leading military air force directly hit the priest in the face with the of his gun. "Shut up, you old man. Can you understand our lofty ideals? If you disturb the morale of the army again, I will kill you." The nun hurriedly helped the priest up, but the priest continued to persuade. "Master officer, please think about your children. Damn it, I'll kill you first." Just as the leading officer was about to shoot, another officer grabbed the hand of the officer above him and persuaded him. "Sir, anyway, we have lofty ideals to restore the country and should not harm our compatriots. Did you forget what ID card they have now? They are no longer such compatriots. But no matter what, we shouldn't hurt innocent people, especially there are children here, and I have children too. I don't want my children to know that their father is a devil who hurt innocent people, even children." A gunshot was fired, directly hitting the subordinate who stopped him in the stomach. The gunshots also made the army and police outside very nervous. The negotiator in charge of the negotiation hurriedly shouted through the loudspeaker, "Listen, people inside, don't hurt innocent people. What conditions do you want? You can just open it, and we will try our best to meet your requirements." In the church, the officer clutching his wound fell to the ground. The priest and nun hurriedly helped the injured officer up, took him to a bench, and treated him. At this time, the leading officer ordered his subordinates to capture one of the nuns and put on a control bomb. The captured nun looked at the bomb on her body and was so frightened that she out. The nun cried and begged, but the leading officer was unmoved and asked someone to put an adhesive tape on her mouth to calm her down. Then pushed the nun to the front door of the church, and then order the police and soldiers outside to prepare an armored vehicle, and then the spaceport prepares a fast airship. Your request, please give us some time. I must ask my superiors for instructions. I only give you 5 minutes to bring what I want. When the time is up, the nun in front of you will be killed. By the way, let me warn you again. If this nun is killed, the next one will be killed. It's the children's turn. At this moment, the soldiers and police outside were in an uproar, and even the media reporters couldn't believe their ears. The priest was so excited that he protested to the leading officer. Don't hurt the child. If you want a hostage, I am willing to be a hostage. Don't hurt the child. I beg you to release the child. We are also willing to be hostages. The remaining nuns also stood up. Okay, since you are willing to be hostages, then I promise you. But we have to see if the people outside move quickly, otherwise, you will all be blown to death, and then it will be the children. You can't do this. The children are innocent. The priest grabbed the leader officer by the collar and shouted. The lead officer punched the priest directly in the face. No more nonsense. The next one will be the brat. The other armed personnel couldn't bear to see their leading officer do this, but at the moment they couldn't do anything. They couldn't protect themselves. When the 5 minutes were about to expire, the negotiators outside announced that their superiors had agreed to our request, but it only needed a little time. I said for 5 minutes to bring what I want. If you can't bring it, just collect the nun's body. The chief officer immediately ordered his subordinates to press the button. But the subordinates did not take any action. What are you doing? Press the button for me quickly. The subordinate still did not respond. The leading officer walked over and pushed his subordinate, but the subordinate fell to the ground unconsciously. The leading officer squatted down and stretched out his hand to check the subordinate's carotid artery, only to find that the subordinate's neck had been twisted. Enemy attack, guard around. The chief officer just finished shouting, and all his subordinates collapsed to the ground. Some subordinates even had blood flowing from their necks. At this time, the leading officer hurriedly held his pistol to guard the surroundings, but it was too late. His mouth was suddenly covered, and his neck felt cold. The eyes watched the blood spurt from the neck, and then twitched on the ground. The priests and nuns at the scene didn't know what happened, and these militants were all killed by unknown attacks. The surrounding army and police were about to watch the nun be killed, but the bomb did not explode. This made the army and the police feel puzzled. Could it be that the militants inside were scaring them? At this time, some soldiers and police found the nun who was by the bomb. The bomb on her body suddenly floated in the air and was thrown to a place. Then, the door of the church was opened, and the bodies of several militants were thrown out directly. At this moment, the soldiers and the police rushed in to check, and found that except for the priest and nun, most of the militants in the church were dead, and only a small number of injured militants were handcuffed. When I asked the priests and nuns what was going on, neither the priests nor the nuns knew how to answer them. They only saw these militants being attacked and died by unknown forces. The priests and nuns could only pray that God would bless them. Then, the orphans held hostage in the orphanage were all locked in a priest's room, and the armed guards in charge were also killed. The orphans were completely fine. The children who watched the live news watched the news report that the hostages held in the church had been rescued. Dayu asked Long Fei beside him, "Uncle Long Fei, did your troops save the priest and the others?" Long Fei nodded. "How did you do it?" Long Fei snapped his fingers, and one of the mercenaries disappeared invisibly in front of Dayu and the other children. This made the children at the scene exclaimed. Only then did the children realize that Uncle Long Fei's troops had entered the church invisibly and killed those bad guys. Dio secretly swore in his heart that when he grows up, he will join the Tianyi mercenary corps and be loyal to Uncle Long Fei. On the way back to the mother base, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming reported something to Long Fei. "Boss, recently our intelligence network found out that some refugees who fled the war, some of them would be taken away by unknown organizations. After a period of investigation by our side, we found that these unknown organizations, the power behind it is Dian Empire." Long Fei rubbed his chin, thought to himself, the Dian Empire's organization took away some of those war refugees. Could it be that they want? Long Fei roughly guessed the purpose of the Dian Empire. "Commander-in-Chief, do you know the purpose of the Dian Empire?" The subordinate guesses that there is a feeling that some of the refugees they took away are probably new humans. "It's not that I'm afraid. It's the fact that the Emperor Fades of the Dion Empire has a very strong neo-humanism. For him, ordinary people who are not new humans are inferior existences. This emperor is an alternative racist. Boss, what shall we do? In addition to informing the countries of this matter, we also need to find new human beings from among the refugees and find ways to recruit them in. Boss, your test machine is said to have been miniaturized, a similar crown, which can be worn for testing and exploration. I did develop this miniaturized test machine. I'm afraid we are not as advanced as the Dion Empire. We can only try to recruit new humans. Understood, boss. December 121, the first year of the universe. The Tiani mercenary group's move to recruit new humans among the refugees has also attracted international attention. The media and the authorities of various countries are paying attention to every move of the Tiani mercenary group. The new humans have attracted the attention of various countries, and some media have even reported that the new humans have extremely strong abilities in battle, such as dodging beam attacks at a certain distance, a sharper sense of crisis, and space sensing, etc. On the battlefield, the survival rate of new humans is much higher than that of ordinary humans. Many countries have already started research work on new humans. Many countries have sent people to contact the Tiani mercenary group, hoping that the Tiani mercenary group will share a lot of information about the new humans and related training. However, the Tiani mercenary group directly refused. The reason is that they are not very clear on their own, and they are also exploring new human beings. Countries do not believe the reason given by the Tiani mercenary group. Many countries have sent spies to join the Tiani mercenary group, but most of these spies were found out by the Tiani mercenary group's anti-espionage organization and dealt with. The rest of the spies were watching. The Tiani mercenary group searched for new humans and recruited them into the Tiani mercenary group. They went directly to the refugee camp. The local peacekeeping force did not dare to stop the Tiani mercenary group from entering the refugee camp. The Tiani mercenary group's recruiting actions were also very upright. Of course, the Tiani mercenary group did not plan to seek new humans in a sneaky way to recruit them at the beginning. The Tiani mercenary group came to the refugee camp generously in their combat uniforms. Members wearing spiritual Spartan combat uniforms conducted spiritual investigations. Come to the party immediately. Then, holding the crown for testing new humans, put on the crown for the person concerned to carry out related tests. All these actions were carried out under the noses of the local peacekeeping forces responsible for maintaining order, and many journalists following the filming were filming live broadcasts. Once the test confirms that it is a new human, lobbying and solicitation will be carried out. The recruited new humans will be taken away from the scene by the Tiani mercenaries, and some of the recruited new humans have some conditions. When taking him away, his family must also be taken away from the refugee camp. The Tiani mercenary group is very happy to accept such a request. He also said that in addition to making proper arrangements, his family can also arrange work for his family. As for the new humans who did not accept the solicitation, the Tiani mercenary group turned around and left without any force, and then looked for the next new humans. However, new humans who do not accept recruitment may be kidnapped by local peacekeeping forces, mainly organized by local countries, without anyone noticing. Of course, only a few of the new humans who joined the Tiani mercenary corps wanted to fight, and most of them just wanted to find a place where they could survive, and they didn't want to be refugees who were hungry and full, and most of them I want to give my family a place to live. Both sides can be regarded as what they need. However, among the new humans recruited by the Tiani mercenary group, a small number of them are under 12 years old. This move was criticized by human rights organizations, and children should not be allowed to join armed groups. The Tiani mercenary group didn't take the human rights organization's accusations seriously, because anyone with a discerning eye could understand the purpose of the human rights organization's accusations. The mother base is currently training 120 newly recruited humans. Of course, not only the mother base is training the newly recruited new humans, but other subbases are also training the recruited new humans. When the mother base was training the newly recruited new humans, another batch of new humans came to the mother base. An airship was parked in an open space. The door opened, and many people came out, including men, women, and children. Among these people were new humans and ordinary people. mainly because some new humans joined the Tianyi mercenary group and took care of their families. The staff first arranged the residences for everyone, and then explained the rules here. Children under the age of 18 for ordinary people can go to school. Children under the age of 18 for new humans can choose to go to school first, and then join the mercenary group after they are 18 years old, or you can also join the mercenary group directly. Of course, you can also choose another state of half joining and half learning. New humans over the age of 18 are directly arranged to join the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and receive relevant training. New humans who join the Tianyi Mercenary Group as war refugees, for them, at least they have a stable life here, and they can even eat 3 meals a day. Although they have to go to the battlefield, at least the performance of MS is higher than that of MS from other countries in the world, and they are no longer precarious as refugees. On the other hand, the Tianyi mercenary group continued to recruit new humans, because the more new humans there were, the better the quality of Ms. drivers would be. The organization secretly established by the Dian Empire has also sped up its hands and feet, speeding up the recruitment of new human beings discovered or kidnapping new human beings. In any country or place in the entire world, once a new human being is discovered, all forces will recruit or kidnap the new human being. From last year to now, the war has been about 1 year and 6 months. Although the superpowers in the colonial circles such as the Garth Empire and the Wanluo Federation did not join the war, they were also involved. They still wanted to donate money and supplies to help their allies in the same camp. Of course, these superpowers don't really donate supplies to their allies, and they can even resell the arms in their hands, earning a fortune after another. In January 122, the first year of the universe, the wars in many colonial areas were very intense, and the wars even went so far as to destroy the colonial satellites. The destroyed colonial satellites are not as good as the fleeing people, causing the death of countless lives. Even the number of some colonial satellites is only about half of what it was before the war. Many countries that participated in the war were either decimated or turned into a part of the torrent of history. And this war was also at the beginning of this year. The Garth Empire, the Wanluo Federation, and the United States of Angrus Democracy began to participate in this war and took the opportunity to annex those countries that were seriously injured. In February 122, the first year of the universe, Long Fei returned to his hometown with his wife and children and celebrated a traditional festival with his sisters. Not long after returning to the mother base, an event happened that shocked the entire world. Fatih Samras III, the emperor of the Dian Empire, issued a declaration of new humanism. The content of the declaration is to criticize ordinary human beings, especially the colonial circles, for still maintaining the rules of the barbaric jungle law, maintaining the idea of the jungle, greed, endless struggle, and no thought of thinking about others. It is only a shameless desire to rob others of everything. Then I praise the new human beings as a clear stream among human beings, and they are noble existences bestowed by the universe on human beings. The new human beings have the ability bestowed by the universe. They can communicate telepathically, understand each other's hearts, and understand each other better. Let go of your prejudices and move towards a better future together. The new human beings can bring a more glorious path for human civilization. The innate ability of the new human beings is to lead mankind to a more distant star and sea. This is the mission entrusted to the new human beings by the universe. Before carrying out this mission, the new humans must complete one thing, which is to purify the warlike, barbaric, and backward thinking of ordinary humans, and let ordinary humans understand that it is the new humans who lead mankind to glory. Human beings only need to obey the orders of the new humans and obey all the arrangements of the new humans. The kingdom of Dian is the land of the new human beings, and even more so, the land of paradise for the new human beings. The kingdom of Dian is the country that wants to fulfill the mission of the new humans and lead the new humans to create new heights for human civilization. The Dian Empire even stated that ordinary human beings must obey the new human beings. The Kingdom of Dian declares war on the country that caused all these culprits in the colonial circle and vows to evolve an ordinary human leader who pollutes the universe. As for the Earth Circle, Dian Empire said that ordinary humans in the Earth Circle have observed for 2 years from the beginning to the end, and there has not been any war. communicate together, and develop together. More importantly, the Earth is always the origin of all human beings, and the Dion Empire does not want to harm the origin star of human beings. Dion Empire's announcement caused an uproar in the entire international circle. Many countries in the Earth Circle did not express any announcements, but the Uya Cross country issued a declaration of disapproval of the Dion Empire, and Pope David even released his remarks. Whether it is ordinary human beings or new human beings, they are all the same children from the mother of the earth. The bloodshed is the same and is bright red. In the face of life, all individuals are equal. There is no one side. It can override the other side, and no one side can order anyone. Although human beings have struggles, there is also peace. Just because some people start a war, a bamboo can overthrow all people. New humans and ordinary humans should interact with each other. Respect each other. Fadi Samara's 3 expressed respect for Pope David's remarks, but also satirized Pope David. Sooner or later, His Excellency the Pope will regret his naive remarks and opinions. The Kingdom of Dion begins to attack the United Anglo-Sadian People's Republic. A space turtle Kai, similar in appearance to the old model, but stronger in speed and firepower, was attacked by nearly 10 Lacertards. Although the Scorpion is unmanned, it is controlled by a long-range AI and knows how to cooperate in combat. This annoyed the driver of the Scorpion mobile fortress. He locked on a few Scorpions, and the locked Scorpions would immediately maneuver and dodge, while the rest would disperse and attack at the dead corners of the Space Turtle Kai. Fortunately, the Space Turtle was modified with a layer of anti-beam coating after the armor was modified, so that it would not be riddled with holes by the Scorpion Tiger. The Isogda Kai, 10 meters longer than the original version and with more muzzles, defeated many Scorpions one after another with its powerful firepower and multi-directional attacks. However, some of the Isogda Kai were restrained by the mass-produced Holy Machine, Blood Red, newly developed and mass-produced by the Dion Empire. The Blood Red body is blood red. The head looks like a Gundam, but the eyes are a bit like Jim's sunglasses. The overall height is 19 meters. There are 2 pairs of propellers on the back, and a pair of propellers behind the waist skirt armor. Basic weapon selection equipment: there are beam guns, long-range sniper rifles, electromagnetic bazookas, and high-impact cannons. Additional weapons can also be mounted on the shoulders, such as cannons, high-power beam guns, and howitzers. It is fixedly armed with a beam saber and a pair of head Vulcan cannons. 6 Blood Red Holy Machines contain an Isogda Kai. Cannons, high-power laser cannons, etc., have an anti-beam stance that the prototype does not have, and the armor is live ammunition armor, anti-transfer armor, similar to PS armor. The beam position blocked all the energy weapons of the Blood Red Holy Machine. Some of the Blood Red Holy Machines are equipped with electromagnetic bazookas or howitzers, which fire electromagnetic bombs or grenades. The anti-beam position cannot withstand live ammunition weapons, and directly hits Isogda's anti-transfer armor. The defense capability of the anti-transfer armor is not as good as that of the phase transfer armor. Grenade can't hurt it, and the electromagnetic bullet hits the thinner anti-transfer armor and can penetrate it. However, Isogda's powerful attack power, strong defense power, and impressive speed made the pilot of the Blood Red Holy Machine suffer a lot. In addition to Isogda's change of shape, holding a long beam sword, the Blood Red Holy Machine can only dodge in front of the beam sword. Isogda made the Blood Red Holy Machine suffer a lot, but once transformed into a standing form, the defense power remained unchanged and the attack power increased, but the speed became slower. The destroyer, Lilac, of the Dion Kingdom is 680 meters long and has a huge gun with a caliber of 680 centimeters, plasma cannon, at the front. It has long-range attack and has an effective range of 300 kilometers. The purple water droplets rushed towards the standing Isogda Kai. The plasma cannon not only easily penetrated Isogda Kai's anti-beam stance, but also easily burned through the anti-transfer armor. Most of Isogda's body seemed to be melted into molten iron, leaving a small part of the wrecked body. The powerful plasma cannon of the destroyer Lulakal shocked the commander of the Anglo-Samos Democratic Republic of the People's Republic of China and immediately ordered Isogda to maintain the fish form and must rely on the tactics of fighting while walking, so as not to be attacked by the opponent. The plasma cannon of the Lock destroyer is locked on. Sigia also suffered from its opponent, the mobile fortress, Finrir, developed by the Dion Empire, which has animal and human forms. The animal form is like a wolf with a total length of 40 meters and a shoulder height of 30 meters. Humanoid form, the total height is 45 meters. Finrir holds a 30-meter long rocket launcher, super pulse cannon, and the bullets are spiral triangle-pointed bullets. The triangular pointed cone bullet fired by one-shot spins and spirals at an extremely fast speed, easily piercing through layers of protective shields of Sci-Fi, and one shot penetrates Saigo's body. Moreover, when Finrir transformed into a beast form, when he pounced on other mobile fortresses, the beast claws easily tore apart the armor. Even the anti-transfer armor was torn apart like a piece of paper. Not to mention dealing with the mass-produced Holy Machine. The Apollo MS felt pressured to deal with the automatic Ms. Lacerda and Wingbird. The Wingbird has a total height of 20 meters. There are propellers under the waist skirt and legs on the back, and there are a pair of birdwing propellers on the back. Like the Corporal, it can be controlled by AI to fight. It is also equipped with powerful weapons and also has deformation. Ability: the transformed form is the bird form. The bird form can have extremely high speed and maneuverability in space and the atmosphere. In terms of performance, the Apollo MS is not inferior to these two AI-controlled MIS. Strictly speaking, the performance is slightly better than the two. Apollo has been suppressed by the majority. One Apollo may have to deal with 3 for Scorpions and Gibberts, and Apollo MS can be said to be beaten by the majority. Even if the Apollo MS has turned on the boost mode, the Scorpion and Wingbird also have the boost mode, and the effect is even better than the Apollo MS. On the contrary, in the synergistic mode, Apollo MS is suppressed by the opponent in turn. Another mass-produced Holy Machine, Azure, is either controlled by AI or driven by ordinary humans. Azure Holy Machine can easily suppress Apollo MS. The commander of the Angrusa army looked at the direction of the battle and the radar map of the three-dimensional map. The blue dots disappeared faster than the red dots. The 4:1 battle damage caused the disadvantage of the battle situation. The commander frowned. The size of the troops he commanded was more than twice that of the opponents, but the damage suffered was much higher than the opponents. This kind of damage was only in such a proportion in the previous conflicts with the Tiani mercenary group. From the video taken by the commander during the battle, the commander can see that the military strength of the Dion Empire is no less than that of the Tiani mercenary group. The commander knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose, so he could only order a retreat. In this battle, the field reporter in charge of remote shooting conducted a live report, and the Angrusa army suffered a disastrous defeat in the first battle. The disastrous defeat of the Angrusa army in the first battle spread throughout the world, arousing the attention of all countries, as well as discussions among military experts from various countries. The military strength of the Dion Empire is no less than that of the Tiani mercenary group by experts from all over the world. In particular, the Holy Machine, which looks like a Gundam, also has a mass-produced machine, and the mass-produced models of the two are also in the middle. At present, the specially made Holy Machine has not appeared on the battlefield, and experts from various countries are not good at commenting. Whether the special-made Holy Machine or the special-made Gundam is stronger or weaker must be seen on the battlefield. Then the news came out that the United States of Angrusa democracy had suffered disastrous defeats on several battlefields. The Kingdom of Dion occupies several colonial satellites of the United Anglo-Sadian Republic. The first thing the Dion Empire did when it occupied the colonial satellite was to search for new humans on the local colonial satellite. Once a new human being is found, the occupying army will give the new human being a special citizen ID card of the Dion Empire and enjoy all the privileges. All of the above are new human beings found among the common people. If the Angrusan army who surrendered finds out that they are new human beings, they will carry out a round of rebellion. If they are willing to surrender and submit to the Dion Empire, then they will get special civilians. ID cards, such as new humans who do not want to surrender and submit, will be shot directly. Moreover, the Dion army did not give the new humans of the Angrusa army who surrendered time to think about it, and if they did not reply within an hour, they would be shot dead as if the other party did not want to surrender. For other ordinary human beings in the occupied colonial satellites, those who are willing to submit are given the identity cards of the inferior people, and ordinary humans who do not want to submit are sentenced to slavery. The commoner classes in the Dian Empire are special class, upper class, middle class, and lower class. The special class is the new human beings and a few adjusted people. The upper class is the adjusted people and ordinary people who have made great achievements. The middle class is the elite among ordinary people or those who have made great achievements. And the lower class is similar to ordinary civilians, who are also ordinary people, a birth certificate. In terms of slaves, there are ordinary slaves and cheap slaves. Ordinary slaves may belong to ordinary people who have committed continuous crimes, but not serious crimes, or they belong to occupied countries. After being brought to court for not repaying the debt, the court sentenced him to be a general slave for several years. After the sentence expired, his original identity card would be restored. A lowly slave is someone who committed a felony or an ordinary slave who had hurt his master and was sentenced to be a lowly slave. Apart from doing the dirtiest and most unhygienic jobs, a lowly slave is sometimes sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. If a lowly slave wants to stand up and become an inferior citizen again, the only way is to make meritorious service on the battlefield. If a general slave wants to regain his civilian status, he must make contributions to the country. The contribution does not have to be on the battlefield, but can also be in public welfare or the people. But whether it is a general slave or a cheap slave, there is no human rights and no freedom. Even if a general slave is beaten to death by his master, the master will not be punished in any way, and the master has any right to use the slave. Those who were sentenced to slavery by the people of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic who were unwilling to surrender had their hands and feet handcuffed and fettered, and they were directly caught and auctioned on the stage. Inferior people also have the right to buy slaves. As long as they have money, they can buy them, but they can only buy 2 slaves. Apricot. Those ordinary people who are willing to surrender to become inferior people can only spend desperately to buy the family members sentenced to slaves and place them at home when they see their relatives sentenced to slavery and put on the stage for auction. Those elites who surrendered, such as doctors, lawyers, engineers, and wealthy businessmen, had a medium-level citizen ID card and could buy 4 slaves. For those elites who are gentle scum or wolves in sheep's clothing, especially wealthy businessmen, who can buy slaves and enjoy the privileges of ancient landlords, why not do it? Especially those who are lustful and have special hobbies, especially choose those young and beautiful female slaves or small fresh meat slaves. After the auction was completed, the person in charge said that the goods would be delivered in 7 days. These 7 days would teach these ordinary slaves how to become a qualified slave and how to please their masters to make them satisfied. For those buyers who buy slaves and want to be their masters, this is simply a good service. On the contrary, those who simply buy slaves want to redeem their families, and the buyers tell the person in charge that they don't need 7 days of training, and they can hand them over now. It's ready. The person in charge of the buyer who does not need 7 days of training and mainly delivers now is also very happy to deliver. The act of auctioning the slaves of the Dian kingdom quickly spread throughout the world, causing an international uproar. Although the early Dian Empire was in line with international standards, slaves were only ordinary serial offenders who committed minor criminal laws and would have a period of slavery as punishment. But I didn't expect that the civilians who refused to surrender in the occupied places would be directly sentenced to slaves by the Dian Empire. It caused an uproar throughout the world, and other empires that were also the imperial system condemned the Dian Empire for not directly convicting people as slaves for auction, which is too inhumane. Human rights organizations are very active in condemning the Kingdom of Dian. The Dian Empire didn't care at all. Then, the Kingdom of Dian prepared those Angrusa troops who surrendered to the next battlefield and let them fight the front line, and the family members of these former Angrusa troops were directly detained. Once these former Anglo-Saxon soldiers are not active in fighting or disobeying orders, they will receive news that their relatives will be executed. In the next few battles, the Dian Empire suppressed the Angrusa army with its powerful military force, causing the Angrusa army to suffer successive losses and disastrous defeats. When the Kingdom of Dion was preparing to occupy the colonial satellite, many local people wanted to flee from the colonial satellite. But they were stopped by Dion's army and warned those who fled from the local spaceship to return to the colonial satellite immediately. Otherwise, don't blame them for being rude. After the warning was finished, Dion's army directly shot down one of the spaceships to frighten the fleeing civilians. The people can only return to the colonial satellite obediently. Compared with being killed like this, it is better to go back and die than live. It has been a month since the Kingdom of Dion and the United States of Anglo-Safari have been at war. Many democratic countries have dispatched resources to the United Nations of Anglo-Safari people, and many democracies have even dispatched troops to help. What is even more surprising is that the Garth Empire actually participated in supporting the Anglo-Democratic United Nations, and the Garth Empire even called on other empires and countries with other systems to help. Because what the Kingdom of Dion has done is not an act of justice, and the new humanism of the Kingdom of Dion is simply depriving and exploiting the freedom and rights of ordinary human beings. The Garth Empire cannot recognize the Dion Empire. The speech of the Garth Empire resonated with all countries, and countries from different camps joined in supporting the United Nations of the Anglo-Democratic peoples. However, all the countries that supported the Anglo-Democratic Republic were countries in the colonial areas, and every country in the Earth Circle did not help and kept their own affairs. Even the European and Asian cross-country also maintained the so-called neutrality. Moreover, the countries supporting the different camps of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic did not send troops to help, but only sent resources and ammunition to the Anglo-Safari Democratic Republic. However, with the help of other countries, the United Kingdom of Anglo-Democrats was barely in an evenly matched situation with the Kingdom of Dion. The style of play that replaces quality with quantity hopes to consume the strength of Dion Empire. On some battlefields, the Angrusa army did rely on more than 5 times the number of the opponent to barely win the victory. However, the United States of America still lost 12 colonial satellites. On the other hand, as another superpower in the Democratic camp, the Wanluo Federation, the authorities also know that after the defeat of the Anglo-Democratic People's Republic, it will be the Wanluo Federation's turn to be attacked next. The Wanluo Federation wants to send troops to help at this moment, but the only way, or the closest way, is blocked by the Tianyi mercenary group. I have a book of ghosts and gods. The Wanluo Federation authorities had no choice but to send people to negotiate with the Tianyi mercenary group and ask the Tianyi mercenary group to let them go. The team originally sent thought that they would be extorted by the Tianyi mercenary group for a large sum of money, but they didn't expect the Tianyi mercenary group to readily agree to let them go. Only then can the Wanluo Federation dispatch troops to rescue the United Nations of the Anglo-Democratic peoples. It was Long Fei's intention to let the Wanluo Federation army pass. Long Fei didn't want to help the Democratic camp. On the contrary, his purpose was to let the Democratic camp or countries in the colonial area unite against the Dion Empire. Long Fei's purpose was to keep the war as long as possible, so that the long-term war would allow him to better understand the details of the Dion Empire. What Long Fei hoped more was that the longer the battle between the Dion Empire and the colonies, the greater the consumption of the two parties, and the greater room for development of the Tianyi group. The joining of the Wanluo Federation did not change the evenly matched situation between the two sides, and it continued to be in an evenly matched state. This made international experts, as well as generals and staff officers from various countries, feel incredible. In several battles, the Kingdom of Dion used the special and powerful weapons of the huge warships to carry out a series of long-range raids, and carried out a round of bombing on the enemy's support troops at a distance of more than 500 kilometers, killing the enemy's support troops. Bombing and extermination. The huge battleship is a battleship skyrocket with a total length of 1,200 meters. It can be said to be a strong ship armed to the teeth with sharp guns. You can see that there are gun barrels everywhere on the hull. The skyrocket battleship can only carry 30 mobile suits. The main purpose of this battleship is to carry out long-range firebombing, which will greatly weaken the target's defense and resistance capabilities, and then send mobile suit troops and other ground troops, etc., to suppress. The most striking feature of the skyrocket battleship is the 9 200-meter long huge gun barrels at the front, with a caliber of 720 centimeters. The firing method is similar to that of ancient artillery. The special point is that the moment the projected huge fireball hits the target, it will be shot out like a cluster missile. It is so powerful that it can easily penetrate the armor of the battleship. The ancient method of bombing with cannons from battleships did not expect to be revived on the battleships of the Dian Empire at this moment, and can project artillery fire at such a long distance. The artillery fire of the Sky Rocket battleship is also called Sky Rocket, and the effective course of the Sky Rocket has reached a distance of 800 kilometers. The Sky Rocket battleship is also surrounded by frigates or destroyers to protect it. In several battles, the Sky Rocket battleship has long-distance raided the enemy's target support force or logistics force. After the Russian army suffered from the Sky Rocket battleship, in order not to suffer from the long-range artillery bombardment, the support troops and logistics troops will have reconnaissance troops or advanced troops to carry out long-distance detection, similar to demoning troops, to see if they can there is Dian army. The Dian army also has some ancient naval artillery tactics. When fighting the enemy or raiding the enemy warships, first use all the huge warships to conduct a round of firebombing to weaken the strength of the enemy's warships. If you are lucky, you can even destroy enemy warships. Even in the case of firebombing, the MiZ troops rushing towards them can be weakened for a round, and then the own MiZ troops will fight with the enemy MiZ troops. Neither the Angrusa army nor the military experts expected that the Dian army could reproduce the previous naval artillery tactics on their side, and it could still be so effective on the battlefield. Of course, the Angrusa army is not helpless. They use advanced ballistic missile groups to carry out a series of flying positions such as snaking positions or swinging from side to side, making it impossible for the giant warships of the Dian Kingdom to effectively intercept all of them. However, the remaining ballistic missiles were unable to penetrate the giant battleship's shields. Why the warships of the Unrusa army don't use beam cannons to bomb the opponent is mainly because the effective range is out of reach. The beam cannons of the Angrusa army have an effective range of about 200 kilometers. It has been 2 months since the Dian Empire went to war, and military experts from various countries were very surprised by the tactics of the giant battleship of the Dian Empire. The conclusion of many experts is that the Dian Empire can use this ancient naval artillery warfare method, mainly because their military technology was integrated in the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic for 30 to 40 years. If the technology gap between the two sides is within 10 years or at most 20 years, it is basically difficult to get a bargain for this ancient naval gun warfare. However, the huge warships of the Dian Empire also amazed military experts. The huge carrying capacity and powerful firepower made people sigh at the advanced technology of the Dian Empire. Many experts lamented that even the battleship technology of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was not as strong as that of the Dian Empire. Many experts have also discovered that the MS of the Kingdom of Dian and the United States of Anglicus have a function called synergistic mode. This made many people feel very puzzled, and even wondered whether the arms companies of the two parties had an ulterior connection. Many reporters and the intelligence departments of related forces are conducting investigations. When many reporters interviewed the Ares Arms Company, they got a reply that the mobile fortresses they developed were suitable for cooperation with the Amaterasu organization of the Donyang Empire. The Donyang Empire was originally one of the countries in the Earth Circle, but due to the small size of the country, although it remained a part of the Earth Circle countries, it also had dozens of colonial satellites in the development of outer space. Developing well in outer space, the Donyang Empire is more active in participating in the affairs of the colonial circle than in the affairs of the Earth Circle. With all the comprehensive strengths such as science and technology, economy, etc., Donyang Empire, which is above the first-class power and below the superpower, has attracted the attention of all countries at this moment due to the efficiency model. Under the scrutiny of many reporters and questions from various countries, Donyang Empire exposed the Amaterasu organization in order to show its innocence that it has nothing to do with the Dian Empire. Organize. The Prime Minister of the Donyang Empire announced that they have the function of the booster mode. About 30 years ago, there was a royal coup in the Dian Empire. The important people who escaped fled to the Donyang Empire and gave them this technology for protection. As for this important person, the Danyang Empire did not disclose his identity. The reason given by the Danyang Empire was that it had agreed to this important person not to reveal his identity back then. As a result, the Danyang Empire did not reveal the identity of the character, but the Dian Empire directly revealed that person is Fakdina Samras, the younger brother of the current emperor of the Dian Empire, and one of the princes who failed to compete for the throne. It also stated that the Danyang Empire must surrender Fakdina Samras, and the surrendered Dian Empire can forgive the Danyang Empire. The Danyang Empire announced that Fakdina Samras had passed away 3 years ago. Kuroda Joya, Fakdina Samras, is sitting in the boss chair in a certain basement of the Amaterasu organization, and Hidero Sayama reports to Kuroda Joya with a very respectful attitude. Master Kuroda Joya, His Majesty the Emperor is very proud of the efficiency model that our country has. The mass-produced MS Tengu we developed is very satisfied with the military of our country, and it has been officially classified as a MS equipped with our country. Very good, but don't get carried away. We are still far behind the MS of the Dian Empire in technology. We still have to make persistent efforts. Yes, Mr. Kuroda. Sayama Hidero respectfully asked Kuroda Joya. Master Kuroda, did the prince who failed to win the throne really die 3 years ago? Kuroda Jo also looked sideways at Hidero Sayama. Hidero Sayama was so frightened that he lowered his head and begged for mercy. Master Kuroda, please forgive me for asking something that should not be asked. Kuroda City also smiled and said, Haha, don't be nervous, Mr. Sayama. It's not a secret. After the prince gave us the technology, he got the blessing of his country and lived a stable life. But he was a fool no matter what he said back then. The sudden contrast in the status of the prince of the country made his life depressed and unhappy, and he died of illness 3 years ago. It turned out to be like this. It seems that even the heavens are blessing our Danyang Empire, and all good things will belong to our Danyang nation. That's right, all good things should belong to our Danyang people. Kuroda Chung also thought. It's really a group of hypocritical and inferior people. It was the phone on the desktop that rang, and Hidero Sayama pressed the phone button. Team Leader Sayama, the Minister of National Defense needs to see you. I see. Kuroda Jo also stood up and then walked behind Sayama Hidero. His aura was no longer that of a superior, but that of a subordinate. Master Kuroda, I have wronged you. It's okay, let's go. Hidero Sayama immediately pretended to be a superior, walked out of the office with his hands behind his back, and Kurodajo followed behind Hidero Sayama, just like his class, and met with the Minister of Defense. On the first day of May 122, the first year of the universe, the United States of Angrus Sodomocracy lost 3 colonial satellites in 1 day. On the other side, the mother base is having a meeting at the moment. Long Fei, the commander-in-chief, and the generals are watching the battle video of the Imperial Army of Dian. Watching countless battles, all the generals were thinking about how to defeat the Dian Imperial Army. After the battle video ended, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming stood up and said, "The Dian Imperial Army is truly powerful, and everyone should have seen it clearly. We are not participating in this battle. It's not that we are afraid of the Dian Imperial Army. To know ourselves and the enemy, to be victorious in all battles, we must learn about their marching and combat capabilities from the warships, weapons, and combat methods they possess. The pro-democracy camp is fighting, which gives us a great opportunity to see exactly how they fight." The commander-in-chief looked around at all the generals present and then said, "Now we are going to plan a new simulated battle between the Red and Blue armies. The Blue Army will play the role of the Dian Imperial Army, and the Red Army will represent our Tiani mercenary group. The task of the Red Army is to find a way to defeat Blues. The generals also understand the purpose of the new Red and Blue Armies simulated battle. This is to understand the opponent's combat style in case of a future battle with the Dian Imperial Army, so as to have corresponding means to fight. Many generals understand that the Dian Imperial Army is not as good as their previous opponents. They are opponents who can fight them 50 to 50, completely annihilated." At this time, Long Fei knocked on the table and said, "Generals, only by making sure that we can deal with future wars, we don't want to fight against the Imperial Army of Dian for the time being, because we must know what weapons the other side has and how they are marching. All this is to not only win future battles, but also reduce our losses. Yes, boss. The generals all understand that now their red and blue armies are simulating a battle, and the blue army is their imaginary enemy Dion Imperial Army. In May 122, the first year of the universe, the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic had lost a total of 30 colonial satellites at this moment, and even the troops of the Wanluo Federal Army and other democracies who came to support suffered heavy losses. Tilted. Countries with other systems in the colonial circle, watching the democratic camp retreat steadily. They also know that once the democratic camp is defeated, it will be their turn to the non-democratic camp next. At this moment, the Garth Empire raised its voice and called on all countries to fight side by side with the democratic camp, because this war is not a battle of systems, but a struggle against new humanism. Countries with different systems that had been fighting before also let go of their mutual hatred and prejudices and fought against the new humanism of the Dion Empire together. The Earth's sphere remains aloof. At this moment, all the countries in the colonial circle began to unite as one. At this moment, their armies are no longer divided into each other, but are collectively called the United Army. On the other side, many countries in the colonial circle, including the media, are paying attention to the movements of the Tianyi mercenary group, especially Long Fei, because Long Fei himself is also a new human being. All countries were very worried about whether Long Fei would stab them in the back during the battle of the coalition army. Not long after that, the closed-door meeting held by the Uya cross-country a few years ago revealed that Long Fei and Fardis had serious differences in their views on the new human beings, and even the entire video showed the two debating each other for more than an hour. The two sides can be said to disagree with each other's views. What Long Fei advocates is that no matter whether it is a new human being, an adjusted human being, or an ordinary human being, everyone should be equal, and no one is superior to another. Later, the United Army planned to hire the Tianyi mercenary group at a high price, but the Tianyi mercenary group directly refused. The reason given by the Tianyi mercenary group was that they did not want to participate in this war. However, although the Tianyi mercenary group did not participate in this war, they accepted the employment of the United Army as there for logistics and transportation resources. Although the Tianyi mercenary group does not accept the entrustment to fight the front line, but if the logistics and transportation are escorted by the Tianyi mercenary group, then the security will be improved a lot. On the other side, Long Fei was in the hangar looking at the prototype of the Flying Wing Zero and the Freedom Gundam that had already been manufactured. The Justice Gundam is also being manufactured at the moment, and the completion rate has reached 80%. Meteor equipment for Freedom Gundam and Justice Gundam is also being produced. Then Long Fei went to the port and looked at the new type of giant destroyer that has been manufactured. It is 700 meters long, 280 meters wide, and 250 meters high. From the top, there is a center of the front end of the destroyer. The huge muzzle has a caliber of 18 meters. In addition to the laser turret, it also has a plasma cannon, 32 missile muzzles, an I-field generator, and a huge propeller at the rear trident. Carry 50 milliseconds in normal state and 70 milliseconds in emergency operation. The name of the largest muzzle at the front end is called Electromagnetic Accelerator Cannon, which can fire special alloy armor-piercing projectiles. This destroyer is called Broken Shield. This shield-breaking destroyer shot down enemy warships from a long distance, and the electromagnetic acceleration gun was aimed at the shield system of the battleships of the Royal Dion Army. The current test of the electromagnetic accelerator gun has an effective range of more than 800 kilometers. Long Fei is not satisfied with this, and requires that the effective range reach 1,000 kilometers. In fact, Long Fei still has more advanced destroyers, as well as more powerful super electromagnetic limit guns. But the problem is that the Tianyi mercenary group currently has the technology, such as industrial capabilities, and cannot manufacture the above-mentioned destroyers. The shield-breaking destroyer is already theirs. It is the battleship that can be manufactured with the highest technology currently mastered. As for the production of the Archangel and Lakai Lam, they continued to be manufactured. Of course, other transport ships, destroyers, frigates, etc. continued to be built. 5 dynasties, rivers, mountains, wind, and moon. The Broken Shield destroyer Long Fei didn't plan to make too many, except for one broken shield destroyer, which already cost about 400 billion colony coins. A large number of manufacturing will cut off the other budget of the Tianyi mercenary group. And it's not just destroyers that break the shield, there are also new types of frigates and MS motherships. Among the MS motherships, Lungfei has upgraded and improved the Archangel and Lock Hylam. Increasing the original size and arm the strength is improved, and the number of MS carried is more. For example, Lock Hylam was originally 487 meters long and 165 meters wide. After Longfei's transformation, it was named Lock Hylam Kai. The length reached 580 meters and the width reached 215 meters. The original MS carrying capacity is normally 12 units or 30 units during the war, and Lock Hylam Kai was upgraded to a normal carrying capacity of 24 units and 50 units during the war. Although R.A. Kalam's modification of Lungfei has improved and upgraded its armaments, the main thing for Lungfei is to increase its MS carrying capacity and expand its internal hangar. The new frigate is still under construction. Then, Longfei returned to his office to check the armament designed by the AG system. The new type of weapon designed by the AG system is transmitted to the AG system from the battle video of the Dian Royal Army. The AG system analyzes it and designs a weapon to restrain or defend the opponent from the entire battle process. AG Systems has devised weapons to defend against the sky rockets of the sky rocket battleships. Longfei took out the design drawing from the AG system and conducted some research on the design drawing. The defensive weapon Longfei felt could be used as a counterattack weapon with some modifications. Afterwards, Longfei took out some weapon design drawings from the AG system and continued to make a series of improvements. The AG system can communicate data to the AG system during the course of combat, and the AG system can create restraint, defense, or suitable weapons from the possession data. However, the AG system is not perfect in designing any weapon, or in other words, the designed weapons are only purely restrained or targeted. Most of the designed weapons are relatively single, without multiple functions or the ability to deal with others. To put it simply, the designed weapons are only aimed at the original target and may not be effective against other enemy weapons. For this reason, Longfei will conduct research on the weapons designed by the AG system, and then improve or transform them. Of course, Longfei didn't think the AG system was useless. On the contrary, Longfei thought it was very useful. The weapons designed by the AG system often inspired Longfei a lot. For Longfei, in fact, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. When something comes into the hands of anyone, it depends on how the other party learns and uses it flexibly, or how to improve its advantages and reduce its disadvantages. When Longfei continued to study things, the door of the office suddenly opened. Longfei raised his eyes for a while and continued to study things. Longhua and Longfu sneaked into Dad's office, using their bodies to cover the sofa. The two little ones fell on the ground, and the dragon fruit in front of them popped up. Seeing that the father was still studying things, he didn't seem to notice them. The elder sister turned to look at the younger sister, and the two sisters nodded at the same time. Start sneaking to Dad's desk. Wow. The two little ones jumped out and screamed at the same time, trying to scare Dad. As a result, the two sisters discovered that their father was missing. The two sisters felt dumbfounded. Where did Dad go? Suddenly, a pair of big hands hugged the two sisters. You two little ones are trying to scare Dad again. Dad, why did you suddenly disappear? The two little ones looked at Dad with wide eyes, wondering why Dad suddenly disappeared. When you two little ones sneaked in, Dad had already found out. Knowing what you want to do, Dad was already prepared. At this moment, the office door opened, and Tao Xiang was pushing a dining car. Mom. Hey, you two little ones want to scare Dad again. Father wasn't scared at all. The two little ones looked unconvinced. Longfei put the pair of daughters on the sofa, and Tao Xiang put the prepared lunch on the table, ready to eat with her husband and children. The two little ones wanted to eat their favorite dim sum jelly and puffs first. Tao Xiang reached out and patted the palms of the two sisters and said, "The snacks can only be eaten after the meal. Do you understand?" Clear. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me. and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.